I like the way this feel, yeah. Let my soul cry, yeah, yeah, yeah. Minister, we gon' speak from the heart on this one. I'm performing lyrical funerals, no obituary. I killed your boy and brought him back to life, pet cemetery. My anointing not based on attendance at a seminary. Scarlet witches, they attracted to the visionary. Everywhere I go, I bring the word with me, missionary. Soldier drafted in the war machine, military. Pay attention, what I'm saying to you, legendary. You got the demeanor of a front desk secretary. That mean you take the calls, but you don't make the calls. That's why you hate, cause ain't nothing fake about me at all. Now I dare you try to say that with a straight face. My delivery in tip-top great shape. I'm too advanced for you, light years, space age. No evolution for you cavemen, stone age. I'm a thoroughbred, rock solid. I came from the bottom to the top, rock climbing. I grew up in the hood, pros and cons. That's that full court pressure when the ambulance roll out that stretcher. Why can't you see it's not logical? And you live diabolical. Boy, your point of view smaller than the hair follicle molecule. This for all of them that follow you, smoking all of them barbecue. When I pull up, your voice don't correct itself with no auto-tune. I got a whole nother level that I can enter whenever I gotta deal with the devil. I pick a whole nother method. I hear a whole lot of yapping. They wanna see my reaction. Really out here in the community making it happen. I don't really think they understand the dilemma. They ain't looking at the man in the mirror. Can't say it in the clearer. The plan is very simple. It's time to start playing in the temple. Before somebody come and put the can on your temple. Reaching like a baby with his hand for the nipple. The Grand Reaper coming with his hand on the sickle. In the van coming with a ram with the van coming get him. I am so glad that I changed up. Made it out of where I came from. Watch for the slide and the hook of the slow ball, fastball, and that change up. That ghetto lifestyle, it changed us. Go back to visit, it ain't changed much. Only difference is now the way that my brain process information. And Satan, but after my license, day one, let me say something. Only reason that I'm still alive today because God's grace is amazing. Just another raisin in the sun. Dream deferred when things occurred. Now you getting served right on the curb like a lemonade stand. I just gave you the benediction, let the whole church say amen. But I choose to walk in the spirit is difficult, dealing with all of the ignorance. But in the Bible and still talking about the Bible, what is the benefit? Everything about you counterfeit, there ain't no rebuttal you can counter with. On the internet, you the master teacher, in real life, you powerless. Keep it real with you, I don't have time for this, I ride for this, my forefathers died for this. They cry for this opportunity, presently I possess, and right now you are the opposite. If you walk in love, you fulfill the law, don't get involved and you ain't giving it all. If you ever think it's cool to threaten another man's family, then you already lost. Chemtrails got aluminum, heavy metal saturate the atmosphere. Manhattan Project, time travel, Mandela effect, what happened here? GMO food processing to the whole world become obsolete. A black man who believes in Jesus, got my own team taking shots at me. You trespassing on property that you don't fully understand properly. All the back and forth, that's not for me, that's for ROC and the war machine. If we ride together, then we ride together. If we can't do it, I'd rather leave. I still stand on the word of God till the day I die and no longer breathe. We trapped inside the diaspora, nightmares of the massacre. Cold sweat, I'm below deck, in the middle passage, just a passenger. Revolutionary hardcore, liberation, that's a hard job. You ain't ready, you a oddball, keep your mouth closed like lockjaw. I learned trying to bring people together on the same page, make them separate. All the talk about reconciliation, when the time come, you hesitate. If Jesus was able to sit at the table with a bunch of sinners, you very fake. Your steps ordered by the Lord, and how it was yesterday, your big mistake. We the city sitting on the hill, guess it all depends on how you live. Guess it all depends on how you feel, and we both know that ain't God's will. I stood on what I felt was right, I don't never question if God's real. Trapped inside this matrix, I'm about to pop the red and the blue pill.
Bless them which persecute you, bless and curse not. Rejoice with them that do rejoice, and weep with them that weep. Be of the same mind one toward another. Mind not high things, but condescend to men of low estate. Be not wise in your own conceits. Recompense to no man evil for evil. Provide things honest in the sight of all men. If it be possible, as much as lieth in you, live peaceably with all men. Dearly beloved, avenge not yourselves, but rather give place unto wrath. For it is written, vengeance is mine, I will repay, said the Lord. Therefore, if thine enemy hunger, feed him. If he thirst, give him drink. For in so doing thou shalt heap coals of fire on his head. Be not overcome of evil, but overcome evil with good. Romans 12:14-21. Too many tanks on the ground. Too many tanks. Too many tanks on the ground.
Yahweh war machine.
Too many tanks. Too many.
I can tell that you wanna see me lose in control, at the same time losing my soul. Trying to move on the low, but you still can't escape from the view on the scope. If you move, you will go. When the tank's on the ground, better move out the road. Gotta flow like a hookah lounge, who won't smoke? If you choose to provoke, I might loosen the rope enough not to leave a bruise on your throat. The movement's strong, yeah. Strong enough to make a bunch of grown men spray hatred like cologne. We got too much out here going on in the path you traveling, Rocky Sylvester Stallone. But you and I leave it alone. Michael B. Jordan trying to get a creed of your own. Just leave me alone. How you gonna talk like a boss? You don't even own the keys to your home. You don't wanna see me in the zone. Blood of a king in my veins, I belong on the throne with a queen of my own. Infatuated by the muscle tone of my body, love squeezing my arm. If we in the war with the other side, why you not taking shots at the other guy? Let me summarize. You advertise black on black crime and antagonize. When I analyze it with my higher mind, I miss my Virgo nature with the fire sign. I can see it clearly through my third eye. Point of view higher than the birds fly. No code of honor like the samurai. They just target practice for me bullseye. You a clout chaser working full time, and your paradigm is a narrow mind. All the angels in heaven listen when I'm sharing mine. I'm giving back to the culture. I'm in the back of the Rover. Why you at home with your back on the sofa? I'm having a moment. Your childish behavior, I'm sorry, I cannot condone it. The double-edged sword that I'm swinging, sharp enough to cut your bones through your garment. Yeah, Rock Nation signed a deal with the NFL recently, that's a bonus. And I just wanna know what percentage you getting paid off for your performance. Hold up, Jay-Z, he don't even know you. Nope. Trademark name who belong to. 6-figure check, no console. Come to a point where you can't undo what you misconstrue. Every day you attack Jesus, animated like Black Jesus. For that reason, he's still undefeated like Gorilla Hebrew from last season. The war machine running circles around our competition like track season. It's hard for you to be a stand-up guy, cause in the spirit world, your back leaning. I'm sick with it, got me throwing up. PowerPoint ready, they ain't showing up. No information, just inflammation. Amazon book sales going up. But I wouldn't buy it, even if I was on a diet and had a little money on the side. I wouldn't try it, even if my life was on the line and they pointing at my body with the 9. Why should I tell them a whole bunch of lies just for them to join my side? El Shaddai, all praise to the Most High. If the Spirit walking with me, I'm fine. You cannot make a decision. I can see that you afraid of the system. I can tell you have no faith in your vision. You rather sit back and hate on religion. I bet you won't walk in the government building and tell them that you want an interview. Tell them that your name is Nimrod and you demand justice and call them a criminal. Burn up their literature right there in front of them. I guarantee you gon' make the news. At least you be finally famous. Look at the camera like, mama, I made it. Have you ever stood in front of the very personification of hatred? I have on many occasions. The devil got multiple faces. Look at the swing of the pendulum. Look at the shape of the pentagon. I walk in the power of Pentecost. I show up and mess with your pentagram. Tanks on the ground, man.
Too many tanks on the ground. Too many.
Peace. What it is, it's your brother Tyvon Swaino, aka the Orthodox Moor, aka the 7 Pillar Saracen, aka Brother Moor. And I'm here with my good brother Yahuchanan. Shalom, brother man.
Hey, shalom.
Yes, sir. And as y'all can see from the title, we are here to review a video conversation that went down between Yahuchanan, myself, Faithful to God, and a few other people over on Brother Garfield Live's channel. And so what we're going to do, family, is it's a long video. So definitely get your popcorn ready, get your beverages ready, and all that type of things, get comfortable and whatnot. And what we're going to do is we're going to play it, and we're going to let Yahuchanan give his commentary whenever he wants to. I'll pause it up whenever he wants me to. He can break down what he's saying, break down any arguments he's saying, give his reviews and commentary. Because him and Faithful go around for quite a bit, like almost probably about 2 hours or whatnot. And then me and Faithful go in for about a half hour having our discussion and whatnot. So I'm going to give commentary on that. and then we'll do some group commentary afterwards. I got the link in the chat, Faithful. If you are there, you are more than welcome to jump on at any time. You will always get equal time. No one will talk over you. No one will boot you off. It ain't none of them types of things. For them to be a respectful conversation and whatnot. But without further ado, is there anything you want to say intro on this thing, brother man?
Nah, man. I just want to say, shalom to everybody, we plan to bring in some good information. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully, it'll be something that edifies the people. And with that, I'll mute my mic.
Yeah, man. And real quick, let me say peace and blessings to my brother man, DJ Black Charm. Shalom to Sean Harris. Shalom to brother Ramal Yahoo. Let's see who else we got here. Peace to my brother Asker Moore. Let's see who we got. Shabbat shalom to Joshua Yisrael. And with that, family, we are about to get into this. I pray all of y'all are having a good day. I cannot complain about mine at all, so I hope y'all have no complaints as well. So let's see here. Here we go.
Thunder, ask this brother this. Since he just threw the law of Moses out the window, ask him where, verbatim, in the New Testament, does it says you should not be sleeping with your sister. Ask him to go to that. Ask him where he get that law from.
Faithful to God.
Yes, you notice he ignored my question.
Can you point in the New Testament where it is commanded by God or whoever, any prophet, to not sleep with your sister in the New Testament?
See, and here's the issue. That's a loaded question that he asked.
Okay,
now he dancing.
I'm speaking, sir.
Anybody got music?
Let's do the yes or no first, and then we'll go to what you got.
No, actually, it's not a yes or no, and I'll explain to you why. This is a rhetorical device.
But ask him this, because they go to Acts 15.
In the middle of speaking,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was hoping you would answer that.
So here's the problem.
I think he asked a fair question, brother. Can you show us in the New Testament?
The problem is, Thunder, that his question is based on a faulty presupposition that I don't agree with. Let me explain to you what I mean by that. Number one, at no point in time did I ever say that because the Mosaic covenant and its specific commandments have been done away with in Christ, that therefore now we can do whatever we want.
So why are you
in the middle of speaking, sir? So you can wait.
Let him finish.
Go ahead. Wobbly. All right.
Go ahead. Hey, don't be insulting to the man's culture.
All right.
Come on, bro. See, that's what
he's not insulting him.
Yeah.
It is an insult. You don't insult that man.
We're not snowflakes. He's a stepper.
Yeah, but he's still black though.
Come on now, stop it, man. Stop that, man. Stop that, Thunder. Come on, bro. Get some thicker skin.
Oh, bro, you don't need to attack.
Stop that. All right, so
nah, he just know you. He just knows you're trying to divert.
Yeah,
he knows you're just trying to divert.
What about called
bring us to the law? Bring us to the law of Christ, your supposed law of Christ that tells you not to sleep with your family members.
Hold up, y'all. Hold up. Thunder, moderate. I understand you're upset.
I'm moderating. Go ahead.
Thank you, Thunder. So here's the thing. So
let's just keep it clean, though.
Yeah, we cool. Yeah, so here's the thing. So the issue that, and I got to start over again because everyone done interrupting me, and I got to.
Jesus.
Okay. So here's the thing. It's very simple. Very simple.
Short version.
Our friend Gideon didn't mention at all, and this is very clearly laid out in the New Testament. Again, I'm not saying this as anything here because I know that there are people who don't even deal with the Bible at all. However, I am simply saying this based on what the narrative that we see in the New Testament says, right? I'm laying this out as a very clear case that Gideon cannot get around. The New Testament says that we are given the Holy Spirit. In the Old Covenant, we do see the Holy Spirit. However, the Holy Spirit is poured out temporarily upon the people, specifically the priests, the kings, the prophets, and temporarily on certain people as well. But generally speaking, the people as a whole did not have the Holy Spirit abiding in them and with them at all times. That is the promise of the New Testament, as we see from Christ's own words in in John 15. In John 14, when he literally talks about, I will pray to the Father and he will send you another comforter and he shall be in you and with you forever. He shall guide you into all truth. Now, here's the thing, very clear. Gideon thinks that when Christians say we're not under the Mosaic law, that somehow we're not under any law. No, we're under the law of Christ. and the moral prescriptions found in the Old Covenant and even before the Old Covenant are applicable to Christians, meaning we don't rob, we don't steal, we don't bear false witness, we don't cover our neighbor's wife, we don't want to commit homosexuality, we don't want to do any of the things that were already shown to be sin in the Old Covenant, even before the law of Moses was given.
What about pork?
I'm in the middle of speaking. So and I'm going to deal with that as well.
Speaking for
Because
30
Romans
minutes.
14 deals with that, and also yes, Romans 14 deals with that. So give me a moment. Because
Well,
I
go
got,
to it. Where it says
Hold on,
Romans
you be
14, I'll
finished.
sleep with your
My
sister.
goodness,
You
this
got
man
2
will
more
not
minutes.
be
Can we
quiet.
get some other people?
Yeah, hold on. I got you. Let me get 2 minutes. You're right. Y'all
Give
are
me
right.
2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah,
fall back
even
because he
though
obviously
even though
couldn't answer
Gideon's-
it. I'm gonna fall back.
Even though Gideon's hot stepping behind, keep trying to interrupt because he's getting cut up. So let me finish up and say what I was going to say. So here's the thing. Very clearly, when we see in the New Testament, the people are given the Holy Spirit. They are under the order of Melchizedek. Gideon tried to say it was a transference, but it tells you in Hebrews 7 that it was a literal change of the law, disannulling of the commandment. So therefore, we're not under the Mosaic covenant. So when Gideon tries to make these arguments and makes it seem like the moral standard of God is only the Mosaic covenant, he ignores the fact that Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed according to the biblical narrative precisely because of their sins, which would include homosexuality. Gideon, how would people know that that homosexuality was sinful if they were not under the Mosaic law, sir?
Because it
So then
tells you be
respectfully,
fruitful
what
and
you can do is you
multiply.
can be
Yeah,
quiet,
another
Bob.
minute.
You daggering a man
I'm
is
gonna
not
finish
being
up- I'm
fruitful and
gonna finish up
multiplying.
here with this
He got
Go
a
guy.
ahead.
minute, bro. Let him go.
So the last point that I'm going to raise is that Gideon doesn't understand the Bible. That's why he's confused. That's why Gideon will tell you one moment that things have passed, but then he says jots and tittles haven't passed, even though these are literally jots and tittles from the Old Testament, because he has no understanding of the Bible. The dude is actually just reliant on the King James English. We've had discussions in the past, and he does not know what he is saying because he is unlearned. But if he wants to respond, he can go right ahead since he seems so desperate to try to get a word in.
And then Yahuchanan get to speak.
All right.
No, I'm done because you ain't answering my question.
Yeah, you did not answer his
okay,
question.
so-
That is
Oh,
on the
his
record.
question was
I got a
malformed.
quick
It's
question
like,
before I go.
hold on a second, Thunder, real quick. It's like me saying to you, have you stopped beating
Wait.
your wife?
That's
If you-
fine, but
If you're not beating your
come on.
wife, and I say,
Yeah,
have
that's
you stopped
good, but
beating your wife?
the fine
The
print is
question is
fine, bro. It's
malformed.
all good,
We're
bro.
grown
Go
men.
ahead.
Hold on, man. We're black
Some of
men
you
on
got to
here.
make some of you
Hold
got
on,
to step
man.
your game up, man.
Because listen, first of all,
Go
we don't
ahead.
just told each other just because we have different beliefs or we see something different. You know what I'm saying? I understand y'all both believe what y'all believe. No, Thunder. Okay, Thunder,
Thunder,
I'm
let him talk.
gonna
Let him
fall
talk.
back on that one. But here, let me say this. What
No,
kids-
you're not going to say this. We got an order.
No, I
No, no,
want to get back to the subject, bro. I was
No,
gonna get back to
Hukanah, let
the
Thunder go and he gonna clear it up because Thunder doing his thing right now.
Yeah, let me you can. Don't do that, bro. Don't try to overstep me. Hold on.
I'm sorry, bro. I didn't mean to overstep you.
Now,
Hey,
now,
let me-
now,
okay.
hold on.
How did we have order when this gentleman was interrupting me?
Brother, let me just. Okay, we gave you an extra minute, bro. I mean, we got you 2 minutes, and you conceded, man. Come on, faithful, bro. Just mute your mic. Just mute your
Just
mic.
fall back, heat up your bacon,
Faithful. Come on, bro.
and eat your
just let him go,
BLT, bro.
Just let him go.
Just mute your mic. We gave you 2 minutes, for real, straight up. Now you
What
did.
Jesus
have
wouldn't
talked
do.
the
Go ahead,
lion's
man.
share of this whole conversation. Period. All right, Don Law. Please go.
Question, and I'm gonna get out of here.
All right.
He's saying the order of Melchizedek is greater than the Levitical order. I'm just curious if he knows the origins of the order of Melchizedek and why the Levitical order was even instituted. Because you read Hebrews, and the verse that you read in Hebrews where it said, "A body have I prepared for you," that wasn't in the original verse. So I'm wondering if you even know what that means, because that has a lot to do with something else. The original Melchizedek
Shalom, artist. I don't know what happened. Hold on. He'll probably be right back. Hey, melanated goddess, can you hear me? Hey, melanated goddess, can you hear me? Hey, melanated goddess, can you hear me?
My fault, family. Can y'all hear me? That's what's up. My fault. I got kicked out of my own joint. My internet started acting up real quick. My computer froze up and they kicked me out of my own joint.
Yeah, I thought it was me, man. I got
kicked out of my own joint.
I thought it was me, man. I had to go.
Nope, it was me. Now something weird just happened. My computer, like my computer never freezes, and it just froze up. My screen went black the whole night. But yeah, let me reshare my screen, and we will get this popping. I will read. What was the last thing you heard from the video? Did the video share at all? And we will get this popping.
Oh, let me just move.
What was? Yeah, turn down your YouTube because it's giving feedback.
Yeah, I stopped. It was me. I think we was
I'll go back to the OG timestamp. It's okay.
Yeah, we was about at the point where I think Storm or whatever the dude name is, he calmed the situation down, and he had gave a spill for a second. Yo, and shout out to Melanated Goddess and Sean Harris for the support.
Yeah.
I see you, Dark Side. What's up, Lex? Mr. Foots. Appreciate you.
Yeah, shout out to Melanated Goddess every time. Bless and big up, sis. Yeah, let me get my share screen on one more time. So yeah, I wanted to give context to the family in a sense to where I wanted y'all to understand that they were having a whole nother conversation before it turned into a DNA conversation and a genetics conversation and a genealogy conversation and whatnot. I wanted everyone to get the full context thereof. So how long was I out for like how long was I off air?
5 minutes.
Huh?
No more than 5 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm just gonna run it back. So I'm sure y'all heard the part where Gideon was asking questions about some stuff. So I'm gonna run it back. Like my man said, just 5 minutes right quick. And we'll let it play from there. Bada bing, bada bang, bada boom.
Very clearly, when we see in the New Testament, the people are given the Holy Spirit. They are under the order of Melchizedek. Gideon tried to say it was a transference, but it tells you in Hebrews 7 that it was a literal change of the law, disannulling of the commandment. So therefore, we're not under the Mosaic covenant. So when Gideon tries to make these arguments and makes it seem like the moral standard of God is only the Mosaic covenant, he ignores the fact that Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed according to the biblical narrative precisely because of their sins, which would include homosexuality. Gideon, how would people know that homosexuality was sinful if they were not under the Mosaic law, sir?
Because it tells you be fruitful and multiply. You daggering a man is not being fruitful and multiplying. Go ahead,
bro. Let him go.
So the last point that I'm going to raise is that Gideon doesn't understand the Bible. That's why he's confused. That's why Gideon will tell you one moment that things have passed, but then he says jots and tittles haven't passed, even though these are literally jots and tittles from the Old Testament, because he has no understanding of the Bible. The dude is actually just reliant on the King James English. We've had discussions in the past, and he does not know what he is saying because he is unlearned. But if he wants to respond, he can go right ahead, since he seems so desperate to try to get a word in.
And then Yahuchanan get to speak.
All right.
No, I'm done because you ain't answering my question.
Yeah, you did not answer.
Okay, so
his question was malformed. It's like hold on a second, Thunder, real quick. It's like me saying to you, have you stopped beating your wife?
That's fine, bro.
If you're not beating your wife, and I say,
yeah, that's good, but the fine print is fine, bro. It's all good.
We're grown men. Hold on, man. We're black men on here. Because listen, first of all, we don't just told each other just because we have different beliefs or we see something differently. You know what I'm saying? I understand y'all both believe what y'all believe.
No.
Okay, I'm going to fall back on that one. But here, let me say this.
You're not going to say this. We got an order.
No, I want to get back to the subject, bro. I was
Yahuchanan, let Thunder go ahead. He gonna clear it up because Thunder doing his thing right now.
Yeah, let me you don't do that, bro. Don't try to overstep me. Hold on.
I'm sorry, bro. I didn't mean to overstep you.
Okay, how did we have order when this gentleman was interrupting me?
Let me just. Okay, we gave you an extra minute, bro. I mean, we got you 2 minutes, and you conceded, man. Come on, faithful, bro. Just mute your mic. Just mute your mic.
Fall back. Heat up your bacon.
Come on, bro.
Eat your BLT, bro.
Just let him go.
Just mute your mic. We gave you 2 minutes, for real, straight up. Now you
what Jesus wouldn't do.
The lion's share of this whole conversation. Period. All right, Don Law. Please go.
Question, and I'm gonna get out of here.
All right.
He's saying the order of Melchizedek is greater than the Levitical order. I'm just curious if he knows the origins of the order of Melchizedek and why the Levitical order was even instituted. Because you read Hebrews, and the verse that you read in Hebrews where it said, "A body have I prepared for you," that wasn't in the original verse. So I'm wondering if you even know what that means, because that has a lot to do with something else. The original Melchizedek, according to Josephus, was a Canaanite. He wasn't even an Israelite. So when you say that the order is greater, I'm interested in if you are informed of the origins of the order and why you say it's greater and not necessarily a transition.
You got 2 minutes. Go.
Yeah, simply in the sense when Paul tells us that it's greater in the sense that it preceded it, because Abraham, or rather the Levitical priesthood, according to Paul, offer sacrifices to the Melchizedek priesthood through the loins of Abraham. And also Melchizedek has no beginning nor end. And you implying that he is a Canaanite actually would be a narrative that you're inserting into the text, because it doesn't say he's a Canaanite.
Go ahead.
So that would be my answer. It preceded it because it has no beginning nor it has no end. The only time that the Levitical priesthood is in authority is when Yeshua is on this earth. So yeah, that would be the answer to that, Aki.
All right. Brief follow-up, Donald, if you want. You good?
Basically, yeah, no, yeah, I basically want to basically say I'm not asserting that or putting that in there. That's actually the history according to Josephus, that the first Melchizedek was a Canaanite. And actually,
right, now I agree. Josephus does say that.
Yeah, so when you talk about it being greater, there's reasons why it transitions, which is why it's called a shadow, and it's not necessarily something that's been done away with, even the Levitical law, because Christ even said, like you said, not one jot will be done away with. So that's all I want to say. Y'all go ahead.
Kyle.
Also keep in mind, the Levitical priesthood is a shadow. So a shadow is never the true image. And when Josephus speaks of him, I think he said he was the king of Shechem. And by implication, that does make him a Canaanite, but that doesn't exclude him from being a Shemite, because Shemites are also Canaanites when you're speaking of the people inhabiting the land, not as necessarily the sons of Canaan. But yeah, go ahead, bro. I'm gonna fall back. But so real, eat your bacon and cheese sandwich, and continue twisting these scriptures, man.
All right, come on, Kyle.
No, I mean the question I had actually is for Gideon too, and peace to you, peace to the bruise on here. My question to y'all, because we're talking about sacrifices and the Levitical priesthood and whatnot. My question is pertaining to the Hebrew Israelite claim just in general. Like, if you believe in Jesus and his sacrifice was forgiven for sin, why the hell were y'all still taken into slavery as a condition of punishment? Like, that doesn't even make any sense.
All right, 2 minutes.
I'll let somebody else answer if they want to answer.
Well, the prophecy had to be fulfilled, because when you go back to Deuteronomy 30 and you read, even in Deuteronomy 4, he told them he's going to pluck them off the land. And even Christ said it in, I think, Luke, was it 21,
20 through 24.
Right, he told them that they were going to be scattered into all the world. So it was prophecy. This is all that's been prophesied.
Gotcha.
I don't agree with their presuppositions, because they're merely asserting they're Israelites. They haven't demonstrated that they're Israelites.
Brother, if you're going to have a debate with me, hold on, Kaya. Hold on,
Kaya. Hold on right now.
Hold on, faithful.
Put the timer up.
You said something, so stop.
Come on,
you want to have a debate with me on this platform, right? We can set up on Garfield show, and I'll show you how I am an Israelite. I will show you the difference Hold on. No. We'll have the debate.
Right now.
If you won't run, hold on. You got to prove. Let me tell you, you got to
right now.
Shut up. See how?
Right now. Don't tell me to shut up.
Okay. No.
Stop.
Don't
Let me tell
tell
you. I'm gonna give you my source.
All right, if you're gonna
He
stop,
told me to shut up first, though, Thunder. He did tell me to shut up first. Yeah, right.
All right.
Okay. Now listen. We can set up a debate, and I'm gonna give you my sources. You're gonna have to debunk Jed Match. You're gonna have to debunk 23andMe, and you're gonna have to debunk DNA Tribe.
All right, hold on, Yahuchanan. Let's get the question. Hold on. Let's get the question. What's the question?
So Thunder, watch this. First of all, let's actually set up a timer. Let's
get the question.
No timer. We're gonna have a scheduled debate. Ain't
right
no
now.
We're
not debating
right now.
Okay, calm
We're
down.
gonna have a scheduled
I got
debate.
you, Mickey Mouse. All right, calm down, Mickey Mouse.
See how he's
You gotta stop, bro. Just give me the subject. What's the subject you want to ask him? Go ahead.
Well, first of all, we have to agree to a topic. Yahuchanan doesn't get to dictate anything. He's a small fry. Number one. Number two.
The topic is
number one. The topic is that I asked you the question. What is your evidence of being an Israelite? Now, if you want to debate Yahuchanan, we can put up the clock right now.
No, we're not going to debate right now.
Everybody stop.
That is how it works.
Hey, Moor, can you hear me?
Let me
schedule a debate. It doesn't work like that.
I'm gonna schedule one. No problem.
Yeah, we can schedule
right.
We're doing it right now.
No, we're not doing it right now, bro. We can.
Thunder, you should impose like a 5-minute timeout for a nigga who can't answer a question, bro. So they.
All right. I gave y'all free cablon to do whatever y'all want to do. 100 people left. I wonder why they left. Really now. All right. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna bring Faithful back. I'm gonna bring Thunder back. I'm gonna bring Gideon back. I'm gonna bring Yahuchanan back, and I'm gonna bring my brother Savior in. Now I don't know what y'all talking about, but now I'm gonna have to literally moderate how people talk. All right. So this is what I'm gonna do. I don't know what y'all talking about, and I really don't care at this point. I don't think black people should be on the phone or anybody at all for that situation, and can't get along with a simple. All right. Everybody wants to be right, so I'm gonna make everybody right. First person I'm gonna let talk is 93. You got 20 seconds. Let's go. What's your contention? Let's go.
My name is 93. I'm Aquarius. No, with Yahuchanan, yeah, I agree. That's a good topic. Whether y'all want to do it now or set it up, that's a good topic. I would even like to be a part of it or just watch. That's a good topic.
What's the topic, by the way, 93?
He said, Faithful asked, can you demonstrate that you're a Hebrew? Yahuchanan said he can do it. I'm assuming through DNA. He mentioned Get Match, 23andMe. He said he can do it. He can prove he's an Israelite.
Okay. Black line. Mr. I don't believe Jesus exists. Oh, let's go.
First, the first thing I gotta do is give a shout out to Zion Lex for having the best crossover since Tim Hardaway.
Facts. He had his Damascus Road experience on the way to Sarnetta House.
The second thing I gotta do right quick is, did everyone hear Gideon say he still sacrificed animals? Or was it just me?
All right, hold on. We're gonna get to Gideon.
Yeah, it was just you.
Gideon. Hold on. We're gonna get somebody interrupt. If you interrupt, I'm gonna kick you off the panel. So we got too many niggas ain't good. So I'm ready to kick all of y'all off. Well, anyway, Thunder, you're up. Let's go.
All right. Yeah, it's a great conversation. I think Faithful and Yahuchanan maybe have some things to work out. Hopefully they can do it in a peaceful, respectful way. And yeah, just get a subject and a time, man. And he want to do it. Faithful want to do it now. I don't think that's possible because you got to get
Yo, I know Yahuchanan. Yahuchanan's ready.
Okay.
I'm gonna talk for Yahuchanan right now. He ready. He ready right now. All right. But anyway, Faithful, your turn. What's up, Faithful? 20 seconds.
Yes. So very quick. Yahuchanan is a small fry. Number one, we've had discussions on Sister Sherry's channel where he's gotten dragged. If he wants to have a discussion right now, we can do it again. He can get beat up again, point blank, period. We don't even have to do it a day or whatever. I'm not gonna try to schedule around this little dude. He wants to do it right now. We can go right now, point blank, period. Let's go.
Oh man, yo, let me tell y'all. Can I say this? Faithful is a beast. I'm gonna say this publicly right now. Faithful don't play, yo. This man is coming at Tazaria. Now he's coming at Gideon. Yo, he's trying to take all of y'all out. I don't even need to put my book out no more. Y'all got
Man, faithful no one.
Faithful is a beast. Well, anyway, hold on. Kyle, what's up, Kyle?
Yo, what up, girl?
You get 90 seconds. That's what.
Nah, man, I'm just here. I really want to answer somebody to answer my question. I want to be able to go 3 questions deep with you on that to see your logic and understanding on how that's even possible, and how y'all justify Jesus' death in concordance to y'all's sins or whatever punishment y'all think y'all have.
All right, cool. 19 seconds is up. Gideon, your turn. What's up? 20 seconds. What's your contention?
Well, I would just say to the brother Kyle, that's just a theological understanding of how we interpret right and wrong. You know, if you want to critique that, you're welcome to it. But you know, that's just something amongst, you know, many African or Near Eastern religion systems that that you exhibit when you have a certain cosmology or belief system. So that's a theological argument. But yeah, you know, some things can get foolish. Like, you know, you have the story of the Sumba when, you know, man came to earth because the woman snatched the rope from the sky. It's people that actually believe that in Africa. So that we're just one of those many African people. That's what I would say.
Yeah, that wasn't a question, though. Just want you to know that wasn't a question.
All right. Kyle,
yeah, nah.
You're out of order. Yahuchanan, come on.
What up, Garfield? It's been a minute since we talked, though. But I tell you what, I like to form my arguments. I do debate. So I want to set some up on Faithful, but he gonna run because he's a coward. See, this is the thing. Jed Batch, you can't deny DNA. He do believe. Hold on, listen. He do.
Yahuchanan, you ready right now, bro?
No. I want to get a PowerPoint going. Hold up, because hold on. Listen, I don't want to just crush his neck. I want to toy with him because if I pull out the DNA, hold up, listen. If I pull out the DNA, it's just gonna defeat him right away. I want to toy with my prey. I want to play with my prey. So I want to have a debate so I can toy with him and play with him. So I just chop his head off. You understand what I'm saying? So this is what I'm saying. Me and him could set up a debate because DNA don't lie. So honestly, autosomally, and what I'm saying is, yeah, I am an offspring of the Israelites, but that's not the only offspring I am of, because my genetics, I have different tribes and different groups, even some African tribes that I am offspring of. But yeah, I can prove that I am an offspring of the Israelites, and I can also prove that my DNA goes back to the Middle East. So if Faithful want that work, I will happily give him that work.
Yahuchanan, can I ask you one question? Do you take the oral tradition of the Lembas and they come from white people, literally?
Do I take the oral traditions that they come from the people?
They come from white people, literally, that they were white. Where they say that they were white.
If they say that is, then I mean, hey, I have to take them at their word until I can prove, if I can scientifically prove them otherwise. But see, I'm not going to use the Lembas because that's not where I run.
No.
You know they have different DNA than
you. You're running all the way off, man.
I'm sorry.
All right. So listen,
yeah, can't say that too.
Do you want the Igbo dude?
Yeah, Garfield, real quick.
Hold on.
I can't hear Faithful. I'm trying to hear.
Hold on. Hey.
Yes.
Do you want to give us a 15-minute preview right now? Just you and Faithful. Right now, bro. Don't run from these dudes.
No, I don't have to run because all the thing I can do is just pull up the jet match.
You got a jet match, right? I want to eat your food on that jet match, man.
Hold on, Faithful. You see, Yahuchanan, I hate to see this dude Faithful talking so bold to my black brothers and sisters.
Right.
I want you to get him right now. This is discouraging. My audience is mad with you right now. Yeah, they want you to beat that. He got the captain. He talking all this nonsense. Bro, you got to get him right now, bro.
Stop his
all
mouth.
the foolishness. Get him right now, bro. You Yahweh War Machine. Let's get it, bro. Come on.
All right, let me go in the jet match right now.
Yo, Moor. Are you there, Moor?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get.
Hey, can you stop for a second?
20 seconds.
Okay, so listen. Notice though, I didn't bring up the argument, like the title says, right? You know what I'm saying about Titus. I didn't bring the argument up, so I'm just basically, you know, saying holding my ground because I got called out. So I wanted to do a a scheduled debate for a PowerPoint and all that. But notice that he didn't want to do that because this is faithful. He wants to show rhetoric. So when you go through this debate we do, mostly all he showed 90% of his information is just rhetoric with no sources. Go ahead, Moore. How you?
Then JJ, then I'm gonna kick everybody else off.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm leaving right now.
So I'm gonna kick y'all off and let's get this going because they none of them ain't got.
Hey, real quick, brother Yahya, I see you in the back chat, or in the waiting room. I'm not bringing on anybody right now. We're gonna because we're going through a review part of it. I will definitely be bringing people on when we're done with that part. And I pretty much I'm basically leaving it open for Faithful to jump on. You know what I'm saying? But we will be taking people to jump on. So like if you're in the back chat for a minute, don't take that as an insult. I see you. You know what I'm saying? If you want to stay there, cool. If not, come on later. All right, I see you jumped on. All right, that's what it is. Back to it, family.
Got the knowledge that Yahuchanan has all faithful anyway. Y'all ain't on their level, including Black Lion and Kaya. Throwing my words very wisely today. Go ahead, Fabio.
Here we go.
Silly ass. I just want to say, yo, this shit has been ridiculous today. All we've heard is a bunch of Bible stuff arguing over the book. All of them arguing over it wrongly. It's just ridiculous. They arguing over something they barely even understand. This is ridiculous. Faithful to God. Get in.
Breaking up. Make your argument.
All right, you out of here. JJ, what's up? You got 20 seconds. Or if you need 2 hours, it's fine with me too. But go ahead. JJ. All right, you out of here. You ain't doing it. All right, what's up, man? Because I'm kicking everybody out, man. I'm leaving the Yahuchanan. I want to give them the space and time. So what are you saying, Kyle? What do you think about this Yahuchanan and Faithful? You think Yahuchanan could prove he's a Israelite with his DNA, brother? You think he could do it? I think he can. I think he can.
You're the first person in the history of the world that can do that.
Yes, I can. What are you talking about? You ain't watching Nutty Professor? Yes, I can.
All right, I'm almost ready. So let Faithful go why he says I'm not or I can't prove. Let him go first.
No, actually, you bear the burden.
No. You got the proof because I got DNA on
you
my
said
side.
you could prove it.
You said you could prove it. You go first.
Yahuchanan, you got the positive. You go first.
Okay, so I'm gonna show you. Period. Okay, that's cool. Hold on, let me pull this up. I'm in the Dota Cat. Hold up.
You said auto
All right. So everybody. Anyway, hold on. Can I talk to Kaya until he's ready? Let me just talk to Kaya real quick. All right. So how long before you're ready? Like 5 minutes? Yahuchanan, you need like 5 minutes?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, go ahead. I'm pulling up the Dota Cat and all that stuff. Pulling up the information.
All right. Hey, Kaya, so for him to prove a 93 and Black Line, y'all could interject. Where Thunder? Did I kick Thunder out? Hey,
yeah,
no.
You should have picked him out a long time ago, but go ahead.
No, y'all. On YouTube, man. Y'all get out of here, man. Y'all leave Thunder alone. Thunder be killing y'all. That's why y'all don't like Thunder. That's why y'all don't like it. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, what do you think, Kyle? What does he have to provide to say he's an Israelite? What does he have to provide?
I'm ready.
Kyle, where you at?
Yeah, I'm right here. What's up?
I said, what does he have to provide as proof that he is an Israelite?
You gotta show genetic records. You gotta show you have the genetics that match people of that area. You gotta show ties as far as family tradition, how it's been passed down to you, or at least a tie to someone that you can connect yourself to. I don't think you can show that. Then you gotta also show that those are actually people in West Africa or Africans. Like, you gotta show a lot to be able to prove this, and like I don't think they realize how much they gotta show, how big the claim is. You know,
he's proven that he himself is one. So all he needs to do is show the DNA from the people that would match the people in ancient times, and that his genetic marker paternally, since they
no, it's not just a marker. Because see, just when you're dealing with markers, right? We're talking about being an offspring.
No. Don't talk yet. Yahuchanan, don't talk yet. Don't let out the bag yet. Hold on. We're just trying to get a feel of a methodology and how you could prove it.
If you are a descendant,
let him speak, Raphael. Let him speak.
Like you can
I want to hear Yahuchanan, because watch how he's gonna
No, faithful. He's not
on his head.
No. Let 93 and Kyle talk.
Oh man, let me
hold up, because it seems like he's saying offspring and not necessarily descendant. Because he might try to say, "Oh,
93." Hold up, let me explain to all of you here, please, because I've had this
conversation. Hold on, bro. Can we stop? No, we're trying to help you, fam. Like we're trying. I'm trying to help.
I've had this conversation with him, Kyle. Let me just speak, please. Respect. Yahuchanan's position is that you don't trace it through the paternal line; you trace it autosomally. So what he attempts to do is he wants to use basically your mother's father and all this other stuff that is contradicted by the biblical text that he claims to follow. Because in the book of Numbers, it literally says that the households were traced by the house of the fathers. So if he can't show his lineage going back to a progenitor, and he has to account for the fact that in the Western Asian area, the predominant haplogroup is J1 amongst all the groups of known Semites. If he says that R1b, which is what he has on his father's side, is somehow, because it says it was from the Middle East, that this is somehow the founding haplogroup of the Israelites, then he's going to have to account for the fact that J1 and R1b are not even.
All right, hold on. This is what we're going to do. Kyle, mute your mic. 93, mute your mic. Faithful, mute your mic. Yahuchanan, I'm presenting you. We got 240.
Yeah, I'm ready to share my screen. Just let me know when I can share my screen.
You share your screen right now, beloved.
Okay. So now let's go into the DNA. So what this man doesn't understand is
hold on. How many minutes do you need? So I
don't know. Let's go with 10. I might need 5, but let's go with 10. So what this man fails to realize is he doesn't understand there is no, you can't sit up here and say J or E or R or T or whatever is the Israelite haplogroup, because they haven't found a body to say that, hey, this is the paternal haplogroup. Second of all, he's killing himself because Jesus is not Joseph's son. Jesus has no biological father, and Jesus was an Israelite. So that kills his argument right there, unless he's trying to say he don't believe in the virgin birth, which I believe he does, like I do. I believe in the virgin birth. So Jesus' father was not an Israelite. Jesus' father was an Israelite by Mary. That even made him a descendant of David. And then don't forget about Shushan, whose daughter married the Egyptian, and that child was counted as an Israelite. And his father was an Egyptian. So that kills his argument there. Now, let's talk about autosomal DNA, which is passed down. You either get it from your father or your mother. Now, we do not have a particular haplogroup of the Israelites, because even some of those Ashkenazis have E1B1B and E1B1A. Just look at Albert Einstein. Albert Einstein has E1B1B, which existed way before J. Okay? So there are different haplotypes for the Israelites, right, that they are found, that are scattered out through different tribes. So you can't you can't come up and say that J is the paternal haplogroup of the Israelite. You can't say that because they never found the body. So we don't know what is the paternal haplogroup of an Israelite. Now, here we see on my jet match. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Share it. Hold on. Let me see if you share it. There you go. All right. There you go.
Okay. So now I share DNA with Moroccan Jews, North African Jews. This is DotaCAD off a jet match, right? I also share DNA with, see the go, Moroccan Jews, North African Jews, Ethiopian Jews. Now let's go to the other dead cat. This is African world. Okay. So here's where I share DNA with in the Middle East. Also with the Somalian people, Ethiopian. Look, Ethiopian Jews come up again. Oh, look, and this one is more closer. Look at the distance by 0. That is very close, very accurate, affirmative. Yemenite Jews. I've been telling these cats, I got connection with Yemenite Jews. Now look at this. Yemenis people, Egyptians, Syrians. These are people who I share DNA with. Now let's go back to my heritage, right? Now, as you see in the Western Asia, which that's also part of the Middle East, but I also have a 1.2 Middle Eastern DNA within my bones. And the reason why it's so distant is because when you look at how DNA works, it starts off, your highest is your modern, most recent ancestry. You understand what I'm saying like that? So as far as you go back, because how it is this. When you get DNA from your mother or your father, you get half of their DNA. So as you get further and further away from them, it gets down. It's just like your grandfather, right? With my grandfather, I would share 35% of his DNA, not 100% of his DNA, not 50% of his DNA. I would share 35% of his DNA. And then when my son comes along, he would share probably about 15% of the DNA. So that's dead. I just wanted to play with him. He can't knock DNA, because we see my DNA goes to the Middle East, right? In that area, right? My DNA goes here to West Africa. My DNA also connects with Native Americans here in the Americas, also in Kenya, also in Eritrea, right? So he can't defeat that. It's nothing he can say. You can't argue DNA. Only thing you're going to try to say, what, the company is fraudulent? That's the only thing you can say, bro. This nigga's dead. I stopped sharing my screen. That was it.
All right. Can
All right. Okay.
Just beat him up real quick.
All right. You got 10 minutes. Hold on. Yahuchanan, you have more time in it.
Moor, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. So let me share my screen. Let me share something with the audience. Okay. Hey, let's see the unnamed one, and I know I had sent you this.
Oh, you want the R1B joints?
No. This ain't the R1B joint. Yeah, I got the migration of it. I can go into it.
No worries.
Now I can go into it too. So I wanted to share, and let me know if this is big enough for the audience to see right here. Is that big enough? Can you see it?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me try this one. Let me try it like this.
I mean, I can make it a little bigger. Let's see. I mean, I could do that. Wait, nah, that messed it up. Hold up. Let's see. Okay. Is that good right there?
Yeah, let me try it like this, because I can make it. I got mine a little bit bigger. I got mine as a background thing right quick, so they can see what you're saying, what you're talking about, but they can't. You can't see mouse on top of what I'm doing.
Right. Okay. Let me know when you want me to go.
You go ahead. You got it.
Okay. So here we go, because people always screaming this J marker stuff, right? And all this other stuff, but they don't want to mention the other haplogroups that are in this region, right? And this is from Family Tree DNA. This is done by one of the leading geneticists, Michael J. Hammer. Okay, so we have J in the region. We have G in the region. We have E in the region. And so here's it goes, where people try to downplay this one. They try to downplay E. Okay. We also have H in the region. And we have L in the region, as well as C in the region. We have I in the region. And we have K in the region, right? Now you would have I in the region, because if you have J in the region, I actually, J comes from I, because the haplogroup used to be IJ, okay? Then you have K in the region, and you have N in the region, and you have Q in the region. Now, there are some Bedouin Jews or some Bedouin people who actually have this marker, the Q marker, okay? And then we also have T in the region, okay? And we also have, like I said, R in the region, which is R1B, which is what I carry, okay? Now, it is a Eurasian haplotype. It is a Eurasian haplotype. And yes, majority of Western Europeans do have this haplotype, but they're not the only ones that have that haplotype, okay? Because they're different clades. So now let's look at T, which some of the limba has T. And this is the thing. Some limba have E, some limba have J, and some limba have the T haplotype, okay? And so they always try to downplay like E has never been there, because majority of our people are have the E haplotype, is what they say, due to genetics, through the genetic study. Now we see the requirements they wanted was that I would have to share DNA with somebody who basically come from the region, right? Or who claims to have the heritage, which I proved that. Also, I proved that my DNA was also in the land too, autosomally. So the reason why I make autosomal arguments is because autosomal is a fact. It's not a hypothesis. You can't think it. Like if you don't genetically connect to somebody, it won't show up. So when we pull autosomal, which is, saying you have two types of autosomal. You have the haplogroup autosomal, which you get either from mother's side, right? Or you get it from your father's side. And then you have the complete autosomal, which look at all your chromosomes and look at all your admixtures, which you get from both parents. So since there's no body, right? They don't have a body like they did with Ramses. Ramses, they had Ramses' body. So they could determine that Ramses was E1B1A. Then they had the King Tut. They had his body. So they could determine that he was R1B. But when anybody gives a particular haplogroup to say, hey, that J is the haplogroup, it's an assumption because you don't have the DNA. Now, personally, I believe that E is the haplogroup of the Israelites. Now, people make a claim that J is it because the Arabs have it. Well, guess what? The Arabs have the J haplogroup. They have the E haplogroup. They have the R haplogroup as well. So how can you make a definitive statement to say that is J? Now, when you look at some of these Ashkenazis, all these charts, all these markers that you see, a lot of these Ashkenazi Jews, which, the Christian apologists believe who are the real Jews, they have these markers right here, these J's, these G's, these E's, all these markers. So how can you make a definitive statement to say that J is the marker when you have nobody to prove it? Okay, so now let's look at the other map that I have, if I can pull it up real quick. Here is the dispersion. And do I need to make that probably bigger, don't I? Okay. How about that? That's good? More?
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, so let me let the thing disappear real quick and I'll go into it. So what we're looking at is the different subclass of the R haplotype. Okay. It's not disappearing. Yeah. Okay, so this would probably be 9 times out of 10 the subclad of King Tut. Okay. Now I do believe that the 18th dynasty Egyptians, ruler or pharaohs, they were Assyrians, and I based that off of a scripture in Isaiah that these were Assyrian people. Okay, and so we see that this clad here, which is the V88 clad, how it traveled. Okay, so this is like Babylon, or this was the Levant region that you would call. You know what I'm saying? And I don't have a timeline for when this clad traveled. Now, I don't believe in timelines when it comes to haplotypes, because the studying that they're doing about mutation rates and stuff like that, as far as they're saying that man exists 240,000 years, they're starting to disprove that. And so they're recalculating the mutation rate in people. So this would be King Tut's line right here going through the Levant. And we also see, saying this is going through the Saheli and this is going into Cameroon. And there are a lot of Africans who have the R1B haplotype in Africa, in Central Africa, and in West Africa. Okay. So now when we look at this one right here, how it travels, this is the M269 clad of the R1B. Okay. So a lot of Western Europeans have this clad, far as the Irish and the British. Okay. Now, R1B is strictly not just a white people's clad. Okay. We even have Indians who have this clad as well, right here, as well as here's the Eskimo clad right here. Okay. Now I want to show you the haplotypes that white people have as well, which they don't mention. Okay. So let's see. Let me go in, click, share my screen. Dang, bring this down. All right. So that was the Middle East. So let's look at what white people have for class, and you'll be amazed at their subclass that they have as well. Okay. Because they're always trying to say, they try to make the R1B argument. Yeah, some Caucasians do have the R1B But here's what they're not telling you. Let's see. Okay. So now let's look at what the European type is. Okay. So now let's see. Let me how's that? That's good right there? Or let me bring it back some.
No, yeah, that's cool.
Okay, so now let's look at this. So in Europe, okay, they have J, right? So now you're gonna make the claim for J. So okay, so why does if the white people are Yaphetic, like you're trying to say, right? And then you're trying to say that J is Semitic, it's not adding up. Okay. So well, I ain't gonna say white folks. Europeans have J, they have G, they have I, they even have E. You will find some Caucasian people with E1B1A as well as E1B1B. Just like you'll find some Israelites, some Ashkenazi Jews who have E1B1A and E1B1B. Now, if you do your research, the Samaritan Jews, right? They have E1B1A, or E1B1B, and they have a J mark as well. I won't say they don't. But guess what? They're priests. They're Kohen, so they say. And I don't believe in the Kohen gene. The Kohens, they have E1B1B. So let's look, right? Let's do the math. So let's just say if this Kohen gene is what it say it is, which I don't believe in it. E is the older marker with the Kohen gene. So by my methodology, I believe that E is the haplogroup for the Israelites. I believe Abraham, Isaac, and all of them with E. Because as we look at the different groups in the Ashkenazis and different Jews, there's actually three haplotypes that you see amongst them, mainly the E, the J, and the R. Okay? And mainly E and J. Okay? But E is so much older than J. So I'm doing it by the one that existed, the one that exists, the older one. E is older than J. So that's my methodology to believing. Now I can't say for sure, I can't tell you absolutely that E is the paternal marker for the Israelites. I can't tell you that because they have not sequenced Aaron's DNA. They haven't sequenced Jacob's DNA. They haven't really found anybody who they knew, was really the Israelites. And they will not allow anybody to go in those caves and dig them up. But let's look. We have the J, we have G, they have I in Europe, they have the E, they have the R, they have the F, they have the L, they have the N, they have the Q, and they also have T in Europe. So these are the different haplotypes, because no matter where you go in a continent, there's going to be genetic diversity amongst that population. Now, I can't explain that. I'm still learning DNA. But from what I learned today, a lot of these different genetic sequences you could see most likely came from inbreeding amongst the populations. With that, I yield unless you wanted to say something more, add to it.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump on the R1B thing when it's my time, because I see people in the chat and other people like, oh yeah, R1 is a Eurasian haplogroup or whatnot, and you're talking about the concept of being potentially R1V88, correct?
Correct.
I know you're still like you're double checking and you're doing like the scientific thing, which is actually getting like another haplogroup test or whatnot to confirm and contrast and all that type of stuff. But yeah, from what I understand, you're talking about R1V88 and whatnot. So that particular, I like what you're saying about, like, first of all, bringing up the three haplogroups like J, R, and E, right? Because all three of those, until you have a body, right, that you can verify as like Moses or Abraham or something like that, or Ishmael or something like that, or Isaac, until you have a body, all three of those are plausible haplogroups for the Israelite haplogroup, for a Hebrew haplogroup, period. All three of them are equally plausible until you pull up a body. Specifically with the R1V88, that is an Afro-Asiatic haplogroup.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it again. That's an Afro-Asiatic haplogroup, and I'm gonna get into that when it's my turn to get in, because not only you're gonna see something real interesting. Like, so basically, I didn't I didn't see the majority of this conversation before I jumped on, before my piece jumped, before I get in this, right? And before I get on, you'll see Yahuchanan say a whole string of things, and basically I jump on to say that almost pretty much the same thing verbatim. And Faithful deals with the arguments similarly with different tones, he brings up similar points about the R1V88. So I'm definitely going to address it when it's time for me to address it, when he brings up the stuff with me. But yeah, I want to let Yahuchanan focus on this build and not muddy up the thing too much.
Right. Can you hear me still?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and one thing I want to point out, that everything you hear me say in this debate, this man comes back and repeats and says everything I say is he basically agrees with my premise. But with that, I'm gonna stop and I'm gonna stop sharing my screen and let you do your thing.
You yield your time?
I yield my time.
All right. Thank you, my brother. All right. Faithful, you have 10 minutes.
Right. What our ignorant friend doesn't seem to realize is that when you make the case for autosomal DNA, yes, you are arguing for both your paternal side and your maternal side. However, what our ignorant friend doesn't seem to realize is that in the Bible that he claims to believe in the scriptures, in the book of Numbers, we can literally see where it says in verse 4, and with you there shall be a man of every tribe.
Hold on. You're chipped out for a quick 3 seconds a while ago. Are you moving around?
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, what did Garfield, what is he talking about?
I didn't hear you chip out, but
You didn't chip out at all. You sound loud and clear. Maybe it's on Garfield's end.
Oh, man.
yeah, gotta be.
Okay, well, I don't know if he said, because I want to wait for him because I don't want to go over my time and then.
Go ahead.
All right, Garfield, start over again. Start my time over again, please.
Yeah.
Go back to your spiel, man.
All right, yo, be quiet. Yo, get Gideon up out of here, bro. Get Gideon up out of here, bro, because he's going to keep interrupting while I speak.
Nah, leave him alone. Don't interrupt him, Gideon. Leave him alone.
Are you at one spot or are you moving around?
No, I'm right here, bro. That's you.
I
bro.
can hear him.
Everyone else can hear me.
You can hear him.
Connection, man. The Most High is blocking you, bro.
This dude, man, this is Garfield's connection, man. He got that.
No, I can hear him.
Goose Mobile.
Yeah, we can hear him good, Garfield.
All right, cool. I'm gonna mute my mic. Go ahead, family.
Okay, so here's the thing. Number one, when we look at the book of Numbers, it literally says that the tribes were counted according to the numbers of the houses of the fathers, right? Literally will say that in verse 2. Take ye the sum of all the congregation of the children of Israel after their families, by the house of their fathers, with the number of their names, every male by their polls. Now, he mentions Christ and he talks about the virgin birth. However, what our friend doesn't seem to realize is that there was an exception clause in the book of Numbers itself. And I believe it is chapter 27 and verse 8, where the lineage, if a man had no sons but daughters, the lineage could be carried for one generation through the mother, meaning that the generation would be traced through the mother because the man had no sons. And this is where you get Shashan in the book of First Chronicles, chapter 2, verses 31-35, and his daughter with Athlai, because he had no sons. However, if we're using common sense here, we would realize that the woman would have been the daughter of a man, and therefore the lineage through the man by the daughter would have traced to the son, and then the lineage would have continued through that son all the way through. Now, if he wants to argue for the idea that, oh, well, Jesus didn't have a father because he was born of supernatural birth, if he's going to believe the biblical narrative, then what I want to know is why in the world is Yahuchanan even trying to argue for that if he knows there's an exception clause? Given that Jesus didn't have a biological father, there was no biological father. However, we know for a fact that Mary was a physical descendant of Jacob. Now, he says that we don't have a body. Here's the erroneous conclusion that he's coming to. He thinks that DNA is based on digging up bodies of patriarchs and saying, this is the person. We have people groups in Yahuchanan in Western Asia. The people groups of Western Asia are predominantly J1. If you try to argue that J1 is also found amongst Canaanites, what you fail to realize is that the term Canaanite in academia is not used the way you and I use the term Canaanite, biblically speaking. Academia refers to Canaanites as any Shemitic group. I'm saying Shemitic because you know you don't like the term Semitic. Shemitic group. The reality is that the term Canaanite indicates anyone who is a Semite. It is a generic term. and more specifically, a generic term for anybody in the Levant region and in the surrounding regions. So right there, you cut yourself. Now, you talk about autosomal DNA and you show GEDmatch. What our friend doesn't realize is that GEDmatch is going to give you the spectrum of all your genetic markers. However, the biblical narrative is very clear that it's through the male side. Now, when we look at books, for example, Black Jews in Africa and the Americas, we'll notice that on page 161 of the book, Tudor Parfit literally says that the Lembas have the Cohen modal haplotype. I have seen Yahuchanan say that the Lembas are actually Israelites. Now, if he's changed his position, then I would like for him to clarify. But the Lembas have J1 on their father's side, the same marker that's found in Ashkenazis in their priestly groups, and the same that's found in Sephardic groups in their priestly groups. Now, the reality of the matter is that not all Lembas have it. There's only a percentage of them that have it. I believe it's in the 50% range. And I believe Ashkenazim have it in the 45% range. And Sephardic Jews have it in like the 55% range. And you can see that in the book. I'm giving the reference. That is Black Jews in Africa and the Americas by Tudor Parfit. Now, Yahuchanan, are you aware of the fact that we have seen testing done on community of Jews that you claim are Jews, like the Jews of Cape Verde, which were the result of those Jews that were scattered from out of Spain and Portugal? Do you know that J1 was found amongst the populace of the converso Jews, the Jews that converted to Catholicism, that they married these non-Black Jews who married to Black women, which we can see in the writings of Jean Barbeau, who writes about these people, saying that non-Black Jews married Black women. Oh, by the way, Tudor Parfit says that the Lembas have an oral tradition that they're the white men from Senna, Yahuchanan. Are you aware of that fact? But here's the reality of the matter. Yahuchanan is R1 on his father's side. That means that if he is going to claim that he's an Israelite, he cannot. He says the Ashkenazim and all these other groups have R1 and E1, B1B and all this other stuff. And we know this. The reality is that Jews made converts. We can even see this in the Bible itself, the mixed multitude, Yahuchanan. But what you just proved is that you don't descend from a physical descendant of Jacob. You descend from at the very least, if you're going to claim any sort of Israelite heritage, you descend from a convert. But the reality is, we know of the unfortunate history in this country. R1B is also found amongst Europeans that come from England. Yahuchanan, that means the likelihood is that you probably descend from a European man who did some unfortunate things to a slave woman. That's your paternal DNA. You are what your father is, right, Yahuchanan? So right there, you cut yourself, because making an appeal to autosomal DNA is you arguing for absurdity. It's basically saying any lineage that supposedly comes from the Middle East is an Israelite lineage, but Garfield can bear witness to this. He did an interview with a woman from African ancestry. The woman was asked the question. I asked her the question to get clarity. Garfield is my witness to this. When asked the question, can you have multiple lineages on your father's side? She says, no. If you come from a progenitor, even if it's 1,000 years, 2,000 years, your progenitor on your father's side, whatever DNA he had is whatever DNA you're going to have 2,000 years later. Paternally speaking, father's side DNA speaking. Yahuchanan, you don't know a lick about DNA. You parrot when you hear other ignorant Hebrew Israelites say, and then you cut yourself. And then right now, what you demonstrated to us, Yahuchanan, is that the likelihood of you being an Israelite is not there, because Arabs are predominantly J1. The Jews that you reject are predominantly J1. The remains of Aramaic and all these different Aramaic grave sites have been tested. They found J1 there. The Jews of Cape Verde have been tested. They found J1. There's a consistent narrative, Yahuchanan. You have communities of converso Jews that are still in Spain and Portugal. They tested them. They found J1 in their population. Yahuchanan, you cut yourself. I don't think I need to say anything else, man. I think that's pretty much it. This dude is...
Hey, can I rebut him now, Garfield? Because he agreed with me.
All right, pause it for a second, Moore, if you don't mind. Because we're going to show...
Real quick, before I forget, I want the family to pay attention to what he just said. He just talked about a converso group in Spain and Portugal. I want y'all to file that in your head and keep it right there on the back burner for me, right? Converso group in Spain and Portugal. Go ahead, brother man.
Okay, he just contradicted himself, and he did a straw man fallacy argument. Now, what a straw man is somebody's arguing a point as if you made it, but you didn't make that point, because I never brought color into the situation. You understand? Matter of fact, I never even brought up haplogroups in the argument. Now, anybody who tells you that autosomal DNA is absurdity, they're ignorant of DNA. One of the people who Faithful mainly follows, which is Ngozi on DNA, Ngozi will tell you about autosomal DNA. Ngozi mainly promotes autosomal DNA over haplotype. Now, here's what Faithful probably doesn't understand. Your haplotype only counts for 1% of your DNA. So right now they're only getting about maybe 600,000 snips of your DNA. Like, so that's like 7% of your DNA. So 6% of your DNA that they're counting is more autosomal, and that 1% is basically your haplotype. Now, this is the thing. This is why I don't really like doing debates on the spot. And here's why I failed at. Even though he's argued my argument and he basically submitted to my premise, what I failed to do was go back and look at what he said. So now let's go back and look. And see, this is what happens when you try to do anything to win a debate and how you lie and be disingenuous. So let me share my screen and let's go into numbers, right? And let's see what numbers says, because it's not saying what he's saying. And I think he knew that. So that's why he didn't want to read the rest of it. Can you see, or do I need to make it a little bigger? A
little bit bigger if you can.
Okay. And this is what happens. That's good, or no?
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, so this is what happens. You know what I'm saying? People be disingenuous with the scriptures, and he was being very disingenuous. So you have to read the context, right? So now let's look at what it says. This is Numbers 1. It says, "And the Lord spake unto Moses in the wilderness of Sinai in the tabernacle of the congregation on the first day of the second month, and the second year after they were come out of the land of Egypt, saying, Take ye the sum of all congregation of the children of Israel after their families, right? By the house of their fathers, right? With the number of their names, every male by their poles." Now you're going to see why they're doing it by the males, right? Now let's look at the context. But here's where Faithful don't let you know. One thing, from 20 years old and upwards. So why are they only counting from 20 years old and upwards? Why they're not counting every male? Why they're not counting the people who are 19 and younger, right? Why they're not counting them, okay? The males, okay? So here, from 20 years old upward, all that are able to go forth to war in Israel, thou and Aaron shall number by the armies. And this is why, even now, we don't like sending women to war. This was dealing with a situation of war. That's why they said, get them by your fathers. This whole context has to do with going to war, and you're only dealing with the males, 20 years and older. This has nothing about discontinuing or not counting the females, because this has to do with war. That's why it's going by the father. And said, and with you there shall be a man of every tribe, every one had the house of his father. Now here's the thing, right? The Bible doesn't contradict himself. Faithful did bring up First Chronicles. That's where he cut himself. But let's look at Caleb, okay? Caleb, right, you would think he's an Israelite, right? But guess what? Caleb's father was not an Israelite. Caleb's father was a Kenizzite, okay? So take the sum of the congregation of the children of fathers. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. That's something. Hold on. Let me get it together, you guys. Okay, where's it at? Okay, here it is in Joshua, right? Let's look at this. Let's look at verse 6. Okay? It says, then the children of Judah came unto Joshua in Gilgal, and Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, the Kenizzite, said unto them, Thou knowest the thing that the Lord said unto Moses, the man of God, concerning me in thee, right? Now look what he gets. He gets an inheritance. Let me see. We're gonna jump on down.
Yeah, this is the famous story where where Caleb, as an older man, starts reciting the prophecy that Moses gave him as a younger man, running up on the hill, taking his land from the giants from Anakim.
Right. Now Hebron therefore became the inheritance of Caleb. So listen, what is a Kenizzite? Okay, and mind you that Caleb was actually one of the heads of Judah. Okay, so now let's look at who are the Kenites, right? And see, this is what happens when you be disingenuous with the scriptures. Just to win a debate, you don't be honest with the scriptures. And people got to stop doing that. Okay? And Faithful knows this information because he knows the Bible just as good as I do. Okay? So now look at this. It says, I'm starting at Genesis 15:16. It says, but in the fourth generation they shall come hither again for the iniquity of the Amorites. It came to pass that when the sun went down, and it was dark, behold, smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces. Okay. And the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abraham, saying, unto thee, unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates. The Kenites and the Kenzites and the Kenites and the, let me see, hold on.
You have the Kenites and the Kenizzites.
Oh, that's it, Kenites?
Kenites.
Kenites and the Kenites.
And then Kenizzites. Yep.
Right. And these are Canaanite people. Okay. This ain't an Israelite. Caleb's father was not an Israelite. And the Amorites and the Canaanites. So this is what I'm saying. He knows this, but he was being disingenuous with the scriptures.
So I'm going to say this. I'm not going to say that he's being disingenuous with the scriptures. I think he reads them and comes to a different conclusion. Because you'll see that later on. Like, so when we go around, like when you're talking about the First Chronicles argument, I think he interprets the scriptures differently. I think he sincerely reads them differently than what you do and what I do.
Right.
I personally think he's trying to lie on. I think he, like, for instance, like when he's talking about like the J1 presupposition, like I think he truly believes that's not fallacious. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he's like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think when it comes to J1, but I'm talking about when it comes to reading the Bible this way, I believe he was being disingenuous. I've known him for a long time. So he didn't want to continue reading. He just wanted to read that point at that point, at that time. I know Faithful knows the scriptures. So he was just trying to win the argument. And I know Faithful. He'll do anything, twist the scriptures just to win the argument. You know what I'm saying? But it didn't work because he still acquiesced to my premise. So here we go with the Chronicles.
I'm not going to impugn on his motive and whatnot because, like, I'm not in his head.
I feel you. Yeah, that's me talking. That's not Moor. I got you, bro. So First Chronicles 2:34 says, now Sheshan had no sons but daughters, and Sheshan had a servant, an Egyptian, whose name was Jahar. And Sheshan gave his daughter to Jahar, his servant, to wife, and she buried him at Talay. Right? And look at all these kids. These are his generations.
Yeah, 14 generations.
Right. And now let's look at Caleb. This is Caleb's generation. Okay. Where's it at? What's up?
No, go ahead. You're fine.
I'm trying to see where Caleb's name is at in here.
Was that the same Caleb that was just below the line of the people that you were in First Chronicle?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the one that I read out of what do you call it? Out of Numbers.
Yeah, but where you were just at in Chronicles, there was
I was in Chronicles chapter 2.
Yeah, I was asking, is that, like, if we scroll down a little bit, is that the same Caleb or a different Caleb?
No, this is
oh, that's a different Caleb. Whoa.
Yeah, that's a different Caleb right there. Yeah. I'm finna go into this Caleb here, who was actually the Kenizzite. If I can do, what verse is it? Okay, so here we go. Here's Caleb's verse 15. Mm-hmm. This is Caleb, and these are his descendants. Now his father wasn't an Israelite, but he got accounted right as Judah.
I think that is the same lineage, though. Like, if you go back and forth to Chronicles, I think that's literally the same line when it talks about the brother of Jachalil. Oh, but no worries. I'm no worries. You're straight.
Right. So this is what I'm saying. It's horrible. Now, I believe in the virgin birth, and he does too. But nowhere does it say anywhere about the first generation. What he read 27. Is there a particular verse he went to you remember what verse he was talking about?
Yeah, scroll down. I want to say 8.
Is it 8? Thou shalt speak to the children of Israel, saying, if a man die and have no sons, then shall cause his inheritance to pass unto his daughter. So this is dealing with inheritance. And it didn't say nothing about the first generation or any generation. And if you have no daughters, then ye shall give his inheritance unto his brother.
And to be even more clear, it doesn't limit it to one generation. I'm gonna bring this up again when it's my turn because we ran through this like it's the same info. We just run it back. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But there's nothing in this that limits it to one generation. So for instance, let's say the man only has daughters, right? And then for instance, we're in like the First Chronicles situation to where like let's say you can leave it up.
Oh, my bad.
Oh no, you straight. I was just you can leave it up. Like we're in the First Chronicles situation to where a Ty is born based upon an Egyptian father. You know what I'm saying? So let's say that a Ty is not a boy. Let's say a Ty is a girl. Let's say all they have is girls in that generation. Well, does the inheritance not pass on anymore? The verse doesn't limit it to that. So let's say like we go back to First Chronicles or whatnot, and you're in let's say there's 14 generations of only daughters. Does the inheritance not get passed on? I don't read that anywhere in the verse. I don't see a limitation to the one generation, and I don't see a limitation to it having to pass on to a son in that generation. It doesn't stipulate that in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
Is that what you see in normalcy? Yeah, 100%. But there's no limitation. Like so, like are you like again like you can't stipulate. You can't say that there's never a situation to where like 2 generations in a row there was only daughters. You know what I'm saying? Only daughters that survived. You know what I'm saying?
And all this is dealing with is inheritance. This has nothing to do about being a part of the community.
It's not genealogy, right? And I'll pick it up again to where like you'll see in my portion where Faithful tries to talk about inheritance passing on via the male in Arab cultures and in the Israelite cultures. And technically via Islam, that's not how it works. In Islam, all the kids get inheritance, period. But I'll break that down with the Quran and all that type of stuff. But like so, anyway, just to be clear, there's no limitation in this verse that I can see. And if Faithful, if you got one, please, bro, man, please bring it out. Ain't no one hating on it, bro. Like I will take the public correction. I have no issue saying I'm wrong, none whatsoever. I don't want to be strong and wrong. You know what I'm saying? The wrong is strong. Like no, I'm trying to get this one correct. You know what I'm saying? But as I read it, there's no limitation on one generation. And no limitation to it having to be passed down to a son, because you can't guarantee that there's going to be a son in that generation. You just can't. I mean, like so, like if your man has like, there's dudes that you know that have like nothing but daughters. That like have like you're like oh man, like all they want is a son, but they got a gang of daughters. You know what I'm saying? Like I've run into a gang of people like that. Like my dad had 2 daughters before he had me. You know what I'm saying? And he almost didn't get me. You know what I'm saying? But like if he didn't have me, all he would have had was 2 daughters.
Oh well, you know he did better than my dad because my dad had 3 girls before me.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, bro, we know a lot of people it's like that. They go through a lot of daughters before they get dudes and whatnot. Like, so like who's to say that like you're not going to get multiple generations of just having daughters with no sons? You can't guarantee that. But anyway, go ahead. I didn't mean to catch a bill.
No, you good. I'm done. I made my points. You know what I'm saying? Just basically showing. And if you're gonna debate, people who are gonna debate, it's always good to basically double check your opponent's information, especially like if he's doing something while he's doing that. Take your notes and basically, you know what I'm saying, research his information if you can. And if he's being mistrued with the information and your rebuttal, cut him up. With that, I yield. You can go ahead.
How do I know you're just gonna get one reference to something getting cut off or cut up or sliced up? Oh man! All right, we're going back to it. If there's any part you want me to skip, no worries, because it does get redundant.
Yeah, it does.
I think everyone's heard all the arguments or whatnot.
I think this is a rebuttal right here, this portion that I'm about to do.
Yeah, okay. That's what's up. Let's get it, family.
Hold on. All right. So, Faithful, you have 3 more minutes left. If you
let me finish in my 3 minutes. Yeah, let me get my 3 minutes. Let me finish this up. So, Yahuchanan, here's the reality of the matter, man. Even if you try to argue, we don't have a body, so we don't, but we have populations, historically attested populations. I don't believe that all Ashkenazis are physical descendants of Jacob. I don't believe all Sephardic Jews are the physical descendants of Jacob. Not even all Lembas, not even all Yemeni Jews, not even all Ethiopian Jews. And they are demonstrably converts, by the way, overwhelmingly. So here's the reality, Yahuchanan.
I want people to remember that one too. Put that one in the file. Like, so I need you to file the conversos in Spain and Portugal, and I need you to file that the Ethiopian Jews are demonstrably converts. And with the emphaticness in his voice that he said it, I need y'all to remember those two things so far. There might be a couple of things I ask you to remember as well, but definitely file them two things.
You have shown no demonstration. If you're going to say that the Jews to Cape Verde are your kin, why is it that you have J1 amongst their population? The very J1 that you like to reject. And why is it that when geneticists look for the connecting factor, they're not looking at R, they're not looking at E, they're looking at J1 specifically? I can show you papers to prove this, Yahuchanan.
Hold on real quick. Third thing I need you to file. And Yahuchanan, please help me remember if I forget this one, right? The necessity to point out this concept if he thinks that the Lemba are phenotypically white via a claim they make via a song they say, where they say they're the white men from Senna. I need you to file that one as well. So I got the white men from Senna claim, where the Lemba are saying that they're white. I got the conversos from Spain and Portugal being J1, and I also got this Ethiopian Jews are emphatically, demonstrably converts. Proceeding forward.
They're looking at J1. I can show you from the paper where they tested the Jews of Cape Verde that what they were looking for was J1. When they tested the Jews of Sao Tome, they didn't find J1. They found R. And R is found amongst converts, Yahuchanan. So if you're going to argue for being Israelite, at the best, you're a convert, and at the worst, you're a European on your father's side. That's a cut. You're done. Stop my time. I don't need it.
All right.
Please let me go, because he just
hold on.
He conceded.
Hold on, Amir. Hold on. All right. So now the clock is going to start at 2:01. Let's go, Yahuchanan. You got 10 minutes.
Okay, so listen, he basically conceded to my whole argument. First of all, he said that there's an exception rule for the mother, right? He said this. He also conceded about the people's groups, right? And he said that he also conceded with me about jet match. He said jet match give all your markers, all the people who you're genetically related to. So again, he just double talked. First, he was trying to act like he was against what I was saying, but then he agreed with what I was saying, brother. I didn't mention the Lemba, but let me share my screen. He said the Lembas are Israelites, right? So let me share my screen. Let me know when you can see my screen so I can show you something. Can you see my screen, Garfield? Now look at this. The Lemba. I share DNA with them as well as other Bantu groups, right? Yoruba, Mandinka, Ethiopian, and Ethiopian Jews. So this guy here, you just agreeing with everything I said. I didn't even bring up the Lemba because some people don't believe that the Lemba are Israelites, right? But I do believe that they're Israelites. So I didn't bring the Lemba up into the argument. But there it goes. Shows that I basically share DNA with the Lemba. So this guy is cut, dude. He agrees with my thing. He won't say Timothy wasn't an Israelite. So the only reason, hey, hold on, let me finish. He won't say that, right? Paul said he was an Israelite and had got him circumcised. So here's the thing. We do not know the paternal marker of the Israelites. Like I said before, Albert Einstein was considered an Israelite, according to Faithful. He had E1B1B. We've seen so many different populations. There even a G amongst these people. There's several different haplogroups. You have Ethiopian Jews who have the AB marker. You have Israelite Jews who have the B marker. You got the Yemenites. They have the AB marker, as well as the J, as well as the E, and as well as the R. So we don't know what is the paternal haplogroup of the Israelites. We don't know that. First, I'm saying R1b is European. Majority of the people are European, but guess what? There's also Africans like the Basa, Bemaliki, who are R1b. There's also Chadic people who are R1b. So this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He's dead. He doesn't know DNA. He doesn't even know how the R1b migrate, how they migrated into 5 different places. This guy's dead. And if he wants to make the J1 argument, then I'm pretty sure that the J1 doesn't share DNA with Turks, because Turks are from Japheth. And that's who mainly has the J1 marker, if you're going to make the argument. But I can't tell you what is a Israelite paternal haplogroup, bro. I can't. Nobody can tell you that. It'll be assertion. Now, see, they know that in the 18th century dynasty about the Egyptian pharaohs that they had R1b. You know why they knew? Because when they took Tutnaten's DNA, they found his sequence. They sequenced his DNA and found out he had R1b. So, and that's the Egyptian pharaohs, and he wasn't white. So this brother don't know what he's talking about. In order for you to say J1 is the Israelite thing, you have to present me a body of Aaron with his DNA sequence. His genome has not been sequenced. So you can't make any claims of what is what on a paternal haplotype. And like I said, this man conceded to the exception rule on the mother side. This man conceded with my whole argument. He never once proved Jad Match was faulty. He never once proved that my heritage is faulty. Because what my heritage did was it showed the area of where my DNA, what land it went back to. But that match shows you actual people groups that you relate to. And as we see, I am related to North African Jews that I showed, Moroccan Jews, Yemenite. And notice how my DNA is so scattered out, and then it's connected to these people who say that they are Jews in different places, like the Yemenite Jews, like the Ethiopian Jews.
It's Garfield. Can I interject with a quick question?
Yes, you can. Go ahead, sir.
They can't sequence what's an Israelite or a Jewish DNA marker, but yet still when you're reading your stuff, you're saying that there's North African Jews. If they don't have it, how are they North African?
So what they're doing is they're going by the population. I'm gonna clear it up for you. So they found these population of people, right, in North Africa, and they found out what do they call themselves? They found out that they call themselves Jews. It's just like, you seen the Mandinka on my thing. Garfield, you can converse with me. You see the Mandinka on my thing, right?
Right.
Hello. Okay, so what they is.
Does you have left?
Stop.
I'm just asking how much time you have left. I'm just asking.
You got 5 minutes. You got 5 minutes.
Sorry, my apologies.
Okay, so as we see in the Mandinka, right? So in West Africa, which that's where some of the research you'll find it. So they found out, hey, okay, so what are these people? What do you call yourselves? They call themselves the Mandinka. So now, you know what I'm saying, when I put my information in Jet Match, it shows now in my heritage or in a family tree or 23andMe, that Mandinka portion might just say West Africa. But see, Jet Match goes deeper. And so Jet Match is showing you exactly what tribe in West Africa do I connect with. Just like it's showing you the tribes in North Africa that I connect with.
A quick question.
Yes.
What is the marker that the North African Jews have that you have also?
I don't know. That's the thing. They have different markers.
All right. Okay, so the North African Jews
have different markers.
And the Moroccan Jews have same markers, or they don't have the same markers?
But this is the honest question. Jews
ask a question, right?
They have different markers. I'm sorry. They have different markers.
I need clarity on something.
Yeah, they have different markers.
All right, the genetic of Jews genetics, right? You're saying that the North African Jews and the Moroccan Jews are not the same.
No, I'm saying they are the same. They just like, okay, their paternal line, we don't know what is, like I said, we don't know what is the paternal line for the Jew. So they could be Jew.
Why do you accept North African Jew, that name, North African Jews, if you're saying you don't know? Because they do have a paternal. Their paternal is J.
Some of them are J, not all of them, bruh.
Okay.
I'm gonna show you. Hold on, let me pull up Jewish.net if I got some time. I'm gonna pull up.
You got time.
I'm gonna show you something, because here's Jewish.net, right? And they'll show you that basically that they don't have a particular haplogroup to say, hey, that this is Jews. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Hold up, let me just Google it real quick, and you'll see. So that's why I'm saying you can't make a paternal argument for who is paternally the what's the paternal marker. It's all assertion.
Okay, but you do notice that when you look at the distribution, like of the Ashkenazis, right? The Ashkenazis and the markers that they have. So they would have.
Okay, so here it is. Let me share my screen real quick. The Ashkenazis have E1, B1B. They have G. They have J. They have R. They even have Q. That's what I'm saying. They have. You can't. That's what I'm saying. You can't narrow it down. Nobody really knows until you get a body that says that this is Aaron. You can't make that claim. It's assertion. It's educated guessing. Okay, so look. So here is DNA, Jewish DNA, right? Can you see my screen, Garfield?
You see, this is what I'm saying though. If you're saying this is Jewish branches of DNA, you don't really agree with this though.
What do you mean? I'm not
saying, because you're saying that there's no such thing as a genetic marker for a Jew.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that there's no such genetic marker. I'm saying nobody can say that, hey, we know, listen, Abraham had a Y DNA. What I'm saying is we don't know what it is per se. You can't sit up here and say that, hey, Abraham was J or Abraham was E or Abraham was this and that because we don't have his body. It's assertion is what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you see. Do you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Okay, so
how can you say you're an Israelite?
Listen, I'm trying to show the different branches that they say that these folks have. Hold on, look at my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
So listen, they're saying E1, B1, B, V, something else. They're saying E1A. They're saying T. They're saying J1. They're saying J2. You understand what I'm saying? They're saying G. They're saying Q. They're saying R1. Hey, hold up. Let me finish. They're saying R1B. You understand what I'm saying? R1B2. They're saying I. They're also going back to E1B. See what I'm saying? So he can't sit up here. That's my thing. He can't sit up here and say J is and J is that. What I'm showing you is this. I'm showing you, the audience, that I share DNA with these different people who, amongst the world, who calls themselves Jews. That I'm showing. That's what I'm showing. I can't give you a marker and say, hey, this is the Israelite DNA. We don't have a body. So I'll stop. If you want to ask me a question.
All right, your time actually is up. Anyway.
Okay.
This is ridiculous, man. This guy went to Jewish DNA.
And so what I'm showing you guys is when I did that, those wasn't just Ashkenazi Jews that chart was dealing with. They were dealing with different Jews like Samaritan Jews, Sephardic Jews. They were dealing with different types of community of Jews. And so here's my take. When it comes to Ashkenazi Jews, I believe majority of them are they're not the people. And they'll tell you that. You know what I'm saying? I do believe some, maybe 3 to 6% of them are the legitimate descendants or, offspring or descendants or whatever of the people of the book. But majority of them in the high 90s are basically, you know what I'm saying, they're not the people, But notice I had sources, I had information to show, and this dude, all he had was rhetoric. He had nothing to show or back up. He was arguing as if he was the authority. He basically had no scientific method. It was all assumption. And so, you know what I'm saying? That's why I got to go back to debating because it keeps me sharp debating. So even though I was a little rusty, I still took a bite out of his behind like a Doberman pitcher. But all right, yeah, more with that. I'm a yeah.
Yo, y'all be doing too much, fam. I swear, y'all be doing too much. I'm gonna have to comment a little bit on that a little bit later, but yeah, I said, yeah, man, moving forward, moving right along with this thing. We still got some time to kill in this joint. Oh wow, yeah, we got a lot of time left on this thing. Like I said, brother, if you want me to skip anything, just let me know.
Net, and it's giving you the percentage of peoples that were tested, right? And they came up with different results, which we would expect given the fact that the Jewish population is a diverse population. He seems to think that I'm of the belief. See, his argument would only have weight If I was saying all Ashkenazis are physical descendants of Jacob, all Sephardic Jews are physical descendants of Jacob, all Lembas are physical descendants of Jacob. However, what he doesn't seem to realize is that J1 is found predominantly amongst the groups that are historically attested to be Semites. And the problem with Yahuchanan's argument is that when he makes the argument for autosomal DNA, what he is essentially arguing for, in theory, what he's essentially arguing for is absurdity. He's saying, we don't know what DNA, but I'm an Israelite because this DNA goes back to the Middle East. Guess what? T also goes back to the Middle East, and you can find T amongst Jews as well, Yahuchanan. But we know T is not the founding haplogroup of the physical descendants of.
See that right there? Like, so I just got asked to skip to my part. You know what I'm saying? A lot of Queen Melanated Goddess in the chat. So I'm gonna let my man finish up his point here. Faithful finish up his point. What he's saying, I'm gonna skip to my joint. But yeah, like, so that's, I want y'all to keep that one right there too. 4 definitive statements of people we know that R1b is not and T is not the haplogroup, the foundational haplogroup. He's saying it definitively. We know. That's a definite article. We know. Definitely going to touch on that. So I got 4 things on the burner for y'all right now. Got the stove full right now.
Jacob, we know J1 is found in very high numbers amongst Arabs, and you believe the Arabs to be the descendants of Ishmael. Ishmael was a descendant of Abraham. So guess what? If Jacob was J1, we're going with the theory of J1 here. That means Isaac was J1. That means Abraham was J1. Now that matches up with the community of Jews that consistently have J1. On the other hand, E1B1B that's found amongst Ashkenazis, E1B1B is the brother haplogroup of E1B1A. E1B1B is found in heavy numbers amongst Ethiopians and existed in Africa. Yahuchanan, before there was in Israel. Now, Yahuchanan, interesting point. You make this argument that we don't know. Scientists don't argue for the lineage of Jacob specifically. We believe in Jacob, you and I. But the scientists, when they argue for DNA, they're arguing for historically attested people groups specifically. J1 is the marker that they look for when they're looking for DNA that lines up different community of diaspora Jews. In this case, the Lembas, along with the Sephardic Jews, along with the Ashkenazis and the Yemeni Jews, and all these various other Jews, keeping in mind that this proves a base population of Jews existed in Germany, existed in Spain, and other areas. They made converts. Yahuchanan, we're very much aware of that. I don't think anyone on this panel would disagree that Jews made converts, and many converts at that. In fact, there are probably more converts than there are physical descendants of Jacob amongst the population of historically attested Jews. The problem is that you, my friend, are making the argument for being an Israelite. The Bible, and I use that as the basis, and you ignore that, in Numbers chapter 1, says by the house of the fathers. You make an appeal to the exception clause. The exception clause is not the normative way that the Israelites were tracing their lineage, Yahuchanan. But isn't it ironic that we find these community of Jews that you reject existing in the very areas that you claim they're, I guess, not supposed to be in, marrying black women and producing a mulatto class, and then that mulatto class continues to marry with the local population and their skin darkens. You mentioned R1, and you don't realize that the R1 found amongst the Cameroonian tribes is known as a back migration, meaning Europeans going back into Africa because they originally came out of Africa, then went back into Africa. The back migration of people. And no one argues that the human beings back then had dark skin, Yahuchanan. I don't know where you're getting this idea that I'm somehow against the idea of dark skin. That's just ridiculous, man. Any scientist will tell you that. Any person who studies science or looks into science, or even a novice like myself who dabbles and looks at the papers, can tell you that. But the Jews that existed, by the way, Yahuchanan, the gene for white skin existed, or lighter skin existed, by the time that the Jews were in Spain and Portugal. And you ignored that because I mentioned Jews in Cape Verde, and J1 is found amongst them. You know what else is found amongst them? I'll tell you this. R is also found. E is found. All these other haplogroups. We know Jews made converts. Those were converts, Yahuchanan. J1 is the one that links them together. Can you do me a favor?
Again, definite article statement, definite statement that all those haplogroups had to be converts. Again, the only way you can make that statement is if you literally have Abraham's DNA, which no one has. No one has that haplogroup scientifically proven yet. So there's literally no scientist in the game saying that J1 is definitely Abraham's haplogroup. Any last article he's going to pull up is going to let you know it's an assumption that they're working from. An assumption. Which scientists do all the time just to get the ball rolling.
Right.
And so, like he's saying, like, so he's like, yeah, J1's heavy with the Arab population. Yeah, so's E1B1B.
Correct. That's what I'm about to say.
So's like, so when he's trying to like, yeah, it existed in Africa. Like, first of all, every one of these haplogroups we talked about existed before Israel. They literally had to. They literally had to. So I don't know, like the stuff he's talking about, it doesn't make any sense. It's nonsensical. And the stuff he's saying about R1B is literally okay. In my previous video on this, I said it was a ridiculous claim he's making, and it's completely ridiculous. Talking about like acting like it's a European haplogroup, right? Just real quick. Well, yeah. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna touch on all the 4 burner things right quick. Clear up the stove right quick. So the first thing was, I'm gonna go in reverse. I'm gonna do this R1B thing right quick. So. Because I'm gonna have a whole nother set of things to deal with once my part comes up, and I don't want to forget none of this stuff right quick. So let me put this one back right quick. Let me stop sharing that one, and let me share this one. Bada bing, bada bang, bada boom. So can y'all see that? Can you see that, Yahuchanan?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, hold on. Let me take this down.
Yeah, they can see it too.
Oh, okay. So we're talking about R1B in this whole joint, right? R1B V88 specifically. Y'all see this, family, right? So Faith was talking about this particular haplogroup, right? Not R1B specifically, but specifically R1B V88, right? So it says here that they're talking about studies that talk about this back migration concept, right? This may be explained by a back migration from Asia into Africa by R1B carrying people, right? But check out what they're also saying. There's also studies on that you can also go check out, right? You can also go check these studies out right here. Using more advanced techniques indicate that it is equally probable that V88 originated in Central Africa and spread northward toward Asia. That's why I keep saying this is an Afro-Asiatic haplogroup. This is not a Eurasian haplogroup. This, like what I'm talking about right here, R1B V88. So are there people positing that it's a back migration from Asia? Yeah. But even with more advanced techniques, it indicates that it's equally probable that V88 originated in Central Africa and spread northward toward Asia. Now, why are they saying that? Because the countries in Central Africa in the Sahel region is where you find the highest concentration of R1B V88. You find it in Cameroon, you find it in Egypt, you find it in Nigeria, you find it in Niger, you find it in Chad, you find it in Algeria. And that's consistent with, like, okay, so check out this migration process, okay, family? Do you have an you know what? I'll pull it up on
What, you want me to pull up that thing I pulled up earlier with the R1B migration patterns?
Yeah, the one that has that shows the 5 different arrows pointing out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that one. That's the one.
Yeah, and what Faithful don't know, he don't know my family history, especially on my father's side. So, I mean, the R1B didn't come from no slavery, first of all. You know what I'm saying? Looking at the amount of it's from
no, there's some that can, right? Like, so this is what I'm saying. Like, so if your joint was RM269, I'd be like, yeah. I'd be like 100%. You know what we're gonna we're gonna pull up your My Heritage and my Heritage to further belabor this point right quick.
Is that let me see.
Yeah, no, that's just fine right there.
This is fine. Okay.
So y'all see that arrow going from the Levant to West Africa through the Sahel region into Nigeria, Cameroon. Y'all see that arrow right there, right? Now, please understand that's in no way, shape, or form inconsistent. That migration pattern is no way, shape, or form either it going to Africa to the Levant, or there being a back migration back. And all that is consistent with Yahuchanan saying that he comes from people who descend from the Levant. If his joint is R1b V88, there's no way, shape, or form you can argue that it's not an Afro-Asiatic haplogroup at its origin and where it migrated to. Either or, and you do not find this in the haplogroups in Spain, or in Portugal, or in England or Ireland or Wales in any significant portion, in comparison to the R1b that they have. In comparison, like, so for instance, so it's most likely that Faithful is 50-50. It's most likely he's RM269. If he's Latino, it's most likely he's like 50-50 RM269. Like, if he's gonna make the argument that Yahuchanan comes from a slave master that raped a slave or whatnot, like 50-50, he's either saying that he comes from an Irishman, Englishman, something like somebody Gaelic, somebody from like England, Ireland, Wales, something like that, or a Spanish Portuguese person. Like, so first of all, that's not the case, because if you understand, like, so he's saying that Yahuchanan doesn't understand genetics, but doesn't understand that R1V88 is not found like that amongst Spaniards, Portuguese, English, Irish, etc. Right? But second of all, let's say that Yahuchanan was RM269. Now you're a Latino person running up on and talking about, like, yeah, you can't be an Israelite because my great granddaddy raped your great grandmother. I want you to just pause and think about that for a second. What would be your guttural reaction to that? Do you think it's going to open me up to listen to whatever you're talking about? Nah, bro. And you're not saying that type of stuff to make me open to what you're talking about. You're trying to make them kind of things to like really try to cut people. You're trying to like that's not gospel work right there. That's not inviting nobody to come to know gospel work. That's the kind of stuff that make people want to come at you. Like, so I'm gonna say this to somebody who's related to people who are RM269. I'm related to people who are J1. I'm related to people who are Q. I'm related to people who are E1B1B, E1B1A, E1A. I'm related to all that. Like, real close, super close, related to all that. That's craziness, bro. Don't do that. I'm gonna ask you, please don't do that. Stop making that one argument. Stop making this whole argument of one, this infactual argument that R1BV88 is only a potential back migration from Western Asia into Africa, which, even if it is, it complete. But like, again, just acknowledge that literally would prove Yahuchanan's point. But it's also potentially originates in Africa. You need to acknowledge that, bro, because that's how it works. But second of all, bro, like, yo, like, if you ran up on me, if I was R1B V88 and you ran up on me and told me, and you're Latino, understand this, you're Latino coming at me like talking about, yeah, you can't be because you can't be an Israelite because if you're R1B, that means that, you know what I'm saying, somebody got raped by a slave master. Like, and understandably, that slave master would be potential. Like, if you're making a claim, you're saying it's either you as the slave master or somebody else who's European or whatnot. Like, understand, like, bro, you better hope that the Most High got his hand on my heart that day. You feel what I'm saying? You better hope, bro, because I'm trying to tell you, like, nah. No, bro. That's not a good vibe. Like, so let's like whatever you are, right? Whatever you are, faithful. And this is where we get into the Titus 3 and 9, fam. This is where it gets to into the unproductive conversation, right? This is why Titus 3 and 9 is there. Getting into these beefs that you can't prove is not going to bring nobody to the Most High, fam. You're going to create more enemies than friends with this conversation. You're going to create way more enemies than friends, particularly with people who are not making the claims that you're trying to make on them. Like, so people like Yahuchanan and myself are not out here like One West Israelites talking about like, yeah, we're the real Jews and these Ashkenazis are the fake Jews and blah, blah, blah. Nah, we're not out here making a phenotype arguments. Your man's literally making an autosomal argument, which by virtue of the fact that it's an autosomal argument means that there's going to be a lot of people who look really different related to each other. One more time, there's going to be a lot of people who look really different related to each other. And you'll see when I play my part that when like I have to like reiterate because he keeps trying to like put this like One West vibe. I'm like, bro, that's not us. We don't do that. We literally debate One West people. He says, I know that. All right, cool. If you know that, then why are you making the argument like we're One West people? At that juncture, like I can understand the law debate. Like Yahuchanan was saying, y'all was talking about the law beforehand. So if he's not introducing nationality like it's something that's above that's necessary for salvation, like he's a One Western, why are you bringing it up? Why is it even a part of the conversation? Titus 3:9 is like, nah, don't do that. There's no point for that. And again, here's why you don't do that. One, you can be 1,000,000% wrong. And two, you're gonna make more enemies more than friends. Three, what are you gonna blood test the Messiah when he come back? Are you gonna swab test him? You make him spit in the tube? Come on, fam. This is where I got respect for people like Abu, right? Because there's a couple things Abu won't do. Abu literally doesn't get into the cultural conversations. He says that has nothing to do with me. That's between y'all and God, right? He's like, I don't know who the Israelites are. He agrees that a lot of people aren't necessarily Israelites. That there's going to be people who are part of the thing who are converts or whatnot. People who are natural. Yeah, don't disagree with that in any way, shape, or form. Like you just said, you heard Yahuchanan here, right here. He said like he disagrees with like 100% of Ashkenazis being the Israelites, but he's like, no, I think some of them are. I'm going to say the same thing too. I believe that some of the Ashkenazis are Israel too. I don't think all of them are natural Israel in terms of the tribal bloodline. But that goes for a lot of different people claiming that joint, right? No one, like, you're not going to hear us arguing over who people aren't. The only time you hear us argue over who we are is when people say we cannot be. We cannot be. Okay, like what? Like why? Break that one down. And as of yet, you've not laid down any definitive proof as to what, like specifically when you're talking about haplogroup, you have not put down any specific proof as to why J1 is the marker. All you've done is lay down a hypothesis. You have a presupposition of your own that you're not willing to acknowledge, but you're trying to project on everyone that they got a presupposition. I literally got to clear it up with you, unless you're like, nah, bro, I'm not assuming that you like anything you believe. That's why I'm asking you questions. But you got this presupposition that okay, since there's this J1 predominates in a certain area right here. Okay, but like my man just showed you. There's a hold on. Where is it at? He just showed you there's a bunch of haplogroups in that area.
Oh yeah, I could pull that up too. You that's what you want, the haplogroup.
No, I got that. No, I got these. Like, there's a bunch of haplogroups in the area. You know what I'm saying? And so at this juncture, like it doesn't make sense to act like there's a definitive one if you don't have one. Like so, like you be going in on like Pastor Kelly and them on all them kind of things on stuff that you disagree on where you believe they're factually incorrect, and you would love for them to come out in the open and be like, yeah, this is we should admit we're wrong on certain things. Cool, but if you want that for other people, you got to do it yourself, man. You got to do it yourself. Like you got to stop playing like so if Yahuchanan doesn't Yahuchanan's not here saying he's an expert on DNA. He literally just told you he's still learning. He told you in this conversation he's still learning, and he studies this stuff all the time. He'll learn something new. Hit me up like, man, I just learned this. I just learned that. But he's on it. You know what I'm saying? Is he out here saying he's an expert? No. He's saying that's a field that interests him. He's an amateur at this thing. He's not trying to act like he's some PhD scholar on the thing. But at the same point in time, bro, like, I need you to stop talking like you're not making rookie mistakes either. Just respectfully, just understand that, like, because when you start forcefully making the rookie mistakes, that's when people do start questioning your motive. Like, okay, like, why are you doing this? What's the purpose of it? And so I'm gonna leave that right there for right now. I'm gonna pick it up right there after we get into my part, because I'm gonna get into the whole converso part next. All right,
so you want me to stop sharing the screen?
Yeah, go ahead. You straight.
Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah, let me go back to share my joint again. Let me take that off. Yeah. Take that off so y'all can see. And for the people, let me speed this thing up and get to where I come through, because it does get redundant. Y'all was going in, bruh. Y'all was going in. That's so much. There I am. Okay.
Yeah, before you put, he better be lucky it wasn't a dang like a week or two to prepare. Man, I would have tore him up.
But yeah, and okay, and yeah, you'll see what it is. You'll see what it is. You'll see what it is.
About the Torah, you came up to me and say you a fake Israelite. Hold on, he brought the argument.
Hold on, yeah, let me bring that. Yeah,
formative stance that's found in the scriptures for the Israelites. Now, if you're going to say avoid endless genealogies and all this other stuff, then at that point, why are you even arguing for DNA at all, or Israelite DNA or anything to begin with? When you're caring about is just being in Christ, and if you believe in Christ, then you should just be happy with being in Him, in letting that be your definer, your true identity being found in Him, as opposed to arguing for this idea of lineage.
So this is where it becomes nonsensical. So now he's making a real fallacious argument, like so just because you have the nerve to identify with the nationality, you're wrong. You should just be cool with being a Christian. You should not have no nationality whatsoever. Like, my G's not like, so like, faithful, you're not like at like the Puerto Rican pride parades, you know what I'm saying? Like, some people don't identify as Puerto Rican. You know what I'm saying? Like, when people got Dominican flags wrapped around them, I promise you, you're not jumping in front of them saying, you know what, you should just be Christian. Don't be Dominican, etc. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not to mention, the Bible literally tells you not to boast against the natural branch, hence that there's a natural branch. There's a natural branch. No one's saying that there's not converts. No one's saying that there's that you got to rock with Israel. Like, so again, we're not people who make one West Israelite arguments or whatnot. No one's saying that Gentiles don't have salvation. None of the types. We literally debate people who make that argument.
But you know what the crazy thing is, Moore? When we got to that part, he's the one who started the argument. And then,
right, exactly.
Then he tries to go to Titus when you're the one who brought up the argument, because I was trying to have a Torah or a law conversation.
Right.
You turned it into a Israelite conversation.
Right. Now let's debate that right now. I'm like, come on, oh, word? You gonna start flexing on people? Like, where's this scriptural authority to flex on people about their genealogy? I need to understand that, because literally every argument being made is hypothetical. Like, my man's literally saying, like, we don't know what the Israelite haplogroup is. He's like, but I'm saying I'm related to people. He's not saying that. He's not coming out here saying, like, you know what, I think that I am a Levite or I am from the tribe of Judah. No, he's saying that I believe I'm related to Jacob, son. I believe I'm related, autosomally. That's literally a whole different argument than what's being addressed right now. A whole nother set of arguments. And this whole thing about like, yeah, you should just be cool with the not having a nationality, whatever. Like, yo, that's like, you're gonna hear me go at Christians about that. You're gonna hear me go at Muslims about that. That's nonsense. That's utter, because you don't go to like. So I'm gonna say like, okay, I come from African descent people. I come from North African people. I come from Latino people, etc. All them types of things. Native Americans, all that, right? I got an issue hearing you make that argument to me. I got an issue hearing that from Cherry. I got an issue hearing that from G-Con. I got an issue hearing that from anybody. Tell me I don't got a right to have a nationality, particularly when my nationality is not being placed above salvation. Like, we will literally link arm in arm with you and go debate some one-west Israelites about Gentiles having salvation. We literally have the history of doing that. That's literally what the war machine was doing. Literally what the war machine was doing. But this whole thing, like you start talking down to people because like they want to have a nationality, and because of that, like you feel like you can insult them, like, oh yeah, you come from like the descendant of a slave master who raped somebody because like you're factually incorrect about R1BV88. Like, bruh, that's a bad recipe right there. You catch more flies with honey, fam. Like, you're not going to get a lot of people coming like, you're not going to get a lot of people wanting to work with you off that whole thing, right? Because what's the point of making enemies out of someone like Yahuchanan? I'm trying to understand that. Yahuchanan's telling you, he's like, look, I believe in the Messiah, just like you. He's like, I believe in the virgin birth. He's like, I believe in the blood of Jesus. Like your man, like, the only, like, again, he's no different than a Messianic Jew. The Messianic Jew is not saying that their nationality supersedes salvation, etc. They're just saying that they're, you know what, they're Messianic Jews. They're Messianic people. They believe in Jesus, but they're recognizing their nationality with it. Like, there's a lot of arguments where I don't mind people critiquing stuff, right? Like, because there people talk about stuff that need to get critiqued. I don't mind bad arguments getting critiqued and bad arguments getting attacked or whatnot. But this whole straw man thing, fam, like, please. I'm a respectfully, so like, at least when you're talking to my people, fam, be easy, man, because you're starting to get my back up a little bit. I don't want to get my back up, bro. I want to build. And if I'm saying, if getting people's backs up is what you're going for, I think that's not what Jesus would do in this situation, fam. I'm not so certain that's how he would get down. That's my 2 cents on that whole thing, yeah. That's my 2 cents on that whole thing. But again, I'm going to consistently ask you, okay, so where's the scriptural reference for going in on people based upon their genealogy? You being a Christian, right? You saying that you're not national Israel, that you're not part of the nation, right? That you're not genetically Israel, right? In that sense, where do you get the scriptural authority to start genealogy checking people at the outset of a conversation, or to force the conversation on somebody? I don't see it anywhere in the scrolls. I don't see it anywhere in the scrolls. Not only that, where do you get the scriptural authority to think that doing so is going to bring more people to the Most High? Like, again, I got no issue with you challenging somebody who's saying that their nationality is above salvation, that Gentiles can't get saved, etc. Like, yo, I'm gonna be right there with you on the panel or in the chat, throwing up Psalm 67 all day. Y'all, you already know what it is. That's how I get down. That's how my peoples get down. Like, so I'm gonna say it like this, like, so you're a Trinitarian, right? I'm not gonna come at you and say, oh, you're a Unitarian, and start framing arguments like you're a Unitarian all the time. No, that's disingenuous. So my brother's saying he knows you, and he like, and from knowing you for time, he's saying he believes you're being disingenuous. I don't know you like that. So I'm gonna give you the opportunity to be cool about this whole thing, to show that you can be genuine. Because if you don't have the scriptural authority to do that, then don't act like you do. If you show it to me, I'll take it. I'll 100% take it. I will take it and concede in public, bro. That's how I get down. I got no issue with that. But if you can't prove what you're saying via the scrolls, like that you have the authority to start genealogy checking people, particularly when you don't have any facts to the genealogy, you can't prove anything that you're saying. Like literally, you're trying to go off hearsay and genealogy check people and tell people that they definitively cannot be certain things. Like, where do you get the authority for that, fam? And please don't come around none of my peoples talking about you're the prodigy of like of a slave master, etc., whatnot, and you don't got the facts straight on the whole thing, because that's some really, really incendiary type stuff, fam. Like, if you're not trying to start a fight, don't start a fight. Because you're gonna get people who react different. You're gonna get some people who brush it off. You're gonna get some people who won't. And here's the point: for the people who won't, where's the glory for the Most High in that? Like, I got no issue with you being a Christian. I'll tell you that all day. I tell that to Christians. Like, I'm perfectly happy with you being a Christian. I literally, like, look at the intro to my show, right? I got a Christian minister's music intro on my show. I got no issue with Christians whatsoever. But that same Christian minister, shout out to Minister Howe, aka the People's Minister, right? That same brother will be like, you know what? I got no issue with y'all identifying as Israel. I can't prove you're not. You know what I'm saying? He's like, as long as it don't become a thing to where like Gentiles don't have salvation, like there's no beef. And we can rock out, fam. Like I said, we can link arm in arm and go debate the people who say that the Gentiles don't have salvation. To me, there's more glory in the Most High for that, or with that. That's demonstrating more of His ways and His will, etc. Versus trying to genealogy check people without definitive proof, without scholastic proof to back you up. And even if you have the scholastic proof, you don't have the scriptural proof to back you up. So I'm gonna leave that one right there. I'm gonna let the people here go round and around and get my commentary.
Because you killed yourself. You just killed yourself right there. You just, and that's the thing. When I came to you as a response, I know, but hold on. Are we gonna address how we got here? See, that kills your argument.
Well, no, I asked you how. No, because you make it a priority.
All right, no, I don't.
Just listen, and I'll let you speak. I promise I'll let you speak. I'm only bringing it up because you make it a priority, Yahuchanan. You're always trying to bring up these subjects about Israelite and not Israelite and all this other stuff. So then if you consider it to be that important, then you have to demonstrate it. The burden of proof is on you. Do you understand what I'm saying? All right, go ahead.
Okay. Now, listen, you brought it to this point. I don't push that. Let's see. We was on here talking about law, keeping the law and stuff like that. I was talking about the Torah. You came up to me and say you a fake Israelite. Hold on, he brought the argument.
I want to introduce somebody to the panel. That just came on. Orthodox Moor is here, and he's here to save you, just like how Jesus saves.
He ain't saving me because Frank has been agreeing with me most of the time. He don't realize he can see my argument.
The way that you tend to argue typically for this subject, and that's why.
Okay, no. Let me hear Orthodox Moor. Maybe he has a different spin that we have.
Hey, what's going on, Orthodox Moor? He's a
peace and blessings to the chat. Peace and blessings to the panel. Yeah, I'm not here to say no, but I'm here to understand what the arguments are. I'm tuning in late. I'm here. I heard Faithful talking. And I wanted to understand what you and I was breaking down.
Okay, can I just very briefly explain? Okay, so what?
Sure.
It seems to be the case that whenever Yahuchanan has these discussions with people, he likes to put an emphasis on thinking that he's an Israelite and all that. And I never called you a fake Jew, Yahuchanan. If I did, then I apologize if I said that to you. What I said is, can you demonstrate your claim? And the only reason I'm saying that is because it feels like you put an unhealthy emphasis on that. And so I said, well, the Bible, if we're going to go with the Bible,
Faithful, I need to know what the unhealthy emphasis is. I need you to be real clear about what the unhealthy emphasis is. Because he says, because again, he's I've never heard Yahuchanan say that anything that other than nationality is based upon what he's saying. He's not saying salvation. None of that type of stuff is based upon that type of stuff. And in terms of what he believes, he's I don't understand how you wouldn't consider him a Christian. Again, he believes in God, believes Jesus is the Messiah, said he believes in the Trinity. Or not, or do you believe in the Trinity still or no?
Oh no, heck no, man.
Not Trinity, not Trinity. So you can beef on Trinity, right? But Christians beef on the Trinity.
Right.
Not what was the one I was talking? The virgin birth, my fault. Virgin birth.
No, yeah, I believe the virgin birth.
Yeah, he agrees on like y'all agree on the virgin birth. You're like y'all if y'all want to beef on the Trinity, cool. If y'all want to have a debate on the Trinity, that makes doctrinal sense. Like, okay, you're talking about doctrine now. You're talking about a realm of ideas or whatnot. But when you move it to the cultural thing, bro, it starts to seem racist. I'm not a person who ever plays the race card. I don't ever do them things. But like, I'm gonna get into it after I play this and whatnot, and you'll see, like, it looks curious to me, bro. It looks super curious to me. Because there's people you're not addressing, there's people you are addressing. And the people you're not addressing, it don't make sense when you look at the people you are addressing. But with that, I'm gonna go forward with this thing and let it play. We go back and forth for about a half an hour.
Bible, it gives us a consistent narrative that the lineage is traced paternally, and this is found in Numbers chapter 1 verse 2. And Semitic cultures are patriarchal societies, so they trace their genealogies through the father side. Even and I believe Orthodox Moor, you can attest to this, that Arab cultures to this day generally trace the genealogy through the paternal side, the father's side. That's how the inheritance is typically passed down. Even from a father to his daughter, it still has to be a father who has this inheritance.
Again, this is nowhere based in the Quran. So any argument he's making is a cultural argument. It's not based upon the religion of the Quran, right? And that I find to be problematic because I find it to be a consistent issue to where his argument is not being found based within the text of the Bible. So you hear me ask a lot of questions like, "What is this consistent? Is it inconsistent? How do you see this?" Them kind of things, right? And I'm not seeing a consistent argument here. But what I'm consistently seeing is either disregard for the text or ignorance of the text. One of the two.
And he passes it down to his daughter. So I'm explaining to him that if he's going to use the argument for genealogy, then he has to demonstrate it paternally. His paternal DNA is, I think, R1BV88. And that DNA existed in the region of, I believe, West Africa before there was a nation of Israel. So I think it's imperative for him to tell us how is he determining this. So he said autosomally. So it could just be basically your mother's mother, or your mother's father, your mother's mother, all your DNAs combined. And then just from there, if you find that you have a connection with some community, whether it's a connection through pure maternal descent or whether paternal descent, regardless, because he's told us he can't determine how he connects with these different communities. He's basically just arguing, just as long as you have a connection, some connection, therefore you're Abraham's seed via descent.
Okay, just want to understand your argument. Let's just say it was maternal descent, right? What's the issue with that biblically? Just so I understand what you're saying.
Oh, so biblically, the only exception clause that we see is found in Numbers 27:8. If a man has no sons but daughters, so meaning if a person doesn't have any male descendants, then he traces the.
That's talking about inheritance, though. We're talking about
inheritance. That's exactly no. So that's what I was gonna. So inheritance is traced through your genealogy, meaning that whatever your household, your father has, he gives it to his child, his male heir, the firstborn, typically. Mm-hmm. So what ends up happening in the case of this, there's a man who had no sons but daughters. So then the rule was put in place that if a man only has daughters, then his firstborn daughter would receive the inheritance, taking the place of, she would substitute the male inheritor. So she becomes the male inheritor. So the genealogy, the lineage, whenever his genealogy is recorded, it would be recorded through his daughter. So it goes from the father to the daughter for that one generation, and then back to, if she has a male child, whenever she has a male child, through that son, through.
Hey, Yahuchanan, can you pull up the numbers again? Do you have that handy?
Yeah, I should have it handy. I think it Numbers 1, right? Which one?
No. 27 and 8.
27? Yeah, that shouldn't be the problem. Okay. Okay.
So this is where I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, faithful, in the sense to where I don't think you may be familiar with certain aspects of the scroll, right? To where, so I don't think you're lying and twisting the scroll. Like, I'm hearing you talk passionately, and I think you sincerely may not know a couple things about this.
Okay,
so
here we go, 27 and 8.
So I'm not going to act like I'm superior in knowledge in any way, shape, or form. But there's a couple things I want to point out here. So it says, and thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel, saying, if a man die and have no son, then ye shall cause his inheritance to pass unto his daughter. And if he have no daughter, then ye shall give his inheritance unto his brethren, etc. Right? So what it does not say here is that that she raises seed unto him or something like that, right? So there's literally aspects like, so where there's laws in this thing to where if like a man, if a man dies, etc., and has no sons or whatnot, that his brother's supposed to go into his wife to raise up seed unto him and whatnot, right? So that his name may be remembered in Israel. That name may be remembered concept, right? That's not what it says here. There's not a substitute seed being there to replace the man's name. That's not what's going on. This is an inheritance thing. This is all this is an inheritance thing. It's property going from one person to the next. And in this situation, it does not limit it to one generation. There's no language whatsoever that stipulates that this inheritance has to go to a male inheritor, etc. Because you can't guarantee that. This woman could have only had daughters. She could have had no children, fam. She could have given, in which case she could have given that property to anybody. She could have given it to a servant, etc., etc., etc. What is the servant now taking over that family line? Is that what you're saying? So I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're trying to say about the trying to establish this concept about the patrilineal concept. I got you. But that's not what this is saying. That's not what this is saying. Like, this has nothing to do with raising up seed to anybody so that their name may be remembered. This has to do with property going from one person to the next. And like everyone keeps saying, this is an exception clause. And exceptions means that it's there. You have a general rule, and then you have an exception. Oh, my fault, family. My fault. Like, so the exception means that there's certain situations to where it's enacted. And if you can you pull up the Chronicles verse?
Yeah, the second, what you want, Shushan?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, there we go right here with Shushan.
So yeah, go up to the top of that joint right quick, yeah? Like, man. So
you want it right there?
Right there is just fine. Like, so now Shushan had no sons but daughters, and Shushan had a servant, an Egyptian, whose name was Jarrah. Now Shushan gave his daughter to Jarrah, his servant, to wife, and she bare him a child. Now from there on, we got 14 generations of people who are descendant from an Egyptian, who are getting counted as Israel. And so Faith was making the argument like, okay, Attai now takes over for Shushan. He takes over that line. That's what Faith was saying. I'm not even making that argument. Okay, but let's say Faith was right. Let's say Attai does take over for Shushan. There's nothing that happens to where Attai's haplogroup now magically turns from being his father's to his grandfather. Like, his father is who his father is. His haplogroup is who his haplogroup is. It just is what it is. So unless Faith was going to make the argument that the Egyptians are J1 too, that the real Egyptians are also J1, and that they can't be anything other than J1, even though we can prove that there's more than one haplogroup of Egyptian. The argument doesn't make sense to me, because you have 14 straight generations of an Egyptian haplogroup, whatever that haplogroup is, whatever it is. And so, okay, yeah, I'm gonna stop sharing yours right quick, and I'm gonna share this other one. Hold on, I'm gonna do this one off the fly right quick, because I can't even wait to do it. I'm gonna do this one off the fly. So ancient DNA off the mummies and whatnot. Y'all saw me pull this up in my previous video, to where we looked at the DNA of mummies in the area, right? And from digs in the Levant, etc., right? So we got ancient Y DNA from Europe and all that type of stuff. There's no ancient R1, there's no ancient R1B popping up in there. You know what I'm saying? But look at this. We have stuff from Egypt, right? We got J1, we got J2, we got E1B1B, we got R1B, we got J, we got R1B, we got E1B1A. That Egyptian dude could have been any one of these. Literally any one of these haplogroups. And I want you to focus in on two right quick. My man talked about King Tut. King Tut is R1B, 100%. R in 343, right? 3,300 years ago. In the land of Israel, 3,300 years ago, we have a Canaanite nobleman who's also R1B. Is there J there? 100%. But is there R1B there? 100%. So if they're both there simultaneously, like I check this out, faithful. I hate to break this to you, but the haplogroup J, it pre-existed Israel, fam. There's no way they could have a haplogroup that didn't pre-exist it. I just need to, there's a basic concept right there. There's no way they couldn't. There's no way they could have one that didn't precede them, fam. That's just how that one works genetically. But at the same point in time, bro, you can't deny that R1B is there. And so my man, again, pulling this one back up. My man showed you that. Oh, I got the wrong picture, but he showed you the migration pattern going from Asia to Africa or Africa to Asia, one of the two. But you see the direct line. Either or, science is saying there's one line. Either they went this way or they went that way, but there's one line. You know, either they went from West Africa to Western Asia, or they went from Western Asia to West Africa. One of the two. But there's that line. It didn't say that they veered off and went to Spain, or they veered off and went to England. And no, they said they went from here to there. So this whole R1B being in the Levant and in Egypt is it in 3,300 years ago, it completely matches up to what Yahuchanan talking about. And that's why he's saying in the Levant, you're going to see J, you're going to see R, and you're going to see E. You can't say right now, you can't definitively say that any one of those is or is not Abraham's haplogroup. There's an argument to be made for all of them. Particularly with R1, like, so he might say like, oh, there's not a whole bunch of R1B in Arabia. There doesn't have to be. There is some there, but it doesn't have to be a whole bunch either. Because there's different people talking about different things concerning the line of Ishmael as well. Like, so for instance, you can look at people like the people I talked about, like Dana Marnichi, etc., who break down the fact that Ishmael is more related to the Nabatean peoples. And when you look at the Bible, you can see stuff to where he's kicking it more so next in between the Levant and Egypt, more so than Arabia. Not to mention, you also have people like Dan Gibson and others who are doing work talking about, yeah, Mecca might not be in Arabia, it might be in the Levant somewhere. Like, so again, that's still consistent with the migration pattern that you can show with R1B V88, which is a downward stream of this R1B here. So if he's talking about like you get the different mutations from inbreeding or different kind of breeding, etc. Okay, like again, that's still consistent with what he's talking about. So if they go from one population to the next, mix with different women, etc., you have different environmental and other factors that cause mutation. Okay, how's that inconsistent? Because you go backwards and you still come back to this one. So again, I'm not understanding the argument. I was telling Yahuchanan on the phone. I was like, bro, like I don't know why like they would go at like if you were E1B1A, I could see where someone might make the argument. Like if you were coming out saying like, yeah, E1B1A is the Israelite haplogroup, and if you're not E1B1A, you're not an Israelite, blah blah blah. I could understand the argument. That's not what Yahuchanan's saying. I literally told him on the phone. I was like, bro, like I don't know why anybody would come at you in particular if you're saying you're R1B V88, because you literally have like a real simple migration pattern from here to like it's it's a simple one. And it's easy to follow. And again, like it's not one to where like you're not going to find R1B V88 in Spain or in Europe like that, or in England, etc. It's not like that. So to attack anyone claiming that particular haplogroup doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. But again, I heard my man say that you cannot be R1B V88 and be an Israelite. Faithful, I need to understand why that is, specifically why he cannot be. Because I didn't hear anything you said that demonstrated how that could not be. The one thing I heard you say was, okay, there's a lot of people with J1 in the area. Cool, got you. That's just the big population of people, got you. And I heard you say that there was a back migration, etc., which would be exactly what my man's talking about. But we also showed that might not even be the case. So anyway, not to belabor the point, I did a little too much. I'm gonna shut up and let the video play. Is there anything you want to add to that, brother?
Nah, man. Yo, you made a perfect point, my brother.
I appreciate you. Yeah, picking it back up.
Subsequent generations.
Okay, just so I'm clear, is it your position that the nation of Israel only comprised of tribal Israel?
No, absolutely not. There were converts, and the converts were considered one with the people. So you could be an Israelite by bloodline or an Israelite by conversion.
Okay. Is it your position that the converts are numbered with tribal Israel?
In the census that was taken by Solomon, if I'm not mistaken, I believe there was also a census that was taken. Yes, that the converts were divided from the physical bloodline Israelites. However, they're counted as one people, so they're counted as being a part of the nation of Israel. So the stranger, so you would typically see ger in the Hebrew, indicating the stranger. The stranger there would indicate the convert, the proselyte. So they are counted as one people, if we're just talking generally speaking. But when the census is taken, it's clearly shown, for example, when Solomon takes the census, that the strangers are counted individually, apart from the physical descendants.
There's a census of the sojourners, are you saying?
Yes, there's a census that was done of the stranger, yes.
Okay. So both are counted, correct? That's
both are counted, yes. Right? Both are counted, absolutely.
So there's situations to where you can't, like, so my mother's going to be an Israelite and my father's going to be of another nation, right? Some situations like that have arisen historic. That's even in the Bible.
Yes, that's the example that I gave of the exception clause. So in 1 Chronicles chapter 2, I believe, verse 31 through 35, Sheshan has no sons but daughters. So there's where Numbers 27 and 8 would come into play. So we see his lineage being carried through the woman. And we know it's through the woman because in verse 31, if I'm not mistaken, it says Ahlai, that would be his daughter. So Ahlai, the daughter, is the person through whom his descendancy is being traced through. So when it says he has no sons but daughters and gave his daughter, gave his Egyptian servant to his daughter to marry. The lineage is not being traced through the Egyptian servant; it's being traced through the daughter. So we notice because Jarha is the name of the Egyptian servant, yet the child's name, the name of the child is Ahlai. So that would be the daughter.
So in that particular case, what's the issue with the autosomal claim? Just so I understand.
The autosomal claim basically, and I say this respectfully because I know you take the same position, but the autosomal claim, at least I feel you take the same position, because I've seen a few of your live streams where you talk about where you believe that you could be an
I
Israelite.
interviewed a few people, but I've never made my public position known on this.
Oh, you haven't? Okay, then I apologize. Maybe I'm misconstruing it. You're familiar with Abu, right?
Very familiar, yeah.
Yes, I know you guys speak a lot, and so he's tried to familiarize me a lot with your position. I've watched some of your videos. It seems to be the case. Let me be more exact and precise with my language. It seems to be the case that you tend to take a position that favors autosomal DNA. Now, I'm not saying you're taking outright autosomal DNA. That was incorrect to assume that. It seems like you favor it. Would that be incorrect of me to say?
That would be incorrect.
Okay, could you explain to me what your position is?
My position is not the topic of the discussion right now. I'm trying to understand what was going on when I came in.
No, but this isn't a hot seat discussion, so I wanted to know what your
right,
position
and I'm still trying to understand what your position is. I'm not trying to grill you. I'm just trying. We got. Hold on, real quick. We got to the crux of what I was trying to understand.
I know, but hold on a second. We got to the crux, and I was answering very cordially.
Okay.
Could you at least?
Long story short. No, I'm trying to answer your question real quick.
I know, but you're not. Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm trying to answer your question real quick. So long story short. I believe you can be Israel through your mother, through your father, or through sojourning.
Okay, so then you are in essence theoretically arguing for autosomal because autosomal accounts for both mother and father.
Partially, yeah.
Okay, so then I was correct in that assumption.
Almost. So that's what I said. Like it gets real tricky with it. But okay, so I laid out the basic right quick. So can we get back to the whole part to where like what's the issue?
Yes. No, I was explaining to him that. Since he doesn't believe in the concept of rabbinic Judaism, right? He believes in a sola scriptura viewpoint of Scripture. And I said to him, if you're going to take that sort of a position, then the only way that you're going to be able to account for lineage is paternally speaking, since that's the normative position that is taken in the Scriptures. In other words, generally speaking, not you have the exception clause, of course, Numbers 27 and verse 8. You have the exception clause, but that exception
and which
clause,
you just cited from Chronicles.
Yeah, just so we're clear, family, once you have an exception clause, you've just created a situation again to where you just created an autosomal argument. Period. Once you cite the exception clause, you've just cited an exception to an autosomal argument. It just is what it is. Unless Faith was going to argue that definitively all the Egyptians are J1, or all the real Egyptians are J1. I've yet to see that argument.
Yes, and the exception clause is not the norm. What it is it's the exception. If you don't have any sons, then you have to, for a generation, not 5 generations, not 10 generations, for a generation, trace the lineage through the mother. Then when she has a male inheritor, the lineage is then once again traced through the male and then his subsequent males, which is what we see with Athalai's son. I believe his name was Attai.
All that bit there was an assumption. None of that was Scripture. Nowhere is it limited to what one generation, and nowhere does it specify that it has to pass on to a son. Nowhere in Numbers did it say that.
Attai, and then Attai begat his son, and then his son begat and so on and so on. So we continue to see that consistent narrative.
So I'm super lost on your point. So you just cited something from Numbers and you just cited something from Chronicles, right?
Yes,
so hold on. I haven't even finished my breath yet.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead.
Appreciate you. So you just cited 2 different concepts of male lineage, and then also to where lineage was kind of through a female and an Egyptian father. So my question to you is, what's inconsistent biblically with what Yahuchanan is saying and in the Bible?
Okay, are you done, right? I don't want to interrupt you.
Yeah, 100% done. I'm just trying to understand what the biblical inconsistency is, not your opinion on rabbinic Judaism. I'm talking about biblical.
Of course, yes. No, but I'm telling you what our discussion was hinging upon because various things were brought out before you came in. So I wanted to catch you up to speed on everything, right?
Okay.
There were various things that were proposed by others, not necessarily for myself, but others like Garfield. So the question that you asked is why. So can you repeat the question one more time? Because I want to answer
two questions. Do you agree with it? Do you agree with Yahuchanan in terms of the haplogroup concept? And second of all, what would be inconsistent biblically with what he's saying about autosomal DNA and what you decided about Chronicles?
You asking if I agree with his concept of autosomal DNA?
No, about there being multiple haplogroups
multiple haplogroups. So because you had asked a question about you asked me to clarify, or maybe I'm misconstruing what you're saying. Did you ask me to clarify about Numbers 27 and 8 and First Chronicles 2?
I'm asking.
You said you didn't understand why I brought that up, so I could explain.
No. I 100% understand why it's brought up.
Okay,
my simple question is this:
okay, so now to answer your question.
Let me clarify the question because you seem like you having a hard time with the question. So the question is this: so what is inconsistent with Yahuchanan's autosomal argument and what you decided from Chronicles?
Okay,
so notice the haplogroup question didn't really get dealt with. But if you listen prior in the conversation, he agrees that there's tribal Israel and then there's converts. The converts do not have the same haplogroup as tribal Israel. So within national Israel, there's multiple haplogroups. I don't care how you slice it. And so he acknowledges that amongst all these other groups of people identifying as Jews, there's multiple haplogroups. But then when Yahuchanan tries to talk about something, he pigeonholes like, unless you're J1, you're not really a Jew. That's basically what he's saying. If you're not J1, you're not really a Jew. Without having a body to make that reference for it. Going forward.
So what's inconsistent is that the biblical narrative, the normative narrative, is paternal side, father side. The genealogy is traced through the males, right? The inconsistency with his autosomal DNA argument is that he says, well, it doesn't matter if it's male or female, meaning that you could have all females, like a mother, has another, like you have the DNA that, basically all your maternal DNA, if one of those, if even a small percentage traces you back to some Jew somewhere, then therefore you are now Abraham's seed. The problem with that reasoning is that if we're going by the consistent narrative of not only the ancient Near East, because patriarchal societies are a known thing within Semite cultures, all the different cultures, even before there was in Israel, before the Bible was composed down, Semitic cultures traced.
Now, check this out. Everything he just said was not sola scriptura. The moment you start citing stuff outside the Bible, you're not going via a sola scriptura argument. And I know this. I'm a Quranist and a Karaite. I do sola scriptura. That's how I get down. That's exactly how I get it. The moment you start saying like, okay, well, these cultures, no. You don't get to cite that. That's not how that one works. God's saying what God's saying. Them cultures can be lying on it. So what did God say in his book? Did God say what you're saying, faithful? No, he didn't. He didn't say that there's one. He didn't say that the genealogy is passed down to the next son, etc. He didn't say none of that type of stuff. He didn't say that the Jews are J1 and anyone else who was not J1 is not a Jew. He didn't say none of that type of stuff. That's not in the scroll, fam. That's not there. This whole bit to where like a Thai can be Egyptian, but magically have his grandfather's haplogroup. That's not there, fam. And I'm not saying you're saying that because you didn't say that, but you're simply like, bruh. Like it seems like you would have to assume that's the argument you're making. Otherwise, you got to recognize that. Oh wow, a Thai could be a completely different haplogroup than his grandfather because his father's an Egyptian. Again, hence, once you recognize the exception, you have to then recognize the equal and opposite reaction type stuff. You know what I'm saying? You got to recognize that once you knock down that domino, what's going to fall after that is eventually or potentially there's going to be a different haplogroup in a subgroup within tribal Israel. That's what you're saying, though, right? Like, so again, these people are being counted as Israelites. So you gotta recognize this potentially, even within tribal Israel, you can get a different haplogroup based upon what you're saying. Based upon what you're saying, faithful. Going forward.
Their lineages through the father side. Now, the reason why I brought that up is if he's going to go with a sola scriptura, since he and I both deal with the scriptures, with the Bible, if he goes with a consistent sola scriptura position, then he has to account for the norm being the male side and not the idea of the exception clause, because the exception clause is only there in case a man only has daughters and no sons.
Got you. Here's where I understand what you're saying. If Yahuchanan's making a claim that he's the real Jew and there's no other Jew out there, right? Like there's like anyone else claiming it, who looks a different skin tone, etc., is a fake Jew, etc. But that's not what he said in any way, shape, or form. So the simple question is this, and I would appreciate just an honest yes or no. So is what he's saying about autosomal DNA and connecting to the nation of Israel inconsistent with what you read inside of from Chronicles? Just simple yes or no. Is it inconsistent?
Yes, I believe it's inconsistent, and I'd like to explain why. I don't believe it's inconsistent with the notion that you have an exception clause that does allow for the lineage for at least a generation to be traced to a woman. However, what he's arguing for could, in theory, just posit autosomally, if we're talking about DNA autosomally, posits the idea that if you have any connection anywhere to some Jew, we don't know if this is their maternal connection versus your maternal connection, right? And they have different DNA. So, for example, let's say you did GEDmatch and you found out that you're connected to Moroccan Jews, but GEDmatch doesn't tell you. It doesn't tell you if your maternal DNA. It doesn't tell you which one of your DNAs, what part of your genetic makeup. So let's say in theory you have a Moroccan Jew, because Moroccan Jews are a diverse population, and I wanted to. And I apologize if I'm being very long in how I replied.
No, you know what? We can actually use me. We can actually use me as a perfect example.
No, wait, because I'm going to lose my thought.
Got you.
So Moroccan Jews have diversity within their population, same as Ashkenazim, same as Sephardic Jews. So, for example, you have various Y haplogroups, paternal haplogroups, right? You can have, for example, in Sephardic Jewry, you have J1, you have J2, you have Q, you have R1B, you have E1B1B, et cetera, right? You have T, you have, all these other haplogroups. So the genetic diversity within Sephardim shows the reality of the matter that, one, Jews made converts, because all of these DNAs cannot, in theory, descend from the same male progenitor. They have to have different male progenitors. Therefore, it accounts for the reality of conversion, which we know Jews absolutely did in the dispersion, especially when they went into these different areas. And then secondly, what it does is it shows that when we're using GEDmatch and stuff like that, that it's not the case that the Moroccan Jews are being traced paternally. It's any part of their genetic makeup. So in the same way that Moroccan Jews also have a spectrum of diversity, they have J1, J2, E1B1B, Q, T, etc. If Yahuchanan, for example, and we know this for a fact, he has, because he told us his DNA. His paternal DNA is R1BV88. Either he is genetically related to a Moroccan Jew who has R1BV88, or Moroccan Jews, let me be more exact, Moroccan Jews who have that same haplogroup paternally, or they both share the same maternal haplogroup. If we're just going with maternal, remember that they don't test, when the women they don't test them for paternal side, father side. So it could be the case that this woman's mother or whatever her DNA makeup, any part of her makeup, father side, mother side, is being accounted for with this person. And the reason that I think that it's difficult for him to prove that position in light of the scriptures, going back to the initial premise, is if he's going to take a sola scriptura position and reject the rabbinic tradition, which does account for maternal lineage, right, consistently, then he has to reconcile the fact that the Bible only gives the norm, the general rule of thumb, without the exception clause, as being paternal side.
So again, you don't get to claim that you're being sola scriptura and then exclude an exception clause. That's not logical, and that's not consistent in any way, shape, or form. Again, so one, you don't get to claim being sola scriptura and as the base of your argument saying, well, other society, other Semitic societies and other societies in the Middle East did certain things, because that's not sola scriptura. And two, you don't get to say that, well, yeah, the norm is this, and then exclude the exception clause.
Right, and that's why I didn't. And you know what? I didn't really entertain the thing because it was already addressed. But when he kept bringing it up, I know we skipped over that part, but I got real like agitated because it was ridiculous, because he didn't realize what he was doing. Once you go to First Chronicles, bro, you kill your whole paternal, or pedigree argument, and he didn't realize that. Now, you see what I'm saying? So that's why I have to address it. It just became so redundant.
Right.
And he didn't even realize. The question you asked him is like, yo, is Yahuchanan saying anything that's contrary to the biblical narrative in Chronicles? Because that's a maternal argument there, or autosomal argument, like you're saying.
Right.
And he says yes, but doesn't realize, like, okay, you're wrong. If you're saying sola scriptura, you're wrong, bro.
Exactly, because the first place he goes to when he says, "Yeah, I got an issue with it," he's like, "Yeah." So these other societies is like, "Okay, well, you just completely dropped the Bible. Whoa, what happened? What happened? What happened?" But yeah, going forward, and it also comes into play with the other argument, because you come in later and you talk about another Egyptian, another person whose father was an Egyptian, whose mother was an Israelite, who got stoned, right? And he got dealt with via and this is what I don't understand about Faithful's argument, because on twofold. One, he's like, okay, you can't genetically descend from Israel, or you either don't descend from them or you descend from a convert, one of the two. Either way, you're cut. I'm like, wait a minute. So is a convert not Israel anymore? I'm trying to figure that one out, right? Like, because so in the whole bit that he's citing, like when you're talking about the other Egyptian person or the other child of the Egyptian and Israelite woman, like it literally specifies, like, yeah, there's one law for the sojourner and one law for the Israelite. Right there, it breaks it down. You know what I'm saying? So I don't understand, even like as an intellectual argument, like how saying someone descends from a convert is a cut, particularly when Yahuchanan is not making the argument that that most one West Israelites made. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't get that one scholastically. I really don't. But it's definitely not a sola scriptura argument to refer to other cultures outside of the Bible and then to exclude an exception clause that you acknowledge is there. You can't acknowledge it and exclude it all at the same time.
May I speak real quick?
Yeah, but yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
No, that was the video, bro.
Oh, my fault. My fault. One last question. Like, so for the record, so you're stipulating that the Aliyah law that Israel has, and everyone is coming to be a Jew via that Aliyah law is incorrect in how they're doing so.
The Aliyah, you're talking about the
right of return.
Yes, I'm not arguing for that. My argument doesn't hinge.
No. I'm just trying to hold on. I'm not saying you're arguing. I'm trying to make sure you're clear. I'm just trying to be clear that so anyone that's claiming maternal descent via that law, you're saying is not a Jew.
No. So my argument hinges on what we're.
So they are Jews.
No, hold on a second, Orthodox Moor, because you asked me a question. You got to let me answer, right? I didn't even take a breath, and you're already interrupting me. So let me address your question.
It was a yes no question. You said no.
It's
my fault.
No. Hold on a second.
It was my apologies, but it was a yes no question.
It's a loaded question, though. So I'm going to explain why I believe it's a loaded question. Because the presupposition seems to be from your end, assuming that I believe whatever rabbinic Jews say about themselves. So the state of Israel has the law of return.
There was no presupposition.
So hold on a second.
I asked a simple question about a law.
So then I'm going to ask for clarity, so you can let me finish.
Okay.
And then
you don't got to raise your voice, bro.
I know I'm not raising my voice. This is just
my
mic. I'm just very close to my mic right now. See,
okay, then back up.
It's not gonna. You see how it's okay?
I can hear you just fine.
Okay. So then what I'm trying to do is, and hopefully everyone can hear me, because sometimes people say I sound low and because of this mic that I'm using. So the question is, so I can get clarity from you in what you're asking me.
You already answered the question.
Are you under the assumption that I believe in the rabbinic Jewish or?
I'm under no assumption about what you believe. That's why I asked you questions.
You said they're not. So you asked the question according to the law of return. So if I don't agree with their rule of the law of return, does that somehow negate me believing that some of them could be paternally descendants of Jacob?
Say that one more time.
So
yeah, the question mark over my head is because this is the most non sequitur question in the game. Like, who cares if he makes the argument that some of them are descended from Jacob? That has nothing to do with the conversation. Again, that's a one West Israelite conversation. Because again, the moment you're talking about autosomal arguments, you're talking about a sea of different looking people with the same genetics or similar genetics that they share. You know what I'm saying? So we're not even making that, like, no one's making, like, again, Yahuchanan just said that he believes that there's a small percentage of Ashkenazis that are actual genetically Israel. I say it. You can go again, like Faithful said, he went to go look at my videos. Yeah, go check out my videos where I break down my family's DNA, fam. I got no issue connecting to I got no issue saying that certain pockets of Ashkenazi Jews, etc., are genetically Israel. I don't think all of them are, and I don't think I'm again So I don't think that's anything that we disagree on. So Yahuchanan saying he believes some are, not all are. I believe some are, not all are. You say that some are, not all are. Abu says some are, not all are. I believe Vocab says the same thing. So what's the beef? What's the beef? Again, it's a non sequitur argument. It has nothing to do with the conversation.
Because I disagree with their law of return, the state of Israel's law of return, does that somehow negate me believing that some of them can paternally be descendants of Jacob?
I could honestly care less. It would just make you consistent ideologically. That's all.
Okay, so then my consistent narrative is this: I believe that that many Jews, that people from the Hebrew Israelite side, not talking about you or anyone else, because I know you don't necessarily identify with the Hebrew Israelite rhetoric. I'm just speaking for the Hebrew Israelites because there are many who are watching in the live chat. You know.
Again, he already knows he's going non sequitur. Hence, he got a caveat the non sequitur. He's like, this don't have nothing to do with you, right quick. So let me just, like, bruh, there's no reason for that, faithful, bro. If you're talking to me, talk to me. If you're talking to me, talk to me. So if you know I'm not a One West dude, okay, then leave all the One West stuff at the door and just deal with what's on the table.
You know, the Hebrew Israelites, many of them reject Jews, Ashkenazi, even Sephardic Jews, a lot of them. Right?
Sure.
Not all.
Yahuchanan debate them.
Right, I know that. So
cool.
Then, because I know what Yahuchanan's position is.
Cool.
So then, the thing that I am trying to tell you though is that if we're going to go with a narrative based on what the scriptures are telling us, and that narrative is the norm is a consistent paternal lineage, I believe there are Ashkenazis, not all, because I certainly don't believe all Ashkenazis are physical descendants of Jacob. I believe many of them are on their father's side descended from Jews, from bloodline Jews. I do believe that there is a portion of them that are certainly descended from Jews on their father's side. But as far as the question that you asked, I think it's malformed because I don't agree with their position on the law of return. To say, do I think they're really Jews would hinge on their position, their personal position, because the law of return hinges on your mother has to be a Jew, right? That's one of the, and you also have to be a practicing Jew. And also you can't believe in the New Testament narrative and Jesus being the Messiah because it hinges on being religiously a Jew as well. Or if you're going to be secular, at the very least that you have a mother who's a Jew and was a practicing Jew.
So my question was extremely specific. I asked you, anybody claiming to be a Jew via that law, via their maternal line. It was very specific.
Yes, so via the maternal line, I don't agree with the state of Israel's position because I think once we start looking into maternal lineage, there you're going to see a wide divergence, especially within the population, given that Ashkenazis have been tested and their maternal lineage, many of it, much of it actually comes from Europe, right?
Okay.
And also, you know, this would be the same for Yemeni Jews and other groups of Jews. But I think religiously, and I think this is where, and I wanted to add clarity, just if you just give me 1 minute, give me exactly 1 minute, Orthodox, more to answer this. So religiously, Jews that practice Judaism do not hinge their beliefs on the paternal side, right? They believe that you're a Jew authentically if your mother's a Jew. But what they mean by that is that if your mother's a Jew religiously, they don't hinge on the idea of bloodline descent. They hinge on the idea of religious affiliation. So if you're a practicing rabbinic Jew, then you are considered a Jew. And if your mother is a Jew, then you're a Jew. And if your father is a Jew, if you have, like, for example, a Kohen, then your tribal affiliation would be Levi, according to them, through the Kohen surname, right? But more specifically, religiously a Jew, because your father is religiously a Jew, your mother's religiously a Jew, then you're a Jew. You see how that works?
Yeah. Would it be incorrect to characterize your position as saying that Yahuchanan and you disagree with Yahuchanan's position and the state of Israel for people identified autosomally and not paternally via the fact that it doesn't line up with the general argument in the scripture?
I would say yes, because I believe that there's a consistent narrative found in the Bible that Jews after the fact began to diverge from. So I think that they began to diverge from this position as the diaspora communities grew and they were scattered into different places.
Would it be incorrect to characterize your position that although the Bible generally lays out a certain position, it also has exceptions?
Of course, it has an exception in Numbers 27 and 8 for the one generation clause of a woman, the firstborn woman out of a household of women.
Would you consider what you cited in Chronicles also an exception?
Yes, that is an exception.
Appreciate you. Yahuchanan, that's all you, brother.
Right. And we see that those kids that come from Chronicles that they were counted as Israelites, and they were counted as descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Of course.
Okay, then. So then you agree with me. So because why you agree?
So
you agree with me?
Let me explain where. No. I disagree with the premise, but I agree with what you're saying right there. Let me explain to you. The premise.
That is the literal definition of a logical fallacy. Literal definition. Like, I disagree with the premise, but I agree with what you're saying. What he's saying is his premise. Do I have that wrong, Yahuchanan? Are you not restating your premise right there?
Yes, I am. And that's the definition of gaslighting. This is when somebody tries to make what you're saying is true be some type, make you doubt what you're saying. They're trying to say, hey, nah, you what you're saying is wrong. That's not what it's saying. That's not what the deal is. And so, you know what I'm saying? He just, like, I was so cool because I was like, yo, you killed yourself right here because you're agreeing with me. You're saying everything I said for the whole 2.5 hours, you're basically agreeing with.
Yeah.
But you're trying to make it look like you're not. You're trying to talk and say certain things, and you're trying to dress it up. But nah, bro, you just repeated everything I said.
Yeah. And again, I didn't say nothing different than what Yahuchanan said. You can run it back, same verbatim. You know what I'm saying? We're saying this. We're making the same points.
Mm-hmm.
So again, so you can't. It's not consistent logically to stipulate to acknowledge that there. So my man is saying that there are exceptions, but is basically arguing as if they never apply, but argue that they apply. So if the exception applies, the exception applies. It just is what it is. And like I showed, that Egyptian, and not just that one Egyptian. So you have Egyptians in numbers, like not numbers, but and in the site, the part where you're talking about to where there was the kid that got stoned, etc., whatnot, right?
Yeah, I think I was wrong on that though. He wasn't an Egyptian.
No. His father wasn't. I reread it. His father was an Egyptian. His mother was an Israelite. So what Faith will say is that he was called a sojourner. No, he wasn't. He wasn't called an Israelite or a sojourner. What specifies is that there was two peoples that were stoned, and that the law applies to both equally, right? You can assume the kids called a sojourner, whatever. Either or, it's the same concept. You got someone who patrilineal descends from an Egyptian being held to the law of an Israelite amongst the Israelites. You know what I'm saying? So I don't again, that's where I don't understand the argument where he's like, okay, even if you're confident, it don't apply. But even in that situation, right? Because again, it doesn't specify whether that kid's an Israelite or sojourner. It says the law applies to both, right? But bottom line is this, so again, his father, again, could have been any one of those haplogroups we were talking about. So he could have been J1, J2, R1B, E1B1B, E1B1A, etc. He could have been any one of those. So unless you can confirm or deny specifically with proof which haplogroups are amongst Israel or not, you can't definitively stipulate which ones were there, which ones were not. It is what it is. You can't say no, you can't be, no, you can't be, no, you can't be. Or you might want that to be the truth, but that's not factual, bro. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to be 6'6", bro. Bet money on everything. I wanted to be 6'6" dunking on people, right? I ended up being 6 feet tall dunking on people. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. Just is what it is, bro. I want $1 million in Hawaiian Island, bro. I ain't got that one yet neither. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But on a sola scriptura basis, right? The exception either applies or it's not there. It's that simple. And if it applies, you cannot negate the possibility of it creating again, if you're acknowledging that there's multiple different haplogroups because of sojourners, what, you think the sojourners weren't marrying Israelites, bro? They just sojourned and became celibate? What you think this was? What, you think the Egyptian wasn't a believer? You think that's what it was? You think my man was marrying off his daughter to an unbeliever? Bro, I'm saying, you gotta really wait, go through what you're saying and weigh it out. And that, are you using even scales? Because I'm gonna say no. It don't seem consistent on this one in any way, shape, or form. Either the exception applies or it doesn't exist.
Right.
Let's see what else we got.
That you presented is that if any of your DNA, it doesn't matter if you have wildly diverging DNA. So let's say you have a group of Moroccan Jews that have R1BV88, and then you have another Moroccan Jew that's E1B1B. Both of these are physical descendants of Jacob, because let's say someone has paternally the same DNA, R1BV88, and another person has E1B1 A or B or whatever, that because you have these Jews that also have these haplogroups accounted for within their populace, that they're both physically descended from Jacob. I think the idea has to be that we have to have a consistent DNA if we're talking paternally. Now, if we're talking just any part of your DNA, I don't think that the Bible, especially if you hold to a sola scriptura position, consistently accounts for that. What it does is it gives an exception if you don't have male inheritors. So then you have the exception clause of a woman taking the place of the male inheritor for one generation, not 3 generations, not 5 generations, not 10 generations. So therefore, once that one
again, that's not sola scriptura. So there's nowhere in Numbers where it says this has to only be for one. Like, so again, if the woman doesn't have kids or doesn't have sons or whatever, like she only has daughters, like she can't pass it on to her daughter. There's no verse in the scroll that says that if that's the case, that you cannot pass any inheritance on to that daughter. Again, if my man Shashan didn't have any sons and just had daughters, right? And then the Egyptian homie, he didn't father any daughters or any sons. All he had was daughters. What? They don't give the inheritance anymore? They don't pass on an inheritance? That's not what the scroll says. If faithfully, if you got that scroll, bro, just show it to me. I will publicly apologize, bro. 100%, I will publicly apologize. But that's not what it's saying in any way, shape, or form. In any way, shape, or form.
generation passes and she has when she has a male child, then the lineage goes right back through him. Why? Because his grandfather was a Jew through his mother, but then we know that he continues to carry the lineage. So the consistent narrative will be, and so begat so-and-so, and it's always the male.
His grandfather was a Jew through his mother. Does that sound like a patrilineal argument, Yahuchanan? His grandfather was a Jew through his mother.
Sounds paternal to me. Sounds autosomally to me.
He was a Jew through his mother.
Peter begat Simon, and Simon begat Matthew, and Matthew begat Luke, and Luke begat like that.
Yeah,
what we don't see is Mary begat Martha, and Martha begat Priscilla, and Priscilla begat. Do you see the difference there?
I see what you're saying, but this is the thing. You got to understand what descendancy is, because if you even look up the word seed in Hebrew, it means offspring. Mm-hmm. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So it doesn't matter what. Let's just say one of David's daughters married a Canaanite. That child is still a descendant of David. You understand what I'm saying? Now,
repeat that last. I didn't hear that last part. Can you repeat that?
Let's just say one of David's daughters got married to a Canaanite, right? And they had a child. That child they had is still a descendant of David. The only thing is that child has no part in far as sitting on the kingdom, on the throne. He can't sit on the throne. And that's what I was saying. Hold on. And that's what I was saying.
David's grandmother was a Moabite. So is David a Moabite because his grandmother was a Moabite?
Yeah, he has Moabite descendancy.
So wait a minute. You believe David?
He's a descendant. He's an offspring of a Moabite.
But where is his lineage being traced through? Through the father.
Yeah, he traces his lineage through the father. But this is the thing: you cannot deny that he's the offspring of a Moabite, no matter what. His grandfather. Hold up. His grandfather on his mother's side was a Moabite, so you can't not deny that.
So is David ever called a Moabite in Scripture?
No, he wasn't. But hold on, listen to what I'm saying. You got to hear me.
I got you.
He's the offspring of it. You understand what I'm saying? Now, far as let's just say my paternal side does not have any Israelite connection to it. Well, it doesn't do. Only way it counts is if I was going to be king or a priest. because those are the lineages, the offices of those offices. You had to have it from father to son passed down with those two offices. You understand what I'm saying? So I am an offspring.
Unless there was the exception clause, because then you could also have the exception clause there.
But
Christ.
But yeah, even Christ, the
lineage of David through Mary, right?
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So
but for that generation, though, that's important to know, because then through him, it's clear he's a male inheritor, right? So the key there is, if Mary would have had a daughter, her daughter wouldn't have been the Messiah. Her daughter wouldn't have been counted, right? It had to be a male inheritor, correct?
As far as what? Male inheritor?
As far as the Messiah had to be a male, correct?
Yeah. For the Messiah.
Right? And then even when he chose his apostles, they were all males, correct?
Yeah. But check this out though. Let's look at the dude who's picking sticks. Let's look at the dude who's picking sticks. He was a mixed child. He had an Israelite mother and he had an Egyptian father, and they killed him. But he was still accounted as a hold up. Let me finish.
He was accounted as a stranger in that chapter.
Was he accounted? Okay, hold on. Relax, Faith. Relax.
No, I'm just saying in Leviticus 24.
If he was accounted as a stranger, then I thought he was accounted as an Israelite. But if he was accounted as a stranger, then hey, I can concede. I go back and look that up later. But my thing is this though: you are offspring, no matter what. Offspring meaning you're a descendant of those people. Like even though Abraham sent Ishmael away, he was still a descendant. He was still an offspring of Abraham, bro. You understand what I'm saying? He was still an offspring, bro. He's got Abraham's DNA in his. He's got Abraham's DNA in his genes.
Yeah, Abraham was his father, though. Again, you're proving my point. It's the consistent narrative. The general narrative is the father side. I think you're proving my point, and you're kind of showing the flaw in your position.
No, because listen, no matter what
never called a Moabite. Hold on, David is never called a Moabite, even though he had a grandmother. You know, his maternal lineage had a grandmother, but it's not counting that lineage, it's counting the paternal side.
Yeah, he's got his paternal side, but it still does not deny the fact that he is a descendant of a Moabite. You can't get it. He had Moabite in his genes.
I'm not denying it. I'm not denying.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. You can't deny that. You have a Moabite in his genes.
What I'm saying is that, but the biblical narrative consistently identifies him as a Jew from Judah and not as a Moabite. Is what I'm trying to get you to understand.
I'm not saying that he was identified as a Moabite. You're missing the point. He still had Moabite in his genes. That's what I'm trying to tell you. No matter what, if you're trying to say my mother's side or my father's side, it doesn't even matter. Yo, Isaac and Jacob is still in my genes. It's part of my DNA. You can't get away from that.
But biblically speaking, if you were to trace a genealogy, at the very best, if you were somehow a part of the nation of Israel back then, you would be a convert. You would be a stranger. You would be considered amongst a stranger because your paternal side wouldn't have been considered an Israelite DNA if we're going to go with a consistent narrative of what we believe to be.
Well, if we know what the paternal side is, then that's another question. We don't really
that's
know.
Another question, right?
We don't really know what the paternal haplogroup is for those people. It's an assumption. We can only come up with a hypothesis that is J or a hypothesis that is E. Or
science hypothesis J1
hold on.
Being
okay, man. Can I finish?
I'm sorry. No, I'm just saying. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's all a hypothesis that we.
So he said science posits J1. So again, not that it's a scientific fact. They're working off an assumption. Literally what he just said at the end of all that. So he's agreeing with the Yahuchanan at the same time trying to say he doesn't agree with the Yahuchanan. Like that it's J1, but really it's an assumption that it's J1. And that's all Yahuchanan keeps saying. Do I got your position wrong, bro? Like, because I feel like I keep hearing you say a billion times, like, it like J1's an assumption.
Yeah. And see, you know what? He said it earlier, though. We skipped the part where he actually said, well, they assume that it's got to be J1 because of the Arabs and things like that. So, I mean, like I said, you can try to basically gaslight or try to say it another way, but basically the brother agreed with me the whole time.
We can come up with. We don't know consistently. You understand what I'm saying? We don't know per se, but we do know in First Chronicles that Shushan grandkids who came from an Egyptian, we do know that they were counted as Israelites, and their children so forth on and so forth on was counted as Israelites as long as they're being a part of that community.
Although
So real quick before I forget, because I'm gonna run off into a whole nother, to a different video real quick. But before I forget, like bruh, like Faithful, if nothing else, bruh, if you don't respond to nothing else, I need to understand this right quick, bruh. Like, make a video, hit me up in the DMs, whatever you want to do, fam. Like, I need to understand how you're applying this to Jesus. Cause like, bruh, if you could only see the size of the question mark over my head when I heard you say, like, yeah, this how it applied to Jesus, I was like, how? Like, so what are you saying applied to Jesus? Like, so I heard Yahuchanan bring it up. He's like, yeah, like, so you believe in the virgin birth, like, so how could it be from Judah with the virgin birth, etc.? You know what I'm saying? All them types, and you're like, yeah, this is how the law. I was like, well, how? I don't understand. Like, so who was the father who had no sons? Does that make sense? Yahuchanan? Like, so if he's trying to talk about, like, okay, like this law applies for one generation, so where you can give it to one, like you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a person who has no sons, and so like then the daughter gets married to someone else, and then their son becomes the person with the lineage or whatnot. Like, how does that apply? Because like so Joseph, like, so okay, yeah. What was that?
Joseph had sons. What's his name? James.
Yeah, man. Not only did he have sons, for in order for it to apply, like what he's saying, it would have to start off with Mary's father. Like Mary's father would have had to have no sons, and then she, you know what I'm saying, gives the lineage to Jesus. I'm like, I can understand that, but like, is that the argument?
I mean, you know, he going in that direction. Now, if I would have got a chance to press him, which I didn't get a chance to press him in that direction, it would have been see what he would say, because either way, he's gonna kill his argument. Either yes or no is gonna just gonna kill his argument.
Yeah, because like, so here's the question. So is Jesus is God Jesus' father then? If you believe in the Immaculate Conception, is God Jesus' father?
Yes, he is.
Then I'm supreme. Like, okay. Then I'm supremely confused.
Right.
Now I'm straight confused. So what do you do? Like, so what do you do in that situation to where you got a kid from one mother? Okay, so one mother has children by two fathers. One is God, one is Joseph. So in the sense to where Mary, like, so let's say this all applies to Mary's father, okay? So Mary's father doesn't have kids or doesn't have sons, so he passes the thing on to Mary, right?
Right.
So she's legally married. She's legally married to Joseph, right? There's no legal marriage to God or none of them types of things.
Right.
So Joseph would get in whatever in here, like, you know what I'm saying? He would be the person, like, to be the person to, like, okay, like the son would have to come from him based upon what Faith was saying, right?
Right.
It couldn't come from God. It would have to come from Joseph. So how does any of this apply? Like the size of the question mark, bro. I don't know if you can see it.
Not even that, dude. Let's look. So let's apply his logic. Okay.
Yeah.
So Mary has Christ, right?
Yeah.
So Christ is, and see, here's the thing when it comes to the Jewish, the history. At the age of 30 is when you basically walk into the priesthood, right? You can become a priest and all that, right?
Okay.
So let's look. So she has Jesus, right? 5 years later, she has James. Guess what? Jesus is now out of the equation, according to Faithful's narrative.
He would have to be.
He's out of the question now. So now this messiahship or whatever should be to James, because James is Joseph's son, and Joseph and James is an Israelite, and Joseph is an Israelite, and this and that, and blah blah blah. But Jesus, he has no earthly father. He has no Israelite father. So, you know what I'm saying? It ain't like Mary didn't have no kids. Now the exception clause was supposed to kick in if there was no children.
Right.
So yeah, his logic, that kills his logic.
Yeah, can you pull up Titus 3:9 right quick?
Oh yeah, no
If you were my brother, man.
Yeah, no problem.
Because like that's the whole point of what I'm saying. Like I like to me, this is the whole reason why like the Bible literally advises not to try to offend, not to offend the natural branch, and not to get into these whole genealogy conversation and whatnot. Because like it's not really fruitful. Because you end up like doing stuff like this, like okay, like so now you're trying to make a law apply to Yahuchanan that could not possibly apply to Jesus in the way that you're saying.
Right, and the Bible says that God is no respecter of person.
Right. And here's the cool part. Like, so if you were to blood test Jesus when he came back, right? Let's say he had the same physical body, etc., all them types of things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what? Like, what would his Y haplogroup be? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's God's Y haplogroup?
Mm.
What's it like? Is it the same? Is it the same as Judah? Like, how do you verify?
Right.
But yeah, it says, but avoid foolish questions and genealogies and contentions and strivings about the law, for they are unprofitable in vain. Like, okay, so check this out. Yahuchanan are not gonna like so you don't walk around telling Gentiles they got to be circumcised, do you?
Nope.
You don't walk around telling Gentiles that they gotta follow, like they gotta attend the Sabbath and follow the Sabbath and whatnot, do you?
Nope.
You don't tell them that they don't have salvation because they're not genetically Israel.
Nope.
Okay. So you're not doing nothing with Titus 3:9. I got you. Okay. So my G, faithful. In that regard, like, why are you?
Because I'm heavily melanated. That's what it is.
Speak on it. And that's what we're about to get into, fam. I'm about to play one thing from his channel, then I'm about to get into that whole thing because this is where I'm gonna try to peacefully and politely call my G out, because this is where it started to bug me. You know what I'm saying? It's because like I told you, like real talk, I was like I feel like he's talking to you like that because he considers you to be like an African descent Israelite, therefore he can talk to you like that. I was like, I don't feel like he talks to me like that because a lot of people don't challenge my genetic connection to Israel or to people calling themselves Jews like they would challenge someone else.
Right. And see, here's the thing though. The thing is this: they're trying to make it seem like I'm crazy. Oh my bad. Playing?
No, you good?
Yeah. So when I'm on the panel, I'm on, or even dealing with the Christian apologists, right? They're trying to make it seem like I'm crazy, like I'm making things out of the thin air, but by my methodology, I'm not making anything up. I mean, I have a valid methodology of what I'm going by because I'm basing it off of Jewish, or not Jewish, but people who are saying that they are the scattered Israelites in these different communities that are spread out, in North Africa and spread out in, the Middle East and also in parts of East Africa and some in South Africa. East Africa and South Africa. So it's like, okay, it ain't like I'm just making this up. I'm not telling you, or I got a feeling, you know what I'm saying, or I just believe. I'm saying, okay, look, here's the methodology, you know what I'm saying, and this is what I'm going by. With that, I yield.
So real quick, let me do this just in case. I don't think my man's gonna flag it if I play it because he actually plays one of my videos in this joint, and they talk about me in this joint. So I'm gonna do this anyway, right quick, just cause. And I'm also gonna play a couple other videos from other news stations, etc. So I'm gonna do this anyway, just cause. So real quick, this is part of an early morning discussion that Abu and Faithful had, and they were discussing a conversation that Yahuchanan and I actually had with Tag Ministries and whatnot. Shout out to Tag and Yakoba. We were talking about an autosomal argument for genetics being genetically connected to Israel, etc. And they were giving their reasons for it and whatnot. And so Abu put forth a thought experiment based upon a question he had for Yakoba. And I believe, so him and Faithful go over this thought experiment where they talk about descendancy and patrilineal descendancy and how it works over generations, and how you consider somebody an Israelite or not an Israelite based upon their descendancy over generations and whatnot. And so I'm gonna play this is a few minutes, and I'm gonna again just try to apply it to what we're talking about here.
Let's show this screenshot if we could thought experiment. So here's a thought experiment. All right. Yeah. Suppose a man who is not from population X has a son from a woman from population X, and their son has a son with a woman from that population, and so on. First generation, the son's DNA could be 50% indicative of population X. Second generation, the grandson's DNA could be 75 indicative of population X. Third generation, that the great-grandson's DNA could be 87 indicative of the population X. Fourth generation, the great-great-grandson's DNA could be 93 indicative of population X. Fifth generation, that descendant's DNA could be 96 indicative of population X. Sixth generation, that descendant's DNA could be 98 indicative of population X. Seventh generation, that descendant's DNA could be 99 indicative of population X. Yet he will still descend paternally from someone who is not from population X. So in theory, so we could just use this example. Say you have someone who has G, no pun intended, attacks on Yakoba or, you know, his brother. But if you have someone who, let's say you have a man from the Caucasus Mountains who migrates into Africa somehow, and he marries an African woman, and they produce a child, male child. The male child travels into West Africa, takes a sub-Saharan African wife from that region, and then continues to, he produces offspring. And his children continue to live generationally in that region for, I don't know, let's say 10 generations, right? By the 10th generation, would it be safe to assume that autosomally, that child's DNA, the 10th generation child's DNA is going to be almost predominantly sub-Saharan African?
No, definitely predominantly. If 10 generations, it'll be not more than 99%, you know?
And could we say that male child would look almost identical to the surrounding regions?
Definitely.
To the surrounding people in the regions?
I'd be confident of it, yeah.
Okay, so then, let's say, theoretically, this male child is taken as a slave during the transatlantic slave trade period, and now they come to this country. And let's say, barring any sort of unfortunate circumstances, the descendants of this male child continue to marry with black women, and they continue to go on and on and on and on. By the time that you get to that last, or whatever, the current generation, right now, our time, that person's descent, that person's Y-DNA descent is still going to continue to be G, because it's going to go back to that progenitor. However, their morphology, their phenotype is going to be indicative of the population that the progenitor continue to intermarry into. So yeah, I don't know if you heard the part. I'll just very briefly summarize it. So the very person that we were talking about in West Africa, the male child, the 10th generation, let's say this person lived during the transatlantic slave trade period, and let's say that this person went into the slave trade, they came to the Americas, and barring any unfortunate circumstances, their descendants continue to intermarry with the West and Central African population of slaves that were taken over. If we're talking about current times, modern times, the descendant of that one person from the Caucasus Mountains would look almost indistinguishable from anybody who was taken over for Western Central Africa.
Definitely.
But their Y-DNA would again show them to be a descendant of someone from the Caucasus Mountains, meaning that paternally speaking, if the Hebrew Israelite position is if you are someone from the Caucasus Mountains, you cannot be an Israelite. That person, no matter how much they went, according to the Hebrew Israelite logic, the person, quote unquote, fit the curses, right? They went during the slave trade. Their ancestors came through the slave trade. This person, let's say they live in an impoverished neighborhood. Let's say that they, they're living pretty much day to day. They have no assurance of their life, all that good stuff that they like to make appeals to when they look at, the curses of Deuteronomy 28. But their Y-DNA shows them to be descended from a Caucasian. If one takes strict paternal Y-DNA, then that person cannot, in theory, be an Israelite. no matter how much they quote unquote fit the curses, no matter how much they had done. Matter of fact, they become, let's say they're this modern male descendant becomes a Hebrew Israelite. In theory, he wouldn't actually be an Israelite if we're going by just strict Y DNA. But even if you use autosomal DNA, even if you say, well, his composite shows him to be primarily descended from the people that you assume to be Israel. Again, it still begs the question, if you're saying, because this is Yakoba and Teo's position, we're determining autosomal DNA paternally. So
right. That was the point I was going to make. So we have this thought experiment, right? Mm-hmm. So now you could have two different people with two different paternal lines who both enter into population X. And population X could be any population. It could be, some sort of West African population. It could be a Han Chinese population, a European population, whatever it is. But two people with different paternal lines can enter into the same population. And within 7 generations, they'll both be 99% indicative of that population. And the reason why I did this is because when Yakoba, would say things, and Teo would say things like, well, you got this guy who's got E1B1A, but he's 95% European, therefore he can't be an Israelite. It begs the question of, well, why? Why? Especially if you claim that you still hold to the paternal line. If you still hold to that, his paternal line could still go back to Jacob.
And especially if you claim that Israel, quote unquote, has a wide. And by the way, we're not agreeing with their presuppositions. We're using an internal critique by playing off of their presuppositions. So if you presuppose that Israel is the base population of Israel was West and Central African Bantus, that people group. If you have someone who descends paternally from that people group, then, and if you claim that, because we heard it earlier in one of the clips, we know Israel has a wide variety of appearances. Well, why can't that be one of the wide variety of appearances? Is it because you're in some way making morphology some sort of implicit requirement? And
not only that, but you mentioned the percentages, right? So they've yet to answer the question of whether or not a person can descend paternally from Jacob and not be an Israelite on their model. But with regards to the percentages, the first question you already asked, which is, well, what is the precise percentage that you need to be an Israelite? And the second question I would ask is, what is that based on? Is this just some sort of arbitrary position that you've adopted? Or do you have, for example, is there some verse in the Bible that says you need to be at least 61%, sub-Saharan African or something like that? Or it's right. What's the source of this position? Or was it developed arbitrarily?
Right. So we'll leave that to Yakoba and Teo to address whenever they have the time.
Yep. So using that same logic, family, if you go 14 generations down, the Tai's sons are still descendants of an Egyptian father, you know what I'm saying? Or their grandfather, you know what I'm saying? On that patrilineal side. When we go to the Chronicle situation, when we go to 14 generations, because you see there that there were 7 generations up, and then they talk about 10 generations, etc., whatnot. So if you go 14 generations, yeah. So if it stands to reason, if you go down 10 generations and what they're talking about, you're still a descendant of Jacob. Then if you go 14 generations in the Chronicle situation, you would still be a descendant of that Egyptian. The same thought experiment they use there applies exactly what we're talking about. A son being produced from a father of one group of people who marries into another group and just keeps marrying into that group over generations or whatnot. It's the same concept, same 100% thought experiment. And so this is the legit thing, right? So Yahuchanan could legitimately, there's a potentiality, right? If he's R1B, right? Coming out of West Africa, he literally could be a descendant of the Egyptian homie from Chronicles. That's literally possible. If he's R1B, if the Egyptian is R1B, which we don't know because we don't have any artifacts, but we definitely have the DNA to stipulate that within Egypt and within Canaan we see R1B. So we definitely could have come into Egypt being R1B from Canaan and left Egypt going back into Canaan being R1B. Definitely possible. definitely, you can't rule that out. Is J1 a possibility? 100%. You can't rule that out. Is E a possibility? 100%. You can't rule that out. Not until you have something to rule it out with. Not until you have something to rule it out with. And right on time with it. Because otherwise, because anything else would be uncivilized. That's what it is. That's what it is. It causes strife for no reason. But now we're going to get into a whole nother bit, right? Like, so I don't ever like to speculate on people's motivations. So I'm not going to say that I think that you're being racist in any way, shape, or form. But I'm definitely going to say that as someone who descends both from African descent people and Hispanic people, etc., whatnot, that it looks real racist. You can go through my chat, fam. Faithful, I invite you to go through my live chat. Again, hold on. You got my G saying this here. Let me go through because they was going in a second ago, fam. They was going in a second ago. Yeah, I got to go back to too many comments. Bam. This is what they're saying. This is what they're hearing when they hear you talk, bro. This is what people are hearing when they hear you talk. And I got to admit, I'm hearing the same thing. I'm hearing the same thing because I'm going through your videos. Like I know your government ain't the whole nine, right? I'm going through your videos and I'm looking. I'm like, okay, like so. Let's see where he's talking to the Hispanic Jews right now, the people who are identifying as Hispanic Jews, and just to give some clarity to what I'm talking about. So right now, so this is what I told you earlier to keep in the back burner this concept of conversos from Spain and Portugal, right? So this is from the Jerusalem Post, family. This is from the Jerusalem Post, right? Genetic research shows that almost 25% of Latinos, Hispanics have Jewish DNA. Right? Check this out. The last official approximation of the number of people in Latin America conducted by the United Nations in 2016 resulted in a figure of over 650 million. Add to that assessment the 60 million or so Latinos and Hispanics in the U.S., as well as the data from earlier genetic research showing that around 20% of the current population of 60 million people in the Iberian Peninsula have Jewish ancestry, and the statistics become staggering. There could be as many as 200 million descendants of Spanish and Portuguese Jewish communities around the world today. There could be as many as 200 million descendants of Spanish and Portuguese Jewish communities around the world today. So you can hear vocab cite in a video that there's like 1 million people plus, etc., who identify as Israelites and all them types of things. And the urban apologist community is coming at camps and Israelites and One West Israelites and all type of stuff like they're going out of style trying to prevent the churches from being converted to Israel and all types of things and whatnot. But I'm seeing this hyper focus on African descent Israel, people who are African descent in America claiming to be Israel. I'm seeing a hyper focus on it. And like I said, when I was listening to the conversation beforehand, like I didn't hear the conversation that you had with a Yahuchanan before I jumped on. I had to run back and listen to it. I was like, yo, like if you would have came at me on the street with something like that, bro, like again, like I'm saying, you trust me, you need to be like either pray that the Most High or my homies got me that day, right? Just because them kind of attacks, like they'll bring out the worst in people. I'm not saying me specifically. I'm talking about like proverbial, like any, like bro, you don't know who you're dealing with. So if you're out here trying to act, like if you're out here trying to bring people to the Most High or whatnot, like B, there's better ways of doing it. There's way better ways of doing it. Like, particularly if you're of Hispanic descent, right? Coming at somebody who was a descendant of the slave trade, bro, that's no bueno, fam. Like, come on, you know? Like, don't do that. Don't do that. Like, so that would be like someone from the slave trade coming at people, like coming at your people, having gone through an inquisition. Now, my people are like, so my mother's people went through the inquisition, my father's people went through the slave trade, right? One more time. These are my mother's people right here. These 200 million. My mom comes from them. By way of North Africa and Spain and Mexico and New Mexico. I don't see not one video of you addressing these people in any way, shape, or form. Because there's a large chunk of these people who are leaving the Christian faith, who are converting to Judaism, saying, you know what, Catholicism and Christianity is not for them. There's some of them who are becoming Messianic Jews. And I'm not seeing you going at them like you're going to Yahuchanan, who's not talking about nationality over salvation. He's not a Judaizer. He's not saying that people got to be circumcised and got to follow the Sabbath or whatnot if they're not Israelites. He's not saying any of that type of stuff. But you're coming at him hard body. Like, so early in that video, you're going to Tazariak. I understand that. Cool. He's one West straight. Like when I jumped on, you came at me super different. You came at me super different than what you came at Yahuchanan. Super different. Your tone switched up completely. You're like, oh, it's Orthodox Moor. And me and Yahuchanan didn't say nothing different. We said the same thing. We said the same thing, fam. We said the same thing. But your tone switched up. But your tone switched up because, you know, I also descend from these people. That's not even scales, bro. Like, keep that same energy with me. Like, so if you want to debate, is J1 the definitive haplogroup of Israelites? I'll debate you on that any day of the week. Any day of the week. No, it's not definitive. And like I keep saying, for instance, like, again, I like my pompo, right? My grandfather from my mother's side of the family, right? He's EM34, E1B1B. I'm very closely related to people who are J1, who are RM269, i.e. R1B. So I'm partially Native American, right? And again, check this one out, right? I'm related to people who are Native American and got a Q haplogroup. That's the same Q that certain Jews have. But Native Americans have the same haplogroup. Like I'm saying, I'm not seeing you come at none of these people. And check this one out. Here's the one that I really don't understand, right? Here's the one I really don't understand. I don't see you going nowhere near these cats. Like, there's literally, we live in a time period to where there's Hispanic One West Israelites. They're not really like, so hold on real quick. Let me be more respectful, because I actually, like, I know these cats wouldn't be happy about me calling them One West. So this is Ancient Watchmen, right? This is a Hispanic group of Israelites that are very similar to One West. They use the Lashon Kadash, all that, right? But they're on the whole bit like Negroes or Canaanites and all them types of things. And that they're the true Israelites and all that type of stuff, right? They sound just like One West Israelites, though. I ain't seen you make one video about them or Jose Vega, none of them cats. I don't see you addressing them predominantly and whatnot. And there's more people in the Hispanic American communities, North, Central, and South America, going into Judaism, leaving Christianity, than there are African Americans leaving the churches in America, going to the Israelite thing. By far. by far. It's not even close. And the numbers are crazy. Again, 200 million. There's only 45 million people in North America who are African American. Again, in North Central South America, they're talking about 200 million people potentially. Matter of fact, let me get into it. Let me get into it. Do this one more time to protect myself.
At a Hanukkah celebration in 2018, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the popular Puerto Rican congresswoman from New York, surprised a small crowd by announcing that she has Jewish ancestry.
My family consisted of Sephardic Jews.
Later that same week, a groundbreaking study came out of Latin America. After testing DNA samples from 6,000 randomly selected people across the region, researchers found that 23% of them had at least 5% of their DNA from Spanish Jewish heritage. Back in 2015, the Spanish government announced that they'd grant citizenship to any non-Spaniards who could prove that they are descendants of Jews who were expelled from the country in the 15th century. By late 2019, Spain revealed that they had received 127,000 applications. The most popular countries? Mexico, Venezuela, and Colombia. All this points to one big question. Why do so many Latin Americans have Jewish heritage? To understand the answer, we've got to go back to the year 1492. Two huge historical events took place that year, and both had serious lasting consequences. First, Spain started to colonize the Americas. And second, back on their side of the Atlantic, the Spanish government enacted the Alhambra Decree, which forced Jews to either convert to Catholicism or leave the country for good. Spain had already been murdering or forcibly converting Jews for over a century. That was part of the Spanish Inquisition. But this was the final nail in the coffin. Now, Jews had only two options: get baptized or get out. Nobody knows exactly how many Jews chose the second option and fled. Keeping a census of Jewish citizens wasn't exactly a priority for medieval Spain. On the low end, some historians think it was tens of thousands, though others think it could have been as many as 1 million. Regardless, it seems that most of Spain's Jews decided to stick around and agreed to become Catholics. But not all Jews handled the transition the same way. Some weren't very religious to start with, so changing creeds wasn't such a hard choice given the alternative. These types of converts became known as New Catholics. Others were determined to practice their Judaism in secret. They were called Marranos, but today that's generally considered a derogatory term, and the phrase crypto-Jews has become more popular. In Hebrew, both groups are called Anusim, which means people who are forced to abandon their Judaism. And in English, they are known as conversos, literally people who converted. Regardless of the name, back in the 1400s, the Spanish Inquisition and later Spanish policies had one goal when it came to Judaism: eliminate it. At the same time, Spain ramped up its colonization of the Americas. Over the next 4 centuries, millions of Spaniards arrived on the shores of the New World. Even though the government tried to restrict the movement of conversos, it was really difficult to keep track of them, since they were, after all, Catholics now. Many conversos wound up escaping to the Americas, hoping to start a new life. But the Spanish government caught on and sent agents of the Inquisition to the American colonies to locate undercover Jews. When they found them, they burned them at the stake. Despite the dangers, lots of conversos held on to Jewish traditions in private. Some lit candles on Friday nights, others refused to eat leavened bread around Easter, which always falls within a few days of Passover. As generations passed, the descendants of those original conversos began noticing curious things about their families. Like, why do we place stones on our family's graves? How come mom never cooks pork like everyone else? And why does grandma refuse to travel on Saturdays? Today, with DNA tests that are popular and affordable, more and more Latin Americans, from the southern tip of Chile to the deserts of New Mexico, are discovering that they have Jewish ancestry. Their reactions are diverse. Some are happy with the Catholic faith and the culture they were brought up in. Others blend their Judaism with Christianity. For example, the Adventist Church, which has many Latin American members, combines elements of Judaism into Christianity, such as observing the Sabbath on Saturday. But others choose to embrace their heritage. Some even convert. For those who do, their genealogy can be a ticket to a new life. On top of Spain's repatriation plans, Israel has its own law of return, which offers citizenship to Jews around the world. The country's Ministry of the Diaspora is exploring ways to make it easier for conversos to make aliyah. What began as a tragedy in the 15th century could today become a multicultural boon for the Jewish homeland. It's also a testament to the strength of the Jewish identity after hundreds of years of persecution. Even though conversos haven't had it easy, their story is a fascinating and important one. With the rise of simple DNA tests and a growing interest in heritage and identity, more Latin Americans and people around the world are learning just how complex their identity and heritage really are. Discovering our shared ancestry can help us better understand history, both on a personal and global scale. And hopefully, with that knowledge, we can overcome the intolerance and prejudice that have divided religions and cultures for thousands of years. Thanks for watching. If you like this video, consider subscribing. And if you have a topic you want us to tackle in an upcoming video, let us know in the comments below.
So yeah, first and foremost, I want y'all to pay attention to what they were saying about the Seventh-day Adventist Church, right? Again, I'm assuming, based upon what I know from Faithful and from Cherry and everyone else in his crew and whatnot, that he would consider the Seventh-day Adventist a cult. There's like, again, so there's like they're talking about the people who are finding out that they have Jewish ancestry are reacting differently within the Hispanic American communities and whatnot. So they're either staying Catholic, they're switching something up, like going to a Messianic congregation or something like Seventh-day Adventist congregations and whatnot, or they're completely converting to Judaism, like Sephardic Judaism, straight up and completely converted. So I'm not seeing Faithful address them in any way, shape, or form. Like I'm not seeing him going at the Seventh-day Adventists, who are finding out that they descend from Sephardic Jews, etc. And again, there's going to be more Christians converting to that because they find out that they're of Sephardic Jewish descent, and there are African Americans leaving the African American church going into being like a One West Israelite. Being like a One West Israelite. But on top of that, I want y'all to go to focus on something else that they were talking about, where they were talking about how this part right here.
Back in 2015, the Spanish government announced that they'd grant citizenship to any non-Spaniards who could prove that they are descendants of Jews who were expelled from the country in the 15th century. By late 2019, Spain revealed that they had received 127,000 applications. The most popular countries: Mexico, Venezuela, and Colombia. All this points to one big question. Why do so many Latin Americans have Jewish heritage?
So again, not one video of Faithful addressing anybody of a Christian faith who descends from Sephardic Jews who applied for citizenship for Spain, saying like, you know what, you don't need Spanish citizenship because you should just have faith in Jesus and that should be enough for you. Faithful could be related to somebody who sent off citizenship papers to Spain and whatnot. My family considered it. However, we don't consider ourselves Sephardic. We consider ourselves Maghrebi, and so Spain doesn't recognize citizenship for people of Moorish descent. Not only that, so basically we would have to identify as Sephardic over Maghrebi. We weren't trying to do that. But two, it's basically you would have to rock with the Talmudic stuff, basically, right? We would have to get approved via some Talmudic rabbis, etc. And it was also seen as like a half step of getting citizenship in Israel or whatnot. We weren't interested in that at all, and so we did not go through that process. Although we definitely considered it. But yeah, not a single solitary video coming out from anybody in the UA community at all. Not just Faithful, anybody in the UA community. And this isn't me taking a shot right now. This is me trying to be real about it. Like no one called out anybody for this, saying like, "Oh, you're doing too much if you're Christian trying to get citizenship back in Spain and whatnot." Like that's a nationality thing, right? And so all Yahuchanan, you're gonna hear him talk about like, okay, nationality. Like he's just claiming a nationality. He doesn't deny being African in any way, shape, or form. He says he's also this. I'm Bambalinki, I'm Fulani, just that and the third. I'm also an Israelite. Also in it. So you get like, it doesn't make any sense for you to have a certain level of energy for like Captain Tazariak. Keep that same level of energy for Yahuchanan, who's not saying nothing that Tazariak's saying. Not saying nothing that Tazariak's saying. And then have no energy for our people, faithful, in Spanish-speaking Americas, in the Spanish-speaking Americas. Again, like the lady show, from the tip of Chile to the deserts of New Mexico. To me, it sounds all wrong. It looks all wrong. It's not consistent. To me, it's as inconsistent as the Chronicles argument you were making. It's as inconsistent as the Chronicles argument you're making. Because I'm not seeing you address these people, and I'm not seeing you address the Hispanic Israelites who are spitting the One West doctrine, who are calling the One Westers Canaanites, this, that, and the third. You know what I'm saying? They're coming out talking about the One Westers are fake Israelites. I don't see you going at them, fam. Like, this is why people go vocab like, yo, vocab, what do you like? Why does it matter to you? Why does it matter to you? Like people like Adam Coleman and Cherry Love, okay, I can see why you're doing certain things, but people be like, well, why vocab, why are you doing it? Like, these aren't even your people. They're not knocking on your doorstep. Like vocab says he got in the thing because some cops caught him. You know what I'm saying? So for them, like, people question his motives because it looks wrong. It got bad optics. This got horrible optics, faithful. I would love to say that you got better motives than how this looks. But like I'm saying, when I go over your channel, I don't see a single solitary video about this topic, addressing anything about what I'm talking about here. Not one. I'm playing another video right quick. I don't see a single solitary video about this, a post about this, nothing. And like I said, the numbers are staggering. Staggering.
This is KRQE News 13 with Dick Neffing and Diane Anderson.
Secrets are coming to the surface.
The hidden Jewish heritage of who knows how many Hispanics is coming to light now through DNA and genetic testing. More and more families in northern New Mexico and southern Colorado are discovering there is more to their history than they ever knew. For some, the news comes with the realization they carry an increased potential for deadly disease. Here's News 13's Tim Maestas.
A short hike up a small mountain west of Los Lunas. It's a spiritual journey for Bill Sanchez, a man who comes here to see this, the 10 Commandments etched in stone.
My belief is that they came here to this mountain.
Once he gets here, Sanchez puts on a yarmulke and a prayer shawl, and then he prays. Just like the prayer, the words on the rock are written in Hebrew.
I believe that here our Sephardic ancestors had a community where they worshipped freely.
Over the years, some people have claimed this inscription is just a hoax, but Bill Sanchez says it's the real thing. The work of Jewish settlers who practiced their faith in secret up here hundreds of years ago. And he says he's living proof.
80% of my DNA is Sephardic Jewish.
Sanchez is a priest at the St. Edwin Catholic Church in Albuquerque, South Valley. Inside the church, symbols of Father Bill's alter ego and the balance between the religion he's always known and the ancestry he confirmed through DNA back in 2001.
Guess who's my father there? He's a little boy.
Family secrets now make sense. That's his dad, wearing a yarmulke in an old family picture.
Its secrets are still waiting to be found.
Sanchez is now working with other New Mexico Hispanics, eager to learn about their secret past.
I said to myself, al fin, aquí son mi gente. Finally, I found my people.
These are the people that look like me, that have the same customs.
Our family had been in the Pewaukee Valley forever and ever and ever. We thought that we were just the descendants of Spaniards that came into New Mexico.
Research is showing Sephardic Jews held on to their religion in secret after leaving Spain and Portugal during the Spanish Inquisition, which eventually followed them to the New World. Now Hispanics in northern New Mexico and southern Colorado are finding out there's more to their history than they thought. Some things are starting to make sense.
My grandmother, Nicolasa Chavez y Maestas, she used to put a menorah in her front window in early part of December.
It's pretty clear Father Bill Sanchez and his friends are embracing their Jewish heritage. But for a group of people we met with here at the Swedish Medical Center in Denver, it really is a mixed blessing.
This is our sister, Josephine Valdez-Bissot, Jody. She did have the mutation, the cancer gene.
Family members of Therese Martinez are learning they have a genetic defect that makes them especially vulnerable to certain types of cancer.
A small piece of DNA is missing from that gene, and it renders the gene useless. It's not going to perform the way it's supposed to. We do bring up the fact that this is a mutation that is relatively common in Jewish ancestry.
Geneticist Kelly Toff says the mutation increases the risk of ovarian cancer in women up to 60% and breast cancer by as much as 85%. The risk of male breast cancer is also increased, along with pancreatic and colon cancer in men and women. Some of Teresa's family members who've tested positive for the mutation don't want to worry about the risk.
I was tested in May. I found out the results in June, and I had the double mastectomy and the hysterectomy in November.
I have a cousin that she had a complete hysterectomy, had everything taken out, and had a bilateral mastectomy. She didn't want to take any chances whatsoever. Okay, well.
Rosie Trujillo also has the genetic mutation.
So we have two great grandparents here.
A genealogical chart shows the impact on her family, who at one point settled near Taos.
I lost my sister at 30. So far she's the youngest. She had breast cancer.
Rosie's grandmother, her aunt, and her great-grandmother all died of breast cancer. Rosie's daughter, Dina, died of ovarian cancer in 2006, 6 years after she and Rosie both learned they had the genetic mutation. Rosie's 100-year-old father has it too.
That confirmed that we really were Sephardic Jews.
Rosie calls the genetic confirmation a mixed blessing. Despite the health risks, she's also embracing a new identity.
I'm Christian, but I am also going to the Messianic Jewish congregation.
It's absolutely fascinating to see the intersection between the historical and the cultural and the genetic and the genealogical that all seem to coalesce.
UNM professor Stanley Hordes wrote the book To the End of the Earth, The History of the Crypto Jews of New Mexico. He says further study is opening new doors and answering more questions.
We have the opportunity to save some lives here, and that to me is the most exciting part of this whole research.
Some say it's kind of sad it's taken so long.
There most definitely is a feeling that something was taken from us.
Still, Bernadette Martinez says it's an exciting time. She confirmed her Jewish heritage through DNA testing 3 years ago.
We have been hidden for almost 500 years. And that is exciting to me, that there is a God who so cared about us that he took us, hid us, protected us, and now he's saying that this is who you are.
Tim Maestas, KRQE News 13.
Fascinating. Well, we have much more about this story on our website, krqe.com. There you will find the complete, raw, unedited interviews with some of the people that you just met. And you can also read more about DNA and genetic testing to learn more about your family history.
What a great job Tim Maestas did with that story. That was just riveting to watch.
Very cool stuff. No question.
So real quick, before I jump in anything, I want to say about that, and I want to get your opinion on something. Like, so again, those are my mother's people, right? She comes from New Mexico. Northern New Mexico, right? Her family, my mother's family names are Cordoba, Cano, Gallegos, and Martinez. She comes from the founding families of New Mexico. We can document this. In fact, my family actually wrote the first illustrated history of New Mexico in English and in Spanish. These are old books that are expensive as all hell. But you can find them and buy them on eBay.
But at the same point in time, I'm going to touch on some genetics and whatnot. So one, you see that you got a Catholic priest, you know what I'm saying? It's what she ended up, you know what I'm saying? Because he found out genetically that he was Jewish. Now, again, and you can check this out with like family tree DNA and all kinds of people doing DNA studies right now. Like one of the big things right now are the people from New Mexico and the Hispanic Jews from Central and South America coming, like they're buying these DNA tests left, right, and center, and they're all autosomal DNA tests. These are all autosomally based DNA tests. Like, so they don't base it off you having a J1 haplogroup. Like, if you're a female, you can't have a J1 haplogroup. It don't work like that, right? But at the same point in time, I can tell you, from having taken multiple different genetic tests and my mother's family doing such and confirming that they're actually Sephardic Jewish as well, right? That we're connected to people who are RM269. We're connected to people who are Q, E1B1B, etc. All the type of stuff, right? Who all have the same mark, or who all are coming up Jewish or whatnot. So these DNA companies are saying these people are Jewish based upon autosomal concepts and not the J1 marker. But not only that, faithful, I want you to pay attention to what I'm about to say. Because you're talking about Yahuchanan not knowing about genetics, right? And Yahuchanan never claimed to be an expert. And he honestly says that he's studying this thing and still studying and still learning, right? So I need you to break this one down for me, being that you're saying that like you are an expert. So are you making the case that these people should only be getting these genetics for like cancer and etc. that are predominant amongst Jews, that they should only be getting it based upon the J1 marker? That if they don't have the J1 marker, they shouldn't be having these genes active in their body at all? Because that's not the case. We got people who are RM2, 69, etc. having these genetic defects, these genetic markers for diseases, etc. whatnot. When you go into all the different go to the Ashkenazis, right? They have the most amount of genetic defects based upon on the inbreeding that Yahuchanan was talking about, right? How it changes the mutation rates and whatnot, right? Having groups that breed locally over long groups of time, it creates a lot of genetic defects and whatnot. Most of them are neurological, etc. This also happens in New Mexico. There's people in New Mexico, just like how Ashkenazi Jews are, right? There's people in New Mexico who have genetic issues that only people from New Mexico can have. Same concept, right? Are you trying to say that the people that have diseases based upon that way of living, being Jewish, etc., right? Staying amongst the Jews and whatnot, that they can only have these defects if they're J1? It doesn't make any sense, bro. These genetic defects are amongst the whole Jewish community. I'm not saying they all have the same ones. I'm saying like they'll tell you there's certain stuff that only Ashkenazi Jews can have. They won't say only Ashkenazi Jews that are J1. Because there's different snips that they're looking at, fam. There's different mutations that they're looking at. That's why people are even talking about autosomal concepts, because it bypasses maternal paternal stuff. Again, I'm not making the argument like, oh yeah, autosomal is the only way to get. No. I have a very nuanced argument. We can get into it real deep, but at the same point, bruh, when it comes to genetic defects, come on, man, bruh. Just pay attention to what you're saying. You got women talking about they got breast cancer genes, etc., whatnot, right? Are you telling me that passed down from a J1 thing? Anyway, we go. What are you gonna say, Yahuchanan? I heard you laugh. I heard you laughing.
Yeah, I started laughing because it's like, yo, what that community was saying. It sounds similar to what some of the modern, well, not modern, but I'm gonna just say the non-camps be saying, yo. It sounds similar to some of the stuff that, our people be saying, yo. They finding out certain things. Some are getting genetically tested. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And so, Yahoo is waking up his people worldwide,
Yeah. And so I'm gonna do this one last little bit here, and then we can do whatever you want to do. We can freestyle the thing, whatever you want to do. But I wanted to touch on my grandfather's DNA, my Pompo's DNA, because you got Faithful talking about that it's the J1 thing popping off, right? And so yes, I'm related to people who are J1, real close. I'm related to people who are Arm 269, real close. But my grandfather is E1B1B. My grandfather is E1B1B. My uncle is E1B1B. And this is what we find out about this particular strand of E1B1B, about where it's located and who it's located amongst. So again, he's EM34/EM123. So this is what it breaks down from 23. And this is what 23andMe says about it, right? Your paternal line traces back to the common ancestors of haplogroup EM123, a man who may have lived in Eastern Africa over 20,000 years ago. At some time during the next 10,000 years, some of his descendants migrated north to the Levant and the Middle East, where the lineage is quite common. Today. In fact, evidence once suggested that the southern Levant may have been the birthplace of the haplogroup. It was there soon after the Ice Age drew to a close 11,500 years ago. The humans first learned, to domesticate cereals and livestock and completely transformed their way of life. In fact, farming and herding were such successful strategies that populations boomed, sparking waves of migration into Europe and Africa about 8,000 years ago. Some of those men likely bore the EM123 haplogroup, and they migrated. And as they migrated, they introduced not only their technology and culture, but also the paternal lineage. Going further, it goes on to say this in the same 23andMe breakdown. Today, some of the highest concentrations of men bearing haplogroup EM123 and its diverse branches are found in Eastern Africa, where they make up between 5 and 10% of the men in parts of Ethiopia, Kenya, and Somalia. Farther east, nearly 10% of men tested in Oman and 8% in Yemen carry the haplogroup. And to the north, they are found at low frequencies amongst Egyptians, Algerians, Tunisians, and others. The other great peak of men bearing EM123 is in the southern Levant. They are spread throughout the Middle East and in present-day Turkey at frequencies of about 5% and make up about 13% of the male population in Jordan. Though generally rare in Europe, EM123 can be found among men along the Mediterranean Sea and is at its most common in Sicily, 7%, and Sardinia, 4%. Even at the far western edge, the lineage found in the Iberian Peninsula, especially among the men of Portugal and the Spanish region of Galicia. Ironically, Gallegos and Galicia. Like Gallegos is like one of my mother's family names, and Galicia is how that breaks down. Okay, so this is what my uncle got back from Family Tree. So when he took his DNA test, it did confirm that he was a percentage of Sephardic Jewish. Sephardic Maghrebi is how they do it, right? So it literally threw it into the Middle Eastern part of his DNA. But this is what they told us off that breakdown. This is the Sephardic Jewish breakdown from Family Tree DNA. It says from Africa, the first place people migrated was the Middle East. This area has played a crucial role in early human migration history. Ancient hunter-gatherers of the Middle East, known as Natufians, carry the most ancestry from this first group. Natufians might have spoken an early form of an Afro-Asiatic language, and over time adopted farming from neighboring groups with whom they intermarried. Goes on to say this. Little is known about the remote past of Jewish groups in Iberia, despite evidence of many different migrations over time. Oral traditions indicate that the first Jews settled on the Iberian Peninsula through trading ports along the coast of the Mediterranean. During the 6th century CE, it is believed that the refugees of captives of the Babylonian Empire spent their exile on the Iberian Peninsula after the destruction of the first temple in Jerusalem. Going further, it says the earliest evidence of Jewish settlements on the Iberian Peninsula is from a young girl's gravestone inscription from a late Roman period synagogue in Elche, Spain. When the Romans destroyed the when the Romans destroyed the Second Temple and most of Israel in 70 CE. Diaspora populations made their way into Iberia over the next millennium. Still going further, it says, these became the Sephardic populations. Sephardic communities remained a part of Iberia, integrating into the local culture until their expulsion in 1492. At the time of their expulsion, some Sephardic Jews converted to Christianity. They adopted a Christian identity in order to retain their homes and travel within the Christian kingdoms of the Iberian Peninsula and the new colonies in the Americas. Last but not least, it says this. By the way, this comes from the synagogue in Cordoba. After their expulsion, Sephardic Jews migrated to establish Jewish communities in the Balkans, Italy, North Africa, and the Ottoman Empire. Others migrated to the Americas in secret. Communities of Sephardic Jews throughout the Mediterranean continue to uphold common cultural traditions through religion and intergovernmental, and internal government, and to speak Judeo-Spanish and Hebrew. Jewish settlers in the Americas continue to practice their culture and religious rites in secret to avoid suspicion from the Spanish Inquisition, while others remained Christian. So these people are waking up in droves right now, and they're taking DNA tests just like my uncle took, just like my mom took, or whatnot. They're finding out from an autosomal level that they're related to Sephardic Jews that were secretly practicing in the Americas, and they're leaving Catholicism and Christianity behind and going to something different. Some are staying, a lot are leaving, but they're doing so based upon an autosomal DNA argument that's being made to them from these DNA companies. They're doing research through Inquisition history, which is thick in New Mexico and other places and whatnot. You can study it real thick and heavy, and you find your family members from time. I'm talking about people who can go back hundreds of years in New Mexico, finding their family members and whatnot, and finding out that they were part of the Inquisition, etc. whatnot. So these again. I haven't seen a video about this from you at all, Faithful. I haven't seen you address this at all, and it's not consistent. The same energy is not there with our people that came from the Iberian Peninsula, as it is for people of African descent claiming the same thing. Now, if you want to get into an argument like where there Jews in West Africa, bruh, I'm the right one to talk to. If you want to have a debate or a discussion, I'm the right one to talk to. If you want to make the argument that the only Jews in West Africa came from the Iberian Peninsula, trust me, bro, I'm the right one to talk to. We will definitely make that one crystal clear. Definitely make it crystal clear. But moving forward. So I'm going to start showing the different groups of people that my pampa, my grandfather's DNA connects to, right? So again, EM130, EM123, EM34. So we have the Natufian culture of the Levant, again, going from 15,000 years ago to 11,500 years ago, and they were carriers of this haplogroup. Digs from this area show them at carriers of 40%. 2 of the 5 bodies they found up there from this dig had this haplogroup. The Jordanian people of the Dead Sea region are carriers of this haplogroup at 31.1%. Last time I checked, Jordan is in that southern Levant area. You know what I'm saying? 31.1%. Check this one out. We have the Amhara people of Ethiopia. Again, so they said that you can find this DNA in 2 big areas, right? 2 big clades in the Levant, in like Ethiopian, Yemen, Oman type areas or whatnot, right? So we find that amongst the Amhara people in Ethiopia at 23.5% to 13.4%. We find it amongst Libyan Jews at 17.4%. We find it amongst Ethiopian Jews at 13.6%. We find it amongst the Sahrawi people. These are Berber people in Mauritania and elsewhere, etc., that have this haplogroup at 11.1%. But these are an Afro-Asiatic speaking people. And when you get into their history of their migration, again, it's consistent with the haplogroup, etc. You have the Kabyle people of these are Berbers of Algeria, etc. They have this haplogroup. Northern Egyptians have this haplogroup, 10.2 to 4.8%. The Hazara people have this at 10.1%, right? In Afghanistan. Sephardic Jews carry this haplogroup. And this includes the Sephardi Turkish and Sephardi Bulgarians and whatnot, because you already know they migrated and whatnot. They carry this haplogroup at 10 to 5%. Ashkenazi Jews carry this haplogroup at 10%. Shout out to Einstein. You know what it is. These are the Walaita people of Ethiopia. They carry this at 8.3%. Again, consistent with that being caught up in two major chunk areas, like in the Levant and in Ethiopia, etc. You have Yemeni people, including Yemenite Jews, who are carriers of this haplogroup. There's a lot of Jewish populations, brother man. We have the Oromo. They carry this population, or they carry this haplogroup. We have Turkish people that carry this haplogroup. We have Omani people that carry this haplogroup. Again, Oman is in Arabia, fam. Yemen, Oman, Jordan. Like, we have Israeli Bedouins that carry this haplogroup. Israeli Bedouins, fam. Sicilians carry this haplogroup. The Kunaman carry this haplogroup. We got people in the United Arab Emirates that carry this haplogroup. Armenians. We have the Afar people in Djibouti. We have Italians broadly. We have Berbers of Marrakesh, Morocco, and Siwa, Egypt, and of the Mozambique Berbers, etc. They carry this haplogroup. We have the Druze people in Israel. These are people that said they descended from the Midianites, from Jethro. They carry this haplogroup. Now peep that one. So you got people in the lineage of the Sayyids, right? The people in the lineage of Ishmael that say that they have this haplogroup. You have the Kohanim. You have Kohanim of the 21 different groups that they try to pull out of the Kohanim. They have Kohanim that claim this haplogroup. And you got people who are claiming descent from Midian, from Jethro, with this haplogroup.
And that's Abraham's descendants.
Man.
That's what I'm saying. You can't limit. People been trying to limit the E haplogroup just to Africa, like if it migrated. I mean, like if it mutated in Africa.
Right.
But they don't talk about the studies that actually say that it did mutate in Africa. That E actually broke away from haplogroup D out somewhere near India, and then came back into, eventually end up migrating back into the African region. And people don't want to talk about that though.
Fact. So yeah, in my previous video, I was also talking about the facts, and I said here, like until you come up with the body, like the E and the R and the J are all equally plausible, right? But here's what I want to say, but in my previous video, I said that, one could even make a more plausible argument for the E1B1B or E, right? And this is what I'm saying here is you got people from the lineage of Isaac, people from the lineage of Israel, and from Ishmael, and people from the lineage of Midian, right? With this haplogroup, with this specific one, and a bunch of people in a bunch of different groups of Jews have this haplogroup. Again, you can find it amongst Arabs as well. So again, so that's real strong. Abraham had 3 lines of children: Sarah, Hagar, and Keturah. You got people claiming descent from all 3 with this one haplogroup. So this whole thing about it definitively in J1, like, no, that's not what it is at all. And if you're gonna just speculate, I can speculate a better argument. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Hence, you got people like Yahuchanan being 100% honest, saying no one can say what it is for certain because we don't have a body yet. But on this autosomal level, we can definitely prove that there's a connection, even amongst these people with different haplogroups. So there's something has to be looked at a deeper level, my brother. Like, so maybe Faithful, maybe you don't quite understand what the argument Yahuchanan is making is. Maybe you think you understand autosomal DNA to a certain level. Maybe you might need to go hit the drawing board again. And that's why I asked you the question about the genetic defects. Like, so are you trying to say that only Jews with J1 have genetic defects and have the same one? Like, you can't have Jews of different haplogroups with the same defect that other people who aren't Jews don't have? Because that's not quite how autosomal DNA works, bro. That's not how it works. But yeah, I'm gonna stop it right there because that's again, that's my grandfather's DNA, right? And he's one of these people, like his people, his family, are these people who are waking up right now in Spanish-speaking parts of North, Central, and South America, saying that we're finding out we're the Sephardic Jews based upon autosomal DNA. And I'm not seeing I haven't seen not one video addressing that community in any way, shape, or form. And again, I haven't seen one video addressing the Hispanic Hebrew Israelites who are saying the same things that One West was saying, but only applying it to people of Hispanic descent. But yeah, that's my 2 cents on it, fam. I would love to see what you got to say. Again, this is not a beef thing. I'm not here to beef. I'm here to build bridges, fam. We're not going to agree on everything. We're not supposed to. We're not supposed to. We don't have to. But it don't gotta be disrespectful about the thing. You don't gotta be talking about people descending from the product of slave masters raping people, etc., whatnot, and you got the facts all wrong. And not only that, like, so, fam, like, again, like, I'm gonna say this as somebody who descends from people from the Iberian Peninsula, right? Like, and if you're coming at this from the Latino Christian side, right? Okay, straight up and down. Now the slave trade is in your lap, because you and I both know that the Catholic Church sanctioned the slave trade. Am I beefing with them? No, not at all. I'm saying have some decorum when you're talking to people who descended from that slave trade. Don't start talking crazy to them. Don't start talking crazy to them. And here's the cold part, right? If you take a DNA test, bruh, you and Yahuchanan might be cousins somewhere, fam. We might get connected on Jet Match, fam. From the lineage you come from, again, a quarter of the Hispanic community in North Central South America has some form of Sephardic DNA. That means you too, That means you too. So I don't bruh, I really don't get it. At one point, you used to think that you were a national Israelite, right? That you descended from Israel. Bet money it's because you felt like you had some Sephardic DNA. Bet money was because of that. And if it wasn't, it was for a whole other reason that was mad and righteous. Because, like, man, that's an unrighteous doctrine. That's a super unrighteous doctrine. But that's a doctrine that Yahuchanan doesn't rock with, and I don't rock with. So there's literally no reason why you should be coming at us with non sequitur one West Israelite arguments. Talking about, well, I feel that Yahuchanan places too much emphasis on this. Oh, why? Why? Was he on there talking about it? No, he was talking about the law, like you said. You came in and was like, no, you prove it. You prove it. You prove it. Right now. Acting like Titus 3:9 is not in your Bible. Acting like Titus 3:9 is not in your Bible, fam. Again, if you got one verse that authorizes you being able to do that to anybody, bro, you got it. You got it. I will publicly apologize. But you and I both know it's not there. So I'm respectfully asking you to knock that nonsense off. Because I would, like, man, like, please knock that off. Because, man, I don't want to feel some type of way. And I don't want you to want to feel some type of way because I feel some type of way. When we can have a whole nother conversation. We can have a conversation about, like, okay, so when are you going to come to our people who are identifying as Jews, etc., and have this conversation with them about, like, you know what, you don't need this nationality. You just need to abide in Jesus, and that'll be enough for you. I would love to have that conversation with you. Again, if you need to have the conversation where they're African descent Israelites in West Africa, man, I got you. If there's an Afro-Asia, if the only Jews in West Africa descended from the Iberian Peninsula, bro, I got you. I got you. We can definitely build on that. I got no issue giving you more information than what you're currently working with on that. None whatsoever. But if you're not going to address our people from the Iberian Peninsula in the Americas identifying as Jewish in the same fashion you're gonna deal with anybody from African descent who's identifying as such, and in the same spectrum, in the sense some are staying Christian, some are doing something else, some are completely converting. If you're not gonna address them the same, bro, like it looks bad out here, fam. I don't know how you tell me it don't look racist. Because I told you, I felt like you talked to him that way because you felt like you could. And you didn't feel like you could talk to me that way. Like, to me, that, like, I felt like, man, I felt disrespected because you came at him, that you came at me different than you came at him. I was like, oh, word? I'm not my father's son right now? What's going on? Like, nah, man, that's not cool. That's not cool in any way, shape, or form. Again, that's not one that looks and feels super racist. Two, and whether you're meaning for it to or not, understand that. I'm not saying you're intending to be. Whether you're meaning for it to or not, that's how it's coming up. But two, bruh, it's making more enemies than friends, and it's not bringing people to the Most High. It's not bringing people to Christ as you would want them to. Particularly like people like me who's like, okay, I'm actually coming at you with an intellectual argument when we're talking. Like, okay, you're not satisfying what I need because you're saying like there's this exception clause that doesn't apply. How does that work? But yet it applies to Jesus, but you can't. But there's no way you can explain that. It feels like you're playing with uneven scales. And again, this is where I have respect for people like Abu, because Abu won't put you in hell. He's like, I've seen him grab you by the coattails and be like, hey, homie, let's not do that. Let's not tell people they're not saved or whatnot. Let's leave that for the sovereignty of God. Respect it all day. And he got no beat. He was on here talking with me and Anonymous on Sal's channel. breaking down, like, yeah, I don't trip on the Israelite thing, bro. Like, if you want to call yourself an Israelite, do that. I ain't tripping on that. That's one of the main reasons I got no issue dealing with him on the pews or whatnot, because it's obviously clear that for him, it's not an identity argument. He makes that super clear. It's just a linguistics argument, so we can deal with it scholastically. Me and him can have a straight up scholastic conversation. But with you, faithful, it's more than just scholastic. You bring culture into it, and that's where it starts to look and feel racist, man. Because you bring culture into it, but you ignore other people's culture. You only bring in African descent culture or African American descent culture. As someone who descends from both, I got issues. I take severe issue with that. Because I'm gonna call you on it, bro. Like, man, are you really trying to tell me that 45 million people, or that 1 million people out of 45 is a bigger number than the percentages of 200 million people that are doing this thing right now? Because that math don't add up, fam. I promise you it don't add up. I promise you. Like, this is a big thing right now. I know about it because my family went through the whole thing. And I promise you, you know people in your family, faithful, doing the same thing. You got cousins somewhere. You got uncles somewhere, aunties somewhere talking about that. And if you don't got family, you got friends. You know somebody. It's like, oh, man, I took a DNA test, found out that I'm blah, 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 blah Jewish. You know, like whatever percentage. I promise you ain't come at them like you come to Yahuchanan. Bet money. But that's it. I'm getting on my soapbox. We're going down to 5 hours on this joint. So
yeah, we've been on here a long time.
I told you it was gonna be a long one.
Yeah. It didn't make it so bad. We skipped like a portion.
We skipped the whole middle of that joint. That's the cool part. We skipped a whole hour and change out that joint.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you, brother, man, for coming on and slugging it out this long. You know what I'm saying?
No problem, bro.
I appreciate your commentary. We do agree to disagree on certain things. Like again, like I'm not faithful. I'm not saying you're lying until you prove me otherwise. But like you cannot say he knows stuff about you that I don't know because he's known about you longer, right? So I'm gonna give you this chance to be sincere with me, bro. We didn't get off on the right foot the first time we talked, faithful. Like I called you on Facebook trying to talk to you about trying to squash beef again. Trying to squash beef, and it turned into beef within 30 seconds. You know what I'm saying? It turned into beef within 30 seconds. This don't need to be that. This can be a real bridge being built right now, where we can agree to disagree at the outset, but also continue to agree to discuss with decorum. But yeah, my fault. I feel like I cut you. What were you saying?
Oh no, you good. I was gonna say, man, thank you for having me on. I hope that I actually edified the people and bring some information. You know what I'm saying? I try not to be biased when it comes to these things. Try to be as accurate as I possibly can.
No, and I appreciate that. And again, that's what I like about Yahuchanan is, again, he's not out here saying he's an expert. He'll come out here and tell you, like, you know what, if I need to go back and look at that up and apologize, I'll do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, he'll say that. No issues. Like, he'll has no issues saying I'm learning about this still. Like, I just bought this new book and I'm reading about this. I'm reading about that. Like, he got no issue with that. He's not out here saying he's the end all be all when it comes to DNA. But at the same point in time, I will tell you this, he knows enough to where, like, you got to really listen to what he's saying. You can't just write him off. You definitely can't just write them off, particularly because I like what you said earlier about the fact that a lot of people in the UA the community they cite Ngozi for what they talk about when it comes to DNA and whatnot, right? And when you really like go back to my channel, family, and look at the appearances Ngozi makes on the videos I put up here, you will see where he agrees about the admixture of people in West Africa, etc., etc., etc. So with that, family, I appreciate y'all for your time. Again, like Yahuchanan said, I hope he brought out something that's worthwhile. this is probably going to spark a whole bunch of videos where people respond to stuff. But again, this is not done in malice in any way, shape, or form. Any way, shape, or form. But it is definitely done in sincerity. 100%. There's some sincerity in this video trying to get some points across. Because I'll just say this: if I was coming for the jugular, I'd do it a whole nother way. I'd do it a whole nother way, 1,000,000%. So if I said anything that offended anybody, please charge it to my head and not my heart. You know what I'm saying? Or my because my heart's in the right place on this one. My head might have thought this went out the wrong way, and I know people are used to hearing that saying the other way, but I meant it the way I said it. My heart's in the right place. I'm not trying to offend nobody on this, but I'm also trying to keep people from being offended. So I got to be real about what I'm saying, because I got to be real. I'm offended. Like I'm dealing with something that offended me. So on one level, I'm trying to be respectful with it and not offend people who I'm addressing, but also let these people know, like, hey, man, what you're doing is offensive. And it doesn't need to be. It's unnecessarily offensive. And I want that point to stick home. It's unnecessarily offensive. Trying to emphatically be like, yeah, I know that the Ethiopians are converts, but that word, you know that? No, you don't. No, you don't. Because you don't have Abraham's bones or whatnot. So being emphatic, like, nah, bro, you don't got the space for that. Hold on, there's some people that want to jump on right quick. I see Ramon Yahoo.
Shalom. You hear me?
Yes, sir. How you doing, fam?
I'm good. How y'all doing, man?
All is well. You got brother Yahuchanan on here.
Shalom, Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom, fam. And anybody who want to jump on, feel free. Like we are definitely in the free for all part. Yahuchanan, if you want to dip off at any point, if you need to pass out, get some meat, whatever, like you already know what it is, fam.
Yeah, how long you gonna be on for? Well, I want to interact with the people. They might have some questions for me.
Yeah, that's what's up. So yeah, go ahead, Ramon, go ahead. You got the floor, brother, man.
Yeah, I sit back and I watch all this stuff, like come together for real. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and I just be watching how like Faithful move, man. Like he moved funny, bro. He moved real funny. Like when I analyze this video, just like how you analyze y'all, you feel me? Like using discernment, you just know what time it is with him. So like I try not to pay his videos any mind because it's so offensive. You feel me? Like when you was showing the video with him and the bull dialoguing together. You feel me? Like they was saying if you've been in Africa for all these generations, that you no longer even like. How can you tell that man that his ancestors changed? That like, what are y'all talking about, bro? How is that possible? So you're no longer related to Israelites for real because you've been in Africa for 10 generations, yo. Are you serious? And like another thing for real, like we was talking about this on Genesis 49's page for real, my little channel. That
yeah. Shout out to Yeshua
like that race.
My fault, go ahead.
Like that racist science. That thing, like that's racist. Did they not realize that's racist science because they think all black people are African? That's what they think for real. You feel me? Like we ain't gonna get into the Hamite and the Shem stuff for real, but I'm talking about like if they look at somebody and they have melanated skin, you feel me? They like, yeah, they just African, you feel me? They Hamites, you feel me? They automatically think that, you feel me? And he don't like he's not really discussing science. He's discussing how he feels. He's not discussing science. He's going to people that don't want to believe they're Israelites and stuff like that. People that don't like the Bible, people that don't want to be Israelites, people that want to be Egyptians. You feel me? Like no disrespect for real, but his motives is to gather as many people that go against us for information You feel me? And then, you know, I sit back and watch how he treat Yahuchanan. Every time I see him dialogue with Yahuchanan, it's like a bad taste in my mouth, for real. Like, I just watch him gang up on him, for real, act like he crazy. This man ain't crazy. Y'all trying to make him crazy. You feel me? Because they say stuff that gets him in his feelings, and then when he flip for real, you feel me? They want to point out he crazy. That's what Christians do. You feel me? They look at sinner. You can't listen to him. You feel me? That's what they do. They trying to demonize. They trying to demonize him. You feel me? But when you come on there, you feel me, and you humble, they can't really find a flaw in you. You feel me? They see you, you know, your energy down for real. You feel me? Like, no offense to him, for real. You feel me? They just see that you calmer. You feel me? And he's more act. You feel me? So when they hear you talk, and everybody just quiet for real. I watch it all the time. Everybody's quiet when you talk. Everybody's quiet. You feel me? Because they know you about to spit some fire. Yeah, man. Ask some tough questions. You feel me?
But check this out. With a soft voice, I didn't say nothing different than what Yahuchanan said, right?
Right.
You know, I didn't say nothing different.
Yeah, like what do y'all like? What do y'all like? It's like they be running from the brothers and sisters that have the scholarship, the scholar work, right? You feel me? He got the scholar work too, though. Yahuchanan got the scholar work. I listen to him. You feel me? I mean, they run from the people that's gonna make their followers question what they are teaching. That's what they are doing. That's what he's doing. I called him on Facebook for real. And I mean, I was like, yo, the elders looking for you, bro. You feel me? Off of the source lead, bro. And they want to debate you. What did he do? He straight blocked me. I never said nothing. All I said was that one thing, that they looking for you. You know what I mean? He straight blocked me for real because he don't want that smoke. And he always talking about, he used to be on the Red channel. You feel me? Talking about, well, what smoke in my channel? Boy, you do not want no smoke, man. You want to go after people for real, after Israelites for real. That's really babes and that can barely stand up. You feel me? That don't know for sure what's going on. That's why Benaiah and them had to drop that documentary. You feel me? Because they knew the babes need was on that milk for real. You feel me? And they had to make everybody stronger again. You feel me? Because there's a lot of people coming against us.
Yep. Shout out to Benaiah Israel. But yeah, so what did you think about the aspect of what I was saying, to where like he's coming at African descent people claiming to be Israel, whether they're one West or not, but he's not addressing like the Hispanic Hebrew Israelites who are saying the same thing that the one West Israelites are saying.
I'm telling you, it gotta be for real something against black people, Negroes. You feel me? If people hate, like, let's be honest, nowhere in the world nobody likes Negroes. Nobody likes Negroes. You feel me? Like, people don't like us. They use us. You feel me? Like, they use us for labor. You feel me? They use us for sports and stuff like that. We are only supposed to be, you feel me, entertainers. That's all. You feel me? Nothing more, nothing less. And for a Negro to say, yo, I'm a Hebrew. Oh my God. You feel me? They have heart attacks. You feel me? They have heart attacks for real. You feel me? Because they have a white supremacist mind. Like, I have friends. I have white friends. You feel me? That we grew up and we had conversations, and they told me, like, yeah, my mother and my father always wanted me to stop hanging with y'all. You feel me? They hated y'all. You feel me? But I love y'all, and that's why my family apart now. You feel me? Like, they are taught this stuff from birth and try to act like they're not. Y'all are taught that they hate black people. That black people are lazy. That black people are this. Black people are only. Oh, they're athletes. They're this. They're rappers. And, like, come on, man. Like, stop fronting, man. Y'all be sitting around trying to pit on Christ. You feel me? And act like that hate not still in you, bro. Like, no, y'all can't even go in the hood and preach. Y'all can't even go. And I'm talking about Christian church for real, and people that's in camps for real. Cause you see the camps downtown. You feel me? Interrogating the daggone white people. Man, go in the hood, man. Go talk to your people. Stop talking to them since they the heathens. Go talk to your people. You feel me? And get them the word for real, since it's only for them. Why you worried about these people? You feel me? So, like, I go at everybody. You feel me? It's all pressure. I don't care. You feel me? But, like, You cannot put on Christ and try to hide who you are, yo. You
Yeah, I'm gonna
cannot
be
do that. It's not gonna work. I don't care who you are.
facts. So I'm gonna say this though, like, so I personally don't believe that Faithful's racist. I haven't seen the evidence as of yet to make that claim on it. But like, this is what I'm saying, Faithful. I want you to listen to what my brother's saying. Right
I'm
no,
not
no, 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 no,
saying.
no, no, hold on, real quick. Like, so I think you're echoing what I'm talking about. So like, to where no matter what, like, it's still it's looking and feeling like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's got that package to it. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
so,
I can't say I'm sorry, bro. You feel
no,
me?
you're good.
It's the joint late for real. My ear. You feel me? I'm
No,
trying
you're
to
good.
keep up.
No,
But
you're good.
yeah, I can't say he racist for real because he deal with Art Mason and stuff like that. You feel me? I'm not saying like yo hate black people. You feel me? I'm saying he's indoctrinated with that outlook and mindset of who we are.
That's a
He think
real
he know.
interesting
He
point, brother.
think
I like that.
yeah. He think he know who we are more than we know who we are.
See,
That's
that's
my
a real
problem.
interesting point. That's a real interesting point. Because if he's indoctrinated, he might not know he's committed certain offenses, right? And that's half the reason why I'm making this video, because I'm like, look, bro, like I got super offended listening to him talk to Yahuchanan, right? Super offended when I went back and heard the video. I'm like, yo, like if I would have heard the whole conversation, I wouldn't have been as cool in the conversation I was in. I'm just gonna keep it 100, right? Like that's just me recognize I'm a human being and a man. Like, no, I would have been offended. I would have said, like, I probably would have jumped off and not even dealt with it, because I don't like dealing with people when I'm hot like that. You know what I'm saying? But I would have felt some kind of way had I heard the whole conversation. Like, oh, word. But yeah, hopefully my man listens to what
Every
you're
time I
saying.
hear this man speak,
Yeah,
every
hopefully
time
he
I hear
takes
this
what
man
you're saying
speak,
to heart.
bro, you feel me? Like,
No, go. You got it. You got the floor. Go ahead.
yeah, you feel me? Like every time I hear this man speak, bro, it's like on some like I always go to this channel for real, look at the titles of his videos. Like he be saying this dirty mouth Israelite. Like, bro, why you coming off aggressive like that, bro? Like, chill out, bro, because these type of words, you feel me? Like, bro, you're not going in front of no Negro and tell him, yeah, you bad mouth. Y'all not talking like, man, stop that, man. Talk to that person like a human being, man. Straight up, man. Stop playing with us, man. Stop playing with people. Because if we send y'all in person, y'all will change that energy. And y'all be like, no, we was just trying to give y'all Christ and the living water. Like, bro, no. You already killed your testimony, bro.
Right. And see, this is what I'm saying, right? Like, so yeah, I love how you said you just killed the testimony, because I like the spirit of that right there, right? Because that's what I keep saying. Like, you're not really with that energy, you're not going to bring people to the Most High. You're not going to bring people to anything that you consider to be the truth. You know what I'm saying? Like, because how are you gonna, like, you're not going to offend me and then offer me a gift and expect me to take it. You know what I'm saying? That'll make no sense in the
X.
world. That'll make no sense in the world. So like, if you like, my mother always tell me you catch more flies with honey. You know what I'm saying? Like, so if you're trying to actually like give out what you believe to be the gospel, bro, there's a different way to do it. But on top of that, I'm trying to honestly point out, like, bro, like it's obvious that you got a certain type of energy for people of African descent who claim to be Israel, but people who have like the same like type of ideology you say you don't like, but claim to be Hispanic Hebrew Israelites, I haven't seen you address at all. You ain't put up on them in any way, shape, or form. Like my G is saying, like you keep pulling up on people like Yahuchanan. Like what? Like that's got like a real weird look to it.
Yeah, but he didn't really want to pull up. Let me tell you what it was. He kind of wanted to deflect the Torah question. So
I think he put up because like the Zarek was there. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So he wanted to change it and try to, prove you an Israelite. But when I said, okay, well, let's do the debate, he got scared and said, nah, we can debate now. We can debate now. We can debate now. And so, only reason I took that debate, I just started sharing information because Garfield, I was on his channel and he's like, yo, let's do this. And so, really, you notice like with some of the UA community, they like to do on the spot debates or whatever. They don't really like to set nothing up because it's a rhetoric conversation. Like that's why some of them are moving to Clubhouse because you don't have to show any information. You can just talk, you know what I'm saying, and spit rhetoric and talk and sound good and sound like you're correct. But at the end of the day, you don't have to show anything. That's why I like doing YouTube, because you can show information.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Brother Yehoshua, you've been patiently waiting. What would you like to say, Brother Matt?
I just wanted to say, man, I think in the original video, man, I think Yahuchanan did a good job. I mean, he went toe to toe, man, and I think this video it was more in depth, and it really brought out a lot of good stuff.
I would have to agree, because what people didn't see here is Yahuchanan was dealing with more than just the faithful. He was dealing with Rob Bourne and a couple other things popping up. You know what I'm saying? I think he did a real good job, consistent.
Yeah, this was good. I hope I like the history and genetics and all that, so I'm looking forward to more discussions on it and all that.
So what's your thoughts on Faithful's position and on how he was coming at Yahuchanan and what I was saying about maybe him not coming at people of his own descent the same way?
I don't know much about them, about the UA. What are they called? The UA.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't really follow much. The only one I know about is Abu because he comes on here.
Mm-hmm.
And, I don't really know much about the the Hebrew Israelite. I know a couple, but I don't really keep up with the camps or nothing like that. But there's a couple I like that ones that I follow up and keep up with, but I definitely hear what you guys are saying on that.
Yeah. Well, we don't have too many more people jumping on. I don't see anyone else in the queue. I know Yahuchanan is tired. You know what I'm saying? I know, brother, man. Well, you work today too, huh? So yeah, I know he's definitely tired. So I'm gonna let him close out. Let y'all close out. We can close this thing out and meet up the next time. You know what I'm saying?
All right, yeah. I appreciate everybody's information. You know what I'm saying? As far as on the genetic side, I'm on this book called Genetics for Dummies. I also got another book by David Reich. It's called How Did We Get Here? So that's where I'm getting some of my information from, and then taking a lot of different DNA tests with different companies. You know what I'm saying? That's what really helped me to start kind of understanding DNA, and then talking with just Shob and James Cassell. So you know what I'm saying, you can go over there on Genesis 49ers or Yah World 777, and they've been on this genetic stuff for quite a long time, and they talk about it at least once a week or something like that. So don't let nobody try to tell you're not an Israelite. If Yahuwah is dealing with you and you know what I'm saying, and he's calling you back to the covenant, you know what I'm saying, obey the call. Don't worry about what the UA community is saying, because at the end of the day, we know that we got to have faith in the Messiah, and we got to return back to the covenant, turn back to the law and obey these statutes and these commandments that he's calling us to do, so we could be a light to the world, you know what I'm saying, and show the world how we supposed to live, show them how we supposed to worship the Most High, and how we supposed to treat one another. And with that, I yield.
All right. Oh, what? Oh, we got another guest jumping on. Okay. First and foremost, congratulations to the parent of a brand new graduate. You know what I'm saying?
That's what's up. All praises, man.
Shalom, man. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. Yeah, she did that thing, man. So she's gonna be going to Georgia Tech. So that's what we're working on now. I just wanted to jump on real quick, man. Excellent job, brothers. Once I got to the point where I could jump on, y'all had done the heavy lifting, so I was edified. You know what I'm saying? This is the type of discussions we need to keep having. I applaud y'all for bringing it out, and y'all know this is what we do, and it's great to see y'all doing this and see Yahuchanan getting on there, jumping right into the pit, and dealing with all the adversaries and coming out, doing what we're supposed to do. So I applaud you, brother. Keep that fight up, Yahuchanan, because like we've been saying, bro, like this your lane. Like this is what you're gonna keep getting better and better at. The more you keep reading, the more you keep studying. And yeah, Lil Mike, Lil Faithful. I'm gonna catch you one day, bro. I ain't worried about all of this. I'm gonna cook you. So
he means catch you scholastically, just to be clear.
yeah, I mean they know what we saying. They're gonna try to so it really did turn into a pull-up situation. Like to me, like all that's nonsense, right? I'm not trying to take nothing off YouTube into no physical world, and trust me, that ain't what y'all want to do with me. So you know, you on there talking about this is what really gonna cut you, and then all of a sudden you want to try to escalate it to somewhere else. It's just the rhetoric that we lose in the midst of these debates. Now, if you want to keep it purely scholastic and all of the things, and we change the narrative, we change the way we talk, then let's keep it that way, right? But we're gonna bring the quote unquote urban energy, keep it where it's on wax, so to speak. So yeah, I ain't talking about doing nothing physical, but yeah, scholastically in the debate, you know, you can come get this work. I don't think you want to now, like, and it's obvious. Yahuchanan exposed you, like, man, like I'm proud of the growth that I see in you, man. Like it's, you know, I'm learning from you, so that's what's up. You know what it is, Moor. You holding it down on this side of town, bro.
No, appreciate you. All right. Yeah, so yeah, Faithful, understand that's coming from like the people we run with, fam, are not your average Israelite. You know what I'm saying? We worked really hard to do this thing completely different. Like our beat us up sessions behind the scenes are a whole nother universe of conversation.
Right.
And like Anonymous is he's someone who's like he does firsthand field research himself, right? Like so. Like again, he's someone who Abu was citing that Beren needed to have on to go talk about the pews because he went to go deal with them in person, and he can read Hebrew, etc. Whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Abu came on and built with Anonymous and had a real respectful conversation,
right?
Real cool, come back and forth. Respect was shown back both ways. Like Anonymous came on, he needed to feel him out. I was like, okay, are you saying this? Are you saying that? He's like, oh, you being super scholastic about it. Cool, blah 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 blah. Oh, you're not tripping about us claiming this, right? Cool, blah 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 blah. Whole another level of conversation, bro. And like, so me, Anonymous, Yahuchanan, nobody we're running with is talking about like, yeah, nationality supersedes salvation. None of us are talking about grown men need to be forced to be circumcised. And I'm like, bro, no. We're not doing that. We're not making arguments that you're used to debating and whatnot. So please deal with us on the merits of what we're saying. Because we're not gonna come at you and put like, again, you're a Trinitarian, right? I'm not gonna come at you like you're a Unitarian. That would be fallacious on its face.
Right.
So just in kind, deal with this insane, fam.
I think Yahuchanan said it best about us becoming the light, right? And part of that becoming the light is getting the argument correct. You just made an excellent point. Like, why are we accused of teaching, you know, the abolishment of Christ or the abolishment or you keep the law for salvation? Why? That's not even scriptural. Like the Old Testament doesn't even teach that, right? The Tanakh doesn't even tell you to keep the law for quote unquote salvation, and especially in the way that they talking about. We talking about finding out who the real people are, right? Identifying what the word really tells us to, and then going about living it on a daily basis. That's it. It's when we move into all of this, you ain't saved and you ain't this because you don't accept Jesus. But Jesus taught the law. Jesus taught he came for the lost sheep. Paul taught we not like do we forsake the Jews? Like what's the scripture? What does it profit a Jew? Say everything because the oracles of God were given to them. Right? This is what we talking about, the oracles of the Most High. And a part of that is knowing who the real people are. That's not to negate anybody else and what they believe in their religion. I'm not here to attack. I can't tell you that every Ashkenazi Jew is not a bloodline descendant of an Israelite. That would be foolish. right? Just like it would be foolish of you to continue to tell us that we're not, when now we continue to start to show all types of genetic evidence. And this is getting worse and worse.
Yeah, a real talk. This panel right here got a real interesting genetic spread. So you got EM 180,
yeah,
you got EM 33,
yeah,
you got R1B, and at the same token, we all got genetics that intersect, man.
Right.
At the same spots on the globe. We're like, oh, word?
Right. 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 And that's the funny part. Like, now we moving beyond the point too where you're like, oh, you ain't got no DNA. Yeah, we do. We took the time to learn it and figure it out too.
Like, took time, fam.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. So that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, man. Excellent job. You know, I ain't gonna keep rambling. I gotta get in here and lay it down. We got a long day tomorrow too, but yeah, man, I'm just proud of y'all. That's all I can say. And
likewise, man.
Yeah, we finna bring this trophy home, but that's a whole nother conversation.
Stay tuned for the finals in the SVDL playoffs, family. Television debate through playoffs. My man will be you're in the conference finals as of now, correct?
Yes, sir, against the SOAR.
So y'all haven't picked the title yet?
Nah, that's right. Yeah, so we're gonna chop it up tomorrow.
Yeah, so stay tuned, family. That will be a very interesting debate. As far as I'm concerned, the finals already went down, so go check out the debate between
that's real.
Minister Howell and Anonymous.
Hey,
you're not going to see
Minister Howell, bro.
Yo.
Shout out to Minister Howell, man.
Yo, the people's minister. You understand what I'm saying?
That was a fight, bro. But even in that,
that's my G.
That's my guy, right? But even in that, like, there's some things that are lost in translation. Right. And we all got to do a better job, including myself, of making sure that you're not attacking and that you're actually trying to bring the information up.
Yeah, and that's the hardest thing in this whole thing. That's why I try to keep telling people, like, when I'm doing this thing, like, I try every time when I get on YouTube to make sure, like, no one's putting down the Bible because of something I said.
Right.
And if I can inspire one person to pick it up because of something I said, man,
right,
I might actually did something before I went home. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right. You know, that's real. So I think you and I passed out. I know he's tired, but
yeah.
No, I'm up. I'm just letting everybody get their turn to speak. Yeah.
Yeah. I just wanted to talk directly to you and tell you I'm proud of you, bro. Like,
appreciate it, bro.
You know, I know we talk behind the scenes and stuff, but I very rarely just get to come and tell you publicly.
Yeah. That was a hostile environment, bro. Real talk. And it wasn't even coming really from Garfield, though, to be real with you.
Yeah. You know, I've been there, so I get it.
My fault.
Like, honestly, like
I'm just playing with you, Garfield. I'm just playing with you.
Yo, I had to remember.
Love, Garfield, man.
I had to remember what I wanted to ask him, man, because they kept trying to take me in whole different spots, getting cut off, man. But I had to ask him about them grave sites that he found when he said they buried the Israelites, and they had those 3 different haplotypes, and he trying to say converts. So I'm like, yo, you ain't even making your argument because what's your methodology about which one's the convert? If they weren't buried a certain way.
Where are they buried at? Like what?
I forgot what he said out in West Africa, like the coast of somewhere. Did he say Cape Verde?
Yeah, I believe he did.
Oh, okay. So once again, like, and we can get into this information too. Like, when you start to go to Cape Verde and all of these different places, you're dealing with an amalgamation of multiple people, fam.
Mm-hmm.
So you might have some converts that came there. Does that mean that every single person there that claimed to have some attachment to the Levant is a convert? No.
He was saying that the J was the real Jews and E and R was the convert. And I'm like, yo, how do you come up with that? If they weren't buried a particular way, bruh. If they weren't buried to where the convert had to be buried over here and the bloodline buried here, you can't make that assumption. And that's what he was trying to do.
I'm gonna say this. I've never seen anybody bury themselves, man.
Feel what I'm saying?
So like you can't put like okay, when you dug them up, we can talk about their DNA. We can have that discussion. But unless you're talking about digging up Abraham or Moses or David or something like that, like we're having a messed up conversation to begin with, because we don't have a haplogroup to start off with.
Facts. And that's just the truth, bro. Now, what we do see is, like the brother Morris keeps saying, like the Morris just said, we see intersectionality genetically. We see genetic, what's the word I'm looking for? Crossing, for lack of a better word, where you see this intersection of.
We see gene flow, family. We see gene flow.
Right. There you go. There you go. Right. And so then that's how that's the scientific method, right? That's how you start to find correlation. Because if you try to tell me just one group of people, and I'm trying not to get on my soapbox because I hate reteaching when somebody already did a fire-ass job. When you properly address the J haplogroup conversation or any of that, it falls on its face, because now I need to know where your reference panel comes from. Right? And that's genetic talk or genetic jargon of what was your sample group? And how old are they? How are we identifying them? How are we identifying this Cohen modal haplogroup? All of these things. And that's a hill where you die once we start having that conversation. So
oh, he died in that, but they wouldn't let me speak because I actually had the Wikipedia up on that Cohen with like 8 different haplotypes. So they wouldn't really let me get it out like I wanted to.
Yo, they got 21 that they recognize in the extended jump.
Right.
Like I think we all know, like Yahuchanan brought out and the Orthodox Moor, man. Like we don't know until we get the actual tombs. You can only make assumptions, but I think Orthodox Moor did a good job, like debunking the J1. I don't, it could be, but probably not. E1B1A, probably not. It's probably EM123, like how he showed. I think that's what I think based off of my research. It's a whole. I don't want to go into a whole other convo we just had, but it's 5 hours.
Yeah, there's plausible arguments on all sides. That's the thing about it. Like I can make a plausible argument for R1B V88. That's the cool part. Like
that's why you got to start with P2. Like you got to start to go to genetic origination.
Mm-hmm.
And if you follow a gene flow of a specific group of people, i.e., specifically the Natufians, it starts to set a real solid picture of how this thing went down.
Yeah,
right.
Real solid framework.
Yep. And because now, and especially because we can track those people groups, like we can track the migration of the different people groups, and it becomes real detrimental to any argument, fam.
Real fast, actually.
Yeah, like really quick. That's the funny thing, bro. Like you're not dealing with cats who's afraid of these conversations. Like we up late night reading, studying, not just to argue with you, to know the truth.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
and real quick before I forget, right? Like, so my brother was talking about like sample populations and sample sizes, this, that, and the third. One thing I want everyone within the sound of my voice to pay attention to when we're talking about African sample sizes, right? Mm-hmm. So, for instance, when I can show like the R1B V88 and whatnot, right? We can go through. Matter of fact, let me just do that right quick as an example. I think I got it right here. So I can show this here, right? And it's gonna tell you sample sizes of the studies that it did, right? Where am I at? So they'll tell you like they got a population of what is it, like 17, 22, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Okay. We're talking about like, so like the Hausa people, right? You're talking over 100 million people. Like There's 45 million African Americans. You understand what I'm saying? There's 45 million Yoruba. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like just on their own, like
right.
If we all don't have the same genetic breakdown or whatnot, we can't expect all them people to like. So look at the Fulani, right? The Fulani are on this list of people who have R1BV88, right? They also have EM34, or excuse me, EM33, like what I have, right? They also have E1B1A. They also have a whole bunch of. They have T. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just one group of people.
And you find that in each one of these groups.
Yep.
Right.
But most of us get small sample sizes to where, like, okay, they've gone to a group of 45 million people and tested 10.
Right.
In one clan.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And
like,
now that represents the entire, not even just the entire clan. Now that represents that whole population of people.
Right. So look at this. We got the house in northern Nigeria. Do we understand that there's 250 plus ethnic groups in Nigeria alone? And so if we're gonna deal with the house, we can't just deal with one group of them. We gotta like what are the clan systems? How are they broken down? Are we testing people from every clan? Like, cause man, it gets real meticulous. Like, and that's what we learn with the limit. Like some people like there's clans that don't have any J1, right?
Yeah.
There's certain clans that are all J1. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
And like the limit, they got 3 E markers, fam. Faithful. Do they have J1? Yes. Do they have E1B1B? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Right. They also got, bro. They got one I never even heard of before, like EM40 or something like that. I was like, yo, what?
Oh yeah, they do got the 40. Right.
I had to go learn a whole new one. You know what I'm saying? On top of the E1B1A, I was like, all right, that's what's up.
I know for a fact they got the E1B1A.
Right. But they got T. They got T,
Right.
just like my people, like who are Fulani got T.
Right.
So, bro, we can't just like make this myopic or whatever. We gotta be real scholastically honest with this whole thing. You know what I'm saying?
I don't even think it's scholastically plausible to just say now that only the J would represent. Even if we run in with that theory, it can't just represent one group of people. And I'm gonna tell you how he contradicted himself. He told Yahuchanan the reason he had the R haplogroup was because some European did some heinous thing to one of his ancestors, right? And then in the next breath said, but that lady, that African genetics lady that came on Garfield's channel said that your father's DNA is going to last for 2,000 years. Which one is it, bro? Was his genetics changed by some European? Or is that his genetic makeup from thousands of years ago? You see what I'm saying? Like these are that's the double talk that real debaters.
I think what he was trying to say is that the paternal haplogroup wouldn't have changed, but that's kind of like not true. It is. I mean, it's kind of like not true because it is true, but it's not true. This is why I say it is true. You know, yeah, you are what your paternal line is. You know what I'm saying? Like, you might be different subclades of it. Now, here's why I say that it's not true. When you look at the phylogenetic tree, you have all these different haplogroups. So let's look at haplogroup B. You understand what I'm saying? He doesn't have the same haplogroup as his father does, because haplogroup B's father, right, is haplogroup AB. So when there's a mutation that happens or something that changes the sequence, you're not going to always
I'm saying that his whole point on that was contradictory. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. That's the whole point that I'm making. I agree with you 100%. Like, and this is what happens. Get him on the clock for real, where they can't mess with you, where they can't stop you, where they can't interrupt you. He going to sleep. And that's all I'm interested in at this point. I ain't worried about Clubhouse. I ain't worried about none of that stuff. I ain't worried about hiding in no back rooms talking to y'all no more.
Yeah, let's get on the clock, man.
Yeah.
Nah, he's not gonna do that, dog. That's why he tried to have that debate that day. He didn't want no preparation, none of that, because he didn't have nothing to bring.
Yeah, I want clock smoke, bro.
And we got multiple platforms to do it on. You know what I'm saying?
Wherever you feel you got the most advantage, you know what I'm saying, at this point,
Dude,
bro.
I was gonna do it on Garfield. I think Garfield would have been fair if we would have had a formatted debate. I think Garfield would have been fair.
Hey, Garfield said he'd have me moderate debates over there, so we can make it happen, Gavin.
Right, bro.
And everyone knows I keep it down the middle.
I just want cats on the clock, and we're gonna see all that talking go out the window. Get Yahuchanan on the clock and watch what he do to you.
Yeah. Yo, what's your perspective on Titus 3:9, brother, man?
I don't think it applies to actual debating.
No. I'm talking about so faithful comes through with it, like, so what we were addressing here was like, so like Yahuchanan was talking with about law, and out of nowhere faithful comes through with the genetics argument. So I'm like, yeah, like basically prove you're an Israelite kind of a thing. So
he used Titus 3:9 for that?
No, I'm saying, like, so to me, like that's like a violation of it, right? Like, so there's no, like, so if Yahuchanan's not pushing the whole, like, he believes that nationality supersedes salvation, etc. If he's not pushing an argument like that, like Gentiles can't be saved, etc., there should be no reason to try to buck up on him about genealogy or whatnot.
Yeah, and I think that's what was happening even with Titus. Because technically Titus, if you really study Titus, he's damn near in the same situation. So the admonition is avoid those foolish type of conversations about lining up your specific genealogy, correct? That doesn't mean you can't have these conversations, though.
Oh, agreed. Right?
But that's what I'm saying. Nobody's running around trying, like you said, nobody's saying, oh, at least out of us, I'm black, y'all. I'm bliggity black, and Israel's bliggity black, and ain't none of y'all getting salvation. That's not. Don't put that on us.
See, and that's what I'm trying to figure out, because at this point, people know us. Like, so, like he said, no, I know Yahuchanan, I know what y'all believe. Like, okay, so then why is the one West rhetoric coming out? If you know what we believe, why are you coming at us sideways, man?
Because it's a tactic.
Right.
It's a tactic, and it's going to keep happening the more we run them pockets. And I'm just saying, like, we gotta know that that's the case, and we gotta be ready for it. It's really a tactic.
So last but not least, what are your thoughts on me talking about the fact, like, I feel like Faithful's super comfortable addressing people of an African descent claim to be Israel, but I don't see him anywhere in the conversation when it's like the Hispanic Hebrew Israelites who got the same rhetoric as one West.
And the brother Remayahu, who when he was on earlier, addressed it the same way that I'm thinking about it. This is an indoctrination, right? And the indoctrination really ain't against us. It's against anything that got to do with a quote unquote black Hebrew Israelite. That's why they got to call us that. Right? It's not about trying to get to the truth for them. It's about, remember what Hocab said. Like, the problem is y'all growing too fast, basically. You taking people out the church.
See, and that's why I brought up the whole bit about, you know what I'm saying, like the Hispanic people in North Central South America waking up to the fact that they're descendants of Sephardi Jews and doing the same thing that people of African descent are doing in North America right now. And that number is staggeringly big. Like, so, like the numbers are like potentially 200 million people.
Right. And
versus like 1 million out of 45 little old million in North America. You know what I'm saying?
But I think too, it's easier to come at us like that because we seem so schism and fractured and ununified right now. See what I'm saying? Like, that divide and conquer is really working with us right now. But I'm seeing it actually close. I'm seeing that gap close. I'm seeing the Zion Lexes and the Divine Prospects and the Mighty Hebrews come together. I'm seeing the Orthodox Moor, Anonymous Hebrew, Yahuchanan, and Judah Nazara being able to have the same conversations, right? Once that continues to happen and we start to move closer and closer, to galvanize, and it's really nothing else they're gonna be able to say. And you're gonna have to recognize it. See, that's the other thing. Like these people, you take these Hispanics, they pretty unified, bro. Like it's a problem. You don't want millions of people thumbing your videos down and saying that you hating, you giving this identity hate. We got to get there, right? And I think a lot of that comes with identifying with Africa too.
Expound on it.
Once we link up, remember me and you talked about this so much. And To the Prophet even agreed with you on Sister East channel. We need to start genetically attaching to our brothers and sisters in Africa. Once that happens, right? And now we start to really bring our numbers out. Now it's really on in a different way. Like now we move beyond, a couple million N-words here in North America. Right now we move into this real conversation of tens of millions of people of African descent that genetically, culturally, historically can prove their connection to this conversation. Once that happens, now, I think it really changes. I think it moves into a point where you at least gotta respect it. You're gonna have to talk to us differently. You're gonna have to address it differently. You're gonna have to deal with us differently. Making sense?
Mm-hmm.
Like imagine Kohan Hamadisha, you, Zion, Divine, me, whoever, all in the same room on a consistent basis, working to galvanize our people, because that's what we see happening in all of these other areas.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what I mean by, it's time to, that hand needs to start to become extended into Africa. This Hamite conversation, that's got to stop.
Yes, sir.
Because we haven't even done the work to identify who our brothers and sisters are yet. I don't think we even understand how large Africa is.
We have no, brother. That's what I keep, like, one tribe of people outnumbers us, fam.
Right.
Like, cold. Like, there's one tribe that, like, daggone near triples us, fam. It's like, okay, calm down. Like, we gotta.
And we talk about how big the United States are, and we know how spread out we are just here.
Right. So right.
You know what I mean? So yeah, it's coming.
Yeah. But you said something, you jogged my memory on something I forgot. Like I had like 4 things I put on the back burner for people to remember right quick. And one of them was this argument that Faith was talking about the Limba identifying as white people. And so So one, like, again, that argument there is like when you're trying to insult people with. You're not trying to, the way you make the argument, you're not trying to do nothing to glorify the Most High in any way, shape, or form. Right?
Yes, sir.
But 2, I got to do this with it, right? Because I tell everyone to do this every time I hear this argument, but I need y'all to go to the Bible, right? I want you to look up this Strong Concordance word H2715, right? Hold on, we're gonna do this for you.
Strong's H2715. Whore.
So this word here, it means properly white or pure from the cleansing or shining power of fire, hence figuratively noble in rank or noble. So this is the term that the noblemen are called in Judah, in Jerusalem. This is the term for our noble people, for our nobles. It's a figurative term for white. It's a figurative. It's not literal. It's figurative. these people who are, if you listen to the Limba story, they say they descend from noblemen like who had married other women from other nations and whatnot and expelled their children. They're claiming to descend from these noblemen, and they're proudly doing so. They're saying that we came from these noblemen of Israel, and we came from Senna. We rebuilt Senna. Them kind of things, fam. I can go through it. Now, if you want to, like, so, and just to be clear, understand, like, so it makes no sense whatsoever for white people to come from Babylon and then go to the Hadramaut to go hide out. The Hadramaut was the darkest part of Arabia historically, and I can verify that. I can bring people on and verify the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's still the darkest part of Yemen.
Bro, like, how the fact that this logically y'all need to study dynamics of arguments, okay? Something as simple as logos, ethos, and pathos. Like,
man,
your logos in this situation on that argument is completely insane. Because you can tell that you haven't even studied when they're saying it, how it's being used, or any of that.
Yeah, and so I'm gonna do it like this to that word Hore, right? Like we get the term Huram or Hiram from it, right? Like you also get like this plays in Arabic, same root form, right? This is where you get the term Kareem from, like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, right? Kareem means noble, same thing. Like again, even in the Quran, literally one of the names of Allah, right? Like so, like there's people that talk about, oh, see, like Muhammad was called Kareem one of that. That's how you know he was a white man. No, fam, they're talking about nobility, fam. Like again, go to when you go to the people in that area with these haplogroups, fam. Go find them and tell me they look white, fam.
Facts.
Go get that same J1 marker that the Limba have, and where that's the same J1 in Yemen, and go find me white. Go find me the people in Yemen being white. I'll wait. Go find me people in the house that aren't being white. I'll wait.
Bro, you mean, bro.
I promise you, Tudor Parfit was the whitest person they seen in a hot minute. You know what I'm saying? I promise you. And check this out, though, right, Faithful? If you want to start talking about J markers and whatnot, I'm not even going to be mad at you, right? We're going to start talking about, like, why do the Tuareg have certain J markers? Why do we see okay, like so me if you want to talk about Tudor Parfit, me and Tudor Parfit actually had a conversation about this. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Sister E. You can go check it out on her channel. You can check it out on my channel, right? Where like he's literally saying, like, yeah, because of what he said, his work and what Cohen Hamadisha said, we were able to verify that there was multiple migrations that came out of Sunnah. Multiple migrations that came out of Sunnah that they said went into Africa. So I might be able to find, like, so the Limba give us a J marker to find in other places too. They give us E markers to find in other places too. They give us T markers to find in other places too. And you know what? We find them in other places. We find them in other places on the same on a migration route that looks like. So again, you heard Yahuchanan talk about, like, yeah, you see where there's a migration that hit the Sahel region. Once you understand the Sahel region of Africa, fam, you understand the migration thereof, fam. That was the highways and byways of the thing, fam.
Right.
And trust me, there was more than one haplogroup using that highway, fam. Way more than one.
Like, I'm really just coming to the understanding now that either they don't know how to study history, or they don't, or they being purposefully disingenuous. Like, you know, only
one of the two.
Yeah, and I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt and just say you're making mistakes.
Yeah.
Right. I'm never gonna just levy a this type of accusation unless I catch you red-handed with your hand in a cookie jar. Y'all gotta do better, man. Like, y'all gotta do better. And the craziest part, seriously, the only thing separating us is getting past this last hump. This hump of who we are and how we are supposed to live as believers. And I know some Israelites that's not even gonna like that.
Right.
Get over it, fam.
Right.
A good portion of your teachers, your financial helpers, your counselors, all of the things that we're going to be using to build a nation are trapped up in these churches. We got to learn how to reach them. Then I'm at that point now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some of them is going to take some tough love. I ain't going to sit here in front. But some of them just need to hear it. They just need to be able to hear the truth. I had an amazing conversation tonight with a couple based upon my eating habits. See what I'm saying? We eating and they, hold on, y'all don't eat pork or nothing? Nah, we don't. Didn't even make a big deal out of it. Y'all don't eat shellfish? Things like, y'all not eating, you gave up shrimp? Oh, yeah, we done with that. 30 minutes later, what made y'all do it? Now the conversation get deeper. We go deeper. Right? You never know how these things come about. And so we do. This is what Yahuchanan is saying about becoming the light. Really becoming the light.
Mm-hmm.
The light don't got to tell you it's the light. You know how you know it's light? Because it ain't no darkness around it.
Yeah. So one thing me and my people did, we did was something called remnant theology, family.
Yes, sir.
Y'all be hearing more about that in the upcoming weeks and months and whatnot. This is our thing that we deal with, fam. And one of the things that we deal with is the righteous remnant of Israel.
Yep.
And when my man loves to talk about the light of their rising, but we also talk about the righteous remnant of the nations and whatnot. And something Anonymous brought out to me one day. I didn't recognize it was there, but it was beautiful when he brought it out. He was like, yeah, the remnant's supposed to come together and we're supposed to get our doctrine straight together. We're supposed to be talking about this thing till we get on the same doctrine. And he brought out the scroll. I was like, oh, what?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I get goosebumps every time we go into that conversation.
Yep. That one and the light of the rising conversation. It's like, yo, it's makes me put the whole thing down right there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's it, bro. Like, think about it like this: you robbing people of a blessing by not being able to have certain conversations.
Mm-hmm. And particularly with us, because like, check this out: we're not the ones talking about you have to be Israel to be saved. We're literally debating them people. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
We agree with y'all on that concept. We disagree on others, but we do it respectfully too.
Yep.
We ain't putting nobody in hell over nothing y'all believe. You know what I'm saying?
No. But they do got to start to look and ask themselves certain questions, though.
Agreed.
Like an effeminate can't inherit the kingdom. An idolater, a liar, a murderer can't inherit the kingdom. Why is that? Because the light that Yeshua brought was to get us from sinning. We're supposed to be moving beyond this sinful nature. Oh, your old nature ain't gonna never allow you to sin. Or ain't gonna never allow you to stop sinning. That's because you haven't properly defined what sin is yet. That's the only reason that conversation even exists. Now, how does that tie into DNA? Now we start moving into epigenetics, and that's something else we're gonna start bringing up.
Right.
All praises. It's gonna get cold, bro.
Yeah, it's gonna get real serious. You know what I'm saying? And again, we don't ever ask, and we don't check this out. To all my Christian family, we're not even asking that you stamp that we are Israel.
Nope.
We just asking. We're respectfully asking. Can you not emphatically tell us we're not?
Facts.
If you can't prove we're not.
And here's a note: none of y'all can prove that we're not.
Facts. Right. That's the whole. That's why Titus 3:9 is right there. Like, bro, like, because even if you press the whole thing, this is why we started bringing up the whole thing about like Jesus and his genetics and whatnot. Like, so like, well, you gonna blood test him?
Right.
And if you do, what's gonna be his haplogroup? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Inquiring minds want to know.
Right.
What is God's haplogroup, man?
Yeah, man.
Y'all got that when y'all are cold, fam. Man,
I would sit down and listen, bro.
Man,
Bro.
I would shell out money for the conversation,
bro. You telling me you know God's haplotype? Let's talk about it.
Let's get it, bro. You can demonstrate it, bro. You can show it demonstrably. Let's go.
I mean, because think about it. You telling me that this is the Most High, and in a lot of cases, that's what they're saying. I ain't gonna get that, but
so here's what I need to know: are you making the argument that the Most High is J1?
Man, that's essentially what it is, right?
It sounds like that. That's why I need to know, bro. I need to understand. That's why I ask questions, faithful. I don't assume anything about what you know. I assume I don't know what you know. Hence, I ask questions.
You know how cold that question would be in a debate. Oh man, let me stop. All right, I'm picking. Man. I'm picking.
My man's already fantasizing about the Q&A. Like,
yeah, bro. Like
right here, bro.
I'm already in the rapid fire, bro. Like, oh man. Yeah.
I just think that, man, I'm still trying to figure out the name of the dig site of Abraham's bones and whatnot, and like how they got the haplogroup stitched up, like because they already got like him, Moses, and Aaron all lined up, like they got the bones and the tombs and all that. Because I missed that whole research thing right there. I missed that whole foray into history.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, bro. If that work was out there, one of us would have came across that. I'm just gonna be honest. Like, I would love to see the work on it though. What's Aaron's haplogroup?
Yo, what's the haplogroup of the Egyptian in Chronicles, bro? That's what I want to know.
Like, matter of fact, where's Aaron's descendant? Where's the bones of Aaron's descendants? Show me the real, and how do you connect these people to Aaron? You see what I'm saying? Like now we gotta really start having some conversation.
Right. And that's why I brought up, like, if you're gonna like, that's why I brought up the bits where like my grandfather's DNA, right? He connects to people who are saying that they descend from Israel, people who descend from Ishmael, and people who descend from Midian.
Right.
And he's not J1.
Right. Right.
So that slows the whole conversation down. The whole conversation down.
Let me stop before I end up in somebody else's video.
Right, we're already there.
I know, man.
We're already there. We're gonna be clipped up somewhere, but you know what this is.
Hey, I give these cats this though, man. At least they ain't wishing death on me and my family, man. Like,
I'm with that. And you know what? Shout out to the ones who are switching up their tune, being more respectful with people. You know what I'm saying? Recognizing that we're not out here trying to say the same thing that other people are saying. You know what I'm saying? That we're actually trying to build something actually real and substantial. And we're about, like, you may not agree how we see certain things. Like you might not agree that we don't agree with the Trinity. Okay, cool. We can have a discussion about that. But you can't say that we're not out here sincerely trying to do something positive. You can't say that. You can't say that we don't have integrity. You can't say that.
Right. Right.
You can't say that we're racist. You can't do that.
Can't, bro.
We debate people with that rhetoric, man.
This is actually why a lot of certain people don't deal with us.
Yeah.
Because for the most part, they'll agree with everything we say, except when we get to that part where, oh, you gonna deal with Esau? You know.
Right. It's either Esau or the law, one of the two, bro. Right. You know what I'm saying? We get caught up with, either it's Israelites, we're getting caught up with Esau, you know what I'm saying, that conversation, or with Christians, we get caught up in the law conversation, one of the two,
right.
Bro.
Right. And that's when you know, like, you actually walk in that fine line that the Most High intended us for us to walk.
Yeah.
You know,
And
I
that's why.
always
No, go ahead. No, you good.
I just always wonder this real quick, like, how do you read that the patience of the saints is those that got the testimony of Yeshua and those that keep the commandments of God? Like, how does that not immediately pierce your brain to where it's like, yo, we got to get this thing all the way right? It's crazy to me. I don't know. I just feel like if we really believers, like, a lot of this stuff should be, the door should be closing on a lot of this foolishness.
And somehow I feel like it's just beginning to open.
I feel like we just getting to the tip of the iceberg.
It's just cracking open enough for me to kick a boot on that joint. You know?
Yeah, but I mean, that's the good part, bro. You got us. You got those of us that's out here ready to do what we got to do. So.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about scholastically, and I feel like I got to keep making that caveat known now.
Luckily, I think in the future we're doing so much to we won't have to caveat stuff so much. Like, people know who we are. That, like, people know who we are already, fam. Like, let's just keep it up, right? Like, so that's why we're having this conversation, because it don't need to go a certain direction. It should go a whole nother direction. We should be able to talk and build because we have a whole nother reputation.
Facts.
We have a whole nother reputation. Same point in time, we also have a reputation when it comes to scholarship. Like, if it's coming to nonsense and whatnot, and people want to get loud about it, like, I mean, it's
Too many tanks on the ground.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no doubt.
What I miss? I stepped away for a good minute. What I miss?
He heard the call. He heard the. That's my G right there. He heard
the bad signal, bro.
He
like,
heard it. He's on the back. Like, what's that? We going in?
We
put a text on the ground. We shooting?
Man, y'all know how it is, bro. We will pull up quick.
No, that's what it was with Garfield, man. I saw my man outnumbered on the panel. I saw him having to raise his voice. I was like, "What's going on? Let me make sense of what's going on here." You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And then I heard some arguments. I was like, "Wow." And you know me, I did my Jackie Chan thing. I let people talk who like to talk. You know what I'm saying? And then I was like, "Cool, I appreciate you." So you're saying that there's an exception clause? Okay.
So you're saying you let them hang themselves? Okay. Yeah.
I let people talk who like to talk. You know what I'm saying? That's all that one is.
We're gonna call that hangman from now on, bro. Like, it's, yeah, I agree. And that must have been the day I was debating how.
It was around that.
It was Sunday the 13th. It was Sunday, right? It was on a Sunday.
Don't have me lying. My days are all messed up.
Yeah, it had to be.
Hold on. Hold on. They got a video. I know I got a date on that video.
It had to be, because I was trapped and locked in deep study that day.
So let's see. Yeah, it says streamed a week ago.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. Oh man, we're going up on 6 hours on this job.
Yeah, bro. I know. I didn't even mean to extend it. It's just, once we get started.
No, it ain't your fault, bro. It ain't your fault at all, bro. It's what it is.
I was just shocked to see, because I had to put the phone down. I've been getting reprimanded, son. Like, the wife, like, look, this is a big time right now. That bleepity bleep phone down. So I had to put the phone down. Then I looked. I was, they still going? Yeah. Let me go get the rest of this.
Hey, just for clarity's sake, tell wifey this is the first panel of mine you jumped on in a long time.
She know what it is.
I ain't had nothing to do with that.
You know what it is. And
I ain't had nothing to do with that. You know what I'm
saying? She said, you always over there arguing with them N-words.
I can already hear it with the emphasis too, bro.
Oh, bro, you know it. You didn't heard already. You know what it is, man. Like, it's crazy.
That's what's up.
She appreciating it now, though. She was like, all right, I see it. I see what you're doing. So,
yeah, you better bring home that chip, son.
Yeah, I ain't got no choice now, bro. But that's why I'm gonna hit you up. I'm probably honestly gonna be Sunday. I'm gonna hit you up Sunday, and we'll go over a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Actually, this is one of the topics that I might put out there. So
that's what's up, man. Well, yeah. So we are definitely looking forward to that. So stay tuned for that debate between my brother Anonymous Hebrew and Asar and Ka on Solar Vision Debate League. Whenever they get that one scheduled out, we will definitely let you know. And we will be reviewing his debate with Minister Howell here probably sometime when the playoffs are over. So stay tuned for that. Because that was that was a thick one, fam. Like, I finally went back and got to see that thing from beginning to end. I was like, yo, that's a lot of info. So hopefully I can get the brothers to come on and give me like separate interviews so I can break down. We can get some real deep, in-depth breakdown on the positions, because that was some heavy stuff going back and forth, family. Heavy artillery.
I went back and looked, and I was like, "This is way too much. You had to simplify this." Like,
but both y'all did it. I was like, "Oh man, they both did." I was like, "Okay,
yeah." Like it wasn't no games being played, bro. It wasn't no games being played.
I wasn't even mad at the judges for not like going in depth, but I wish they would I wanted the Melvin breakdown. You know what I'm saying? But like I did too. Yeah, you couldn't because Melvin would have been there for an hour and a half. I'm like, okay. Y'all went in, fam.
It was a lot, bro.
Went all the way in. It was a good debate, though.
And you think like how you get that much information out in 30 minutes of talking? We had 10-minute opening and a 20-minute premise.
Right.
Yeah.
A lot of info, fam.
Yeah, bro. Like it was good though. Like it was, and that was the challenge I was hoping for, and it made me a better debater. I hope it made him one. Yeah. It was lit.
I literally had to go slow that joint down when I watch it. Typically, I speed my joints up when I watch it. I was like, "Oh, let me slow this one down." Y'all went over a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, because you missed part of most of the premise.
Yeah, too, huh? I missed I missed like a good 30% of the debate or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I went back and watched it. I was like, "Oh wow!" Out the gate, y'all was doing them like that.
Because we both knew what it was.
Get the notebook. I was like, "Okay."
We both knew what it was off rip, so we just came in punching. Right?
They came through with the Tommy gun chop, and I was like, "Yo,
yeah, bro, yeah, yeah." And it was systematic too on both sides.
It was.
Yeah, it was a good one. But yeah, man, I'm gonna jump off here. Y'all know, man, it's love for y'all brothers. I'm excited to see where we're going. I'm excited to see that we can have these conversations. Hopefully we can have these dudes start to have these conversations on the clock. Or even if we do something where we do pre-recorded joints where, you do your 10-minute joint, he do his 10-minute joint, then we air them simultaneously. He do a rebuttal, the next person do a rebuttal, we bring them together, air them simultaneously, something like that, where I want people to stop being able to interrupt people while they cooking. Right.
I'm with it. And here, I'll say it like this too. Like, so we can do it one or two ways, right? Like, we can go to like the free for all type platforms, so we got access to that, or we can go to like the platform that got the rules and whatnot, because we got access to that and whatnot. So if you want it with the gloves on and the headgear, we got that. If you want it just straight street fighting, we got that too.
Because we definitely got some barroom experience.
Yeah, we like I said, we there's literally no debate platform that's Israelite otherwise. Like from Garfield to Debate Talk for You that they won't let me moderate a debate on, fam. So
yeah, and we good money to where we not banned from any of these platforms, right? Like
that's only due to the grace of the Most High, because I know we should have been.
Especially on Garfield. I just knew I was gonna get banned from the Garfield joint. Like But the strangest thing is, it made me and him closer. The weird, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy.
So this is what people like. This is what I dig about how people interact with us over time. It's like people over time they respect us for two things: our integrity and our scholarship.
Yeah.
They typically they make the same mistake. They assume that because they hear Israelite, okay, you're the same as this group over here. I'm like, no. There's nuance to this thing, fam.
Yeah.
This is what I appreciate about Abu. Like Abu took his time to really like figure it out. He's like, no, these cats are a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? Sat down, talk with me, anonymous about the pews and whatnot. Got to hear us talk about other things and whatnot.
Yep.
He's like, nah, these cats are a little bit different. You might
Right.
not want to come at them the same way. And it's good advice. It's very sound advice.
Because you don't want to become a proverb and a byword out here, bro. Hey, that was
no.
That was a bad time, bro. Like,
hold on, I gotta do it like this.
Took your best shot and I'm still standing. Your scholarship need a babysitter and a nanny. If your chick feel the A and you feel some type of way, when I say I pop eyes, no chicken sandwich. The word of God on full display. Your garbage can rap, no mixtape. It's like you just got hired, no sick days. Tanks on the ground, you got a pocket knife, switchblade.
My finger slipped.
My finger slipped. That was a gift for somebody, huh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
But nah. Yeah, you was talking. Yeah,
You ain't. Hey,
we was going full subliminal, so don't even worry.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that was a full subliminal. Yeah, I'm already with you.
No worries.
Yeah, because the darkness don't get no light.
You know, right there. That's why I keep reminding people where we come from, fam. Like that's why you keep seeing me throw up the Yahweh War Machine all day. That's why you keep hearing me bump the stuff from Minister Halloween night, because we came together off of people burning the Bible, fam.
Facts.
Y'all really gotta understand that. Like people that were burning Bibles, making hour-long streams about us weeks on end,
bro.
Trying to throw everything on, calling us everything but a child of God. Like y'all think that like so, and this is why we like I'm gonna say this for people who think like people like Abu and them are all like evil. No, they're not all evil.
Nah, right? Nah,
you're like
evil in the face.
Yeah, right, exactly. Like you're gonna like so like faithful. Don't feel like I'm coming at you crazy, fam, because I'm not. I'm literally like, hey, I'm trying to be cool with you because I don't like because I'm letting you know you sound offensive. You don't have to, right? People like Abu, he got my utmost respect because he makes sure he keeps things at a certain level. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We're used to dealing with people who got no kind of level of decorum, like no kind of pull back from just going all the way ratchet. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, and it's crazy, fam. Like, no hesitation. As soon as they lose, they going right after the family. They're gonna do an hour stream lying on you. Like still to this day, man, I ain't never heard some of that stuff before. That was crazy, bro.
Yeah. We're talking about like, okay, so next year SVDL will be 4 seasons deep, right? So we're talking like a good 2.5 seasons of that joint straight. Like to where like if we beat somebody in the debate, like man, it's 3 weeks of just like, oh man, all kind of nonsense and debauchery.
Right.
Just because we have the nerve to beat somebody.
He had the nerve to out debate me. Oh,
right.
Oh, I gotta give you this work. Like, so yeah, I don't think these cats evil at all. I just think they, once again, the indoctrination. Like there is a level of comfortability with their thought process. And we gotta get out of that. All right.
Yeah.
Confirmation bias and cognitive dissonance is real. And I hate using those certain terms because sometimes they misuse or sometimes they cliche, but in these specific instances, that's what it's turning into.
Yeah.
So,
but with that, family, we're about to close this thing out. Yahuchanan, if you want to say anything for the last time, I know you didn't close out like 2 times already. So go ahead and tap out.
You already know what's up, man. Yo, we all about information, man. Like anybody who got opposite information, I would love to talk with you, because if there's some weakness in my argument, yo, that ain't gonna do nothing but help strengthen my argument. So like even faithful, like yo, you know what I'm saying? If you want to set up a debate or a mod or a dialogue with a fair moderator, yo, we can do that. You know what I'm saying? Yahuchanan runs for nobody. So you know what I'm saying? Let it be what it be. No bad blood. We're just all about information. I yield.
Yeah. And so once again, family, I appreciate y'all for coming through and spending some time with us. I hope y'all were edified by what we brought out. Again, faithful brother, this is nothing personal. Again, I do not think that you're a racist. I'm not making any aspersions to that situation at all. I'm not trying to say I know your motives in any way, shape, or form. I don't do that to nobody. But I will say this, brother, from the outside looking in, it don't look right. In fact, it looks real racist from the outside looking in. If you don't want that look, I personally don't want you to have that look, because you're out there talking about the Most High and whatnot. Like, you represent the Most High. So for me personally, I would prefer that you don't rep him like that. You know what I'm saying? There's different ways to do the thing. You know what I'm saying? And please consider what I'm saying about your concepts of consistency. One, on what you're saying about Chronicles and whatnot, and when the argument that Yahuchanan was making. But two, about what I was saying about the people of Hispanic descent coming out is also recognizing themselves as being Israelites and whatnot. So I hope you can hear what I'm saying with just scales. And if I said anything to offend you, please understand I apologize. I did not mean to. I will definitely let me know what it was, and I'll definitely apologize for it on air live for people, because I'm not trying to offend nobody. But at the same point in time, I need you to know I'm trying to address you on something that offended me. That offended me as someone who descended from both African descent people and Hispanic people, etc. So, with that, family, Anonymous, was there anything else you wanted to say, or did you get it all out?
I got it out, bro.
That's what's up. So with that, family, I appreciate you for your time. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend. And with that, I say peace and love.
The ripple effect, when we do not give our temple the proper respect. I'm talking total neglect. It's sufficient fun, but you still wrote them a check. I'm not holding my breath. I'm rapping like I am the only one here. I don't have nowhere to feel. They know I'm a threat, and no one exempt. I'm making it clear.
I'm nothing like them. Steadily moving up despite them. I smite them, outright them. That's how I fight them. My light shining so bright they blind them. They trying to find them, and I remind them how far behind them their mind is. See what my mind is. Can't see how high that climb is. If you don't go, then I will. Take one step in that minefield. Don't see how thin that line is. I'm trusting God where I live. My kinfolk know that I'm real. My heart and soul what I give, and that's okay, cause when they see me, they tell me what's up. Throwing me the deuce from the cut, pouring out the liquor in the cups. When I walk by, they putting out the blunts. May not sound like much, but for me, it's more than enough. Yeah. This is hood where I come from. Yeah. Been real since day one. Yeah. I represent the city of Atlanta. Everybody looking for some answers. Now I gotta lead by example. Boy, you wanna talk tough when you on camera. You can't handle the mantle. Quickly you get dismantled. You don't live by no standards, therefore I cancel your channel. Commander, name one thing you in command of. You don't even know what you stand for. The only thing you can do is slander. Now man up, boy, stand up. Police come through, put your hands up. Bananas up, your fan club, banana. Understand us, bandanas and tattoos of teardrops and bandos. Black and white, not harmonizing piano. Got that plug, Fernando. Drop it off, Alejandro. Slowly turn doorknob handle. Go to war with more ammo than Rambo. I'm learning my life inside my sermons. Got snatched right out the furnace. Go ask my cousin Ernest. So long I've been determined to eradicate all you vermin and allocate all my earnings to get what I'm deserving. In this life I earned it. No white man, no black man, no Jew man gon' stop me or block me or mock me. Just watch me. I came back like the Mach D, harder than government block cheese. Push button, no car keys. This art form is a part of me. This world so cold, my heart freeze. Unthaw me, Lord. Even when I didn't realize it, you still saw me, Lord. My prayer is that the brotherhood can get on one accord, cause we cannot afford anyone sowing seeds of discord.